Looking around, Wunxian stares at the furious crowd before him and wonders if those people can really see the truth behind everything. All around him, he finds nothing but contemptuous looks and hypocritical gestures from people who call themselves righteous, even though they are far from it. One of the elders shouts furiously, calls Kang Wunxian scum, and declares that the day has finally come for him to pay for his crimes. Even surrounded by dozens of cultivators beneath a large cherry blossom tree, Wunxian remains calm in the face of all that hypocrisy. With a mocking smile, he thinks that his true sin was something very different from what everyone there believes. Sitting calmly on a tree branch, Wunxian mocks their false virtue and the self-righteous attitude of everyone around him. Irritated by his mockery, the elder explodes with rage and asks how he can be so arrogant and shameless. Elder Go Yusang of the Huangshi sect accuses him of murdering Zhao Yang, his own master's sworn brother, calling it an unforgivable sin. The crowd agrees in unison, shouting that such an act makes Wunxian worse than a wild beast. In the middle of all the commotion, Wunxian simply smiles, staying calm as he thinks about how to handle the situation. Finally, he asks everyone there if his death is truly the only thing they want. Wunxian reaches inside his robes and pulls out a set of ancient scriptures, making it clear that their real interest lies elsewhere. The elder immediately swallows hard and widens his eyes when he recognizes the artifact in the young man's hands. Holding up the sacred manual, Wunxian provocatively asks if this entire siege wasn't really about obtaining the secret book. One of the cultivators points upward and confirms that it is the legendary secret master's scripture of wisdom. The crowd's reaction confirms his suspicions, and Wunxian simply throws the valuable scripture into the air. The elder panics at the unexpected move, shouting as he tries to understand what the young man intends to do with the sacred text. With a smile on his face, Wunxian announces that he will use this opportunity to test a secret sword dance technique. With a swift motion, he unleashes a strike and shreds the scripture in midair, cutting the valuable manual into dozens of pieces. The torn pages begin raining down over the courtyard, and all the warriors below look up in desperation. Overcome by greed, the cultivators lose control and charge into one another to grab whatever pieces they can. All that honor disappears instantly, and the men begin shoving and fighting each other while shouting that the scripture belongs to them. Chaos spreads, and what was supposed to be a righteous punishment quickly turns into a bloodbath among their own allies. In the middle of the confusion, men begin stabbing and mutilating one another, ignoring the screams around them as the carnage takes over the area. Watching everything from above, Wunxian mocks them, saying that this greed was what they truly wanted from the beginning. The fighting keeps claiming lives within seconds, exposing all the corruption of that martial world. When the dust finally settles, the ground is covered in blood and cherry blossom petals, bringing the confrontation to an end. Shortly afterward, crows watch from the treetops as the sun begins disappearing over the horizon. The story goes back in time to a peaceful courtyard, where a young man trains beside his elderly master. During a game of Go, the master calmly places another black stone on the wooden board. The clicking sound makes the young man, who carries a sword on his back, jump slightly in surprise. With the sudden movement, the sheath he was holding slips from his hands and falls onto the dirt. Slightly embarrassed by his distraction, the boy sighs and tries to regain his focus while fixing his posture. Realizing his disciple is distracted, the old master calls his name, and Wunxian immediately looks at him. That man is Kang Yulqian, the legendary sword god, who calmly asks if the boy is really that tired from training. The young man stays silent for a few moments, embarrassed that he allowed his exhaustion to show during the game. Scratching his head, Kang Wunxian, only 16 years old, tries to play it off and assures his master that he is perfectly fine. To avoid the subject, he tilts his head and turns his attention back to the stones on the board. With a confident smile, he points at the position of the stones and claims that the match has already ended with his victory. The sword god laughs at his disciple's confidence but asks him to wait a moment before they examine the next move. Imagining the situation on the board, Wunxian explains that if he were in the position of the black stones, he would attack that point directly to pressure both sides of his opponent at the same time. The master studies the move and agrees that the white stones would not be able to defend both sides, but then he challenges his disciple. Placing another stone on the board, he teaches him that whenever Wunxian cannot find his own path forward, the boy is surprised by his master's move and pays even closer attention to the lesson. The sword god finishes by saying that in moments like that, he simply needs to follow the path created by his opponent. Not fully understanding the idea, Wunxian argues that merely copying his enemy's steps will never lead to victory. His master replies that he can simply live however he chooses, because that is the true essence of existence. Wunxian stares at his master for a few seconds, trying to understand the meaning behind those words. The memory ends, and the scene returns to nighttime, with young Wunxian walking alone through a dark forest. Thinking about the mission, he finds it strange that he was assigned such a journey when he still hasn't even mastered martial arts. Making things even more suspicious, his master had suddenly given all the household servants time off. Looking at the document he carries with him, the young man wonders if this is really an ordinary mission. He remembers when his master handed him the writings and ordered him to go to Mount Duda and wait for a message from Lord Yunro. At the time, Wunxian accepted the document without really understanding and asked what it was about. His master remained silent for a few moments, staring at his disciple. Then he brushed the question aside, saying it was only an urgent matter and that since senior disciple Zhongyan was away, Wunsan was the only one available. Wunxian still hesitated, but the sword god reassured him by saying that his senior brother would return soon. In the end, the boy accepted the order and respectfully said goodbye before leaving. Even so, there was something about his master's sudden behavior that Wunxian couldn't get out of his mind. He kept remembering the the image of the old man sitting alone and deep in thought inside the dark house. As he walked away from the residence, he even looked back one more time, still hesitant to leave. He also remembers telling his master that if he were in his place, he would have given up on that game a long time ago. The sword god only responded with a calm gesture, never revealing the true reason behind his decision. Suddenly, leaves begin falling around Woonseon in the dark forest, causing the boy to stop in surprise. His master's grim expression returns to his mind even more strongly. Trying to calm himself, he thinks there is no reason to panic. After all, no one in the Mirim would dare harm the sword god. Besides, his senior brother would return soon and be at the residence while he was away. Woonseon tries to push those worries aside and focus on his mission again. But his doubts get the better of him. He changes direction and starts running back toward the residence. Something felt far too suspicious, especially because his master normally wouldn't even allow him to go out alone. There was no reason to send him on a journey of more than 100 miles unless something truly serious was happening. With that thought in mind, the boy runs as fast as he can back toward the residence gates. Woonseon calls out for his master, but a shadowy figure with glowing eyes suddenly appears behind him. Before he can react or draw his sword, a heavy hand covers his mouth. The masked man grabs him from behind and tells him to stay quiet, his voice revealing that he is someone familiar. Woonseon immediately recognizes the voice and widens his eyes when he realizes who is holding him. Lowering his mask, the man reveals himself as Jongyan, his senior brother, known as the Pure Plum Blossom Warrior. Jongyan tells him to stay quiet so they don't attract attention, and Woonseon immediately agrees, still shaken. The boy covers his own mouth with both hands and tries to understand what is happening. Carrying Woonseon, Jongyan leaps across the rooftops and moves through the night with incredible agility. He lands silently on the roof of the residence, keeping the boy beside him. Jongyan whispers for him to stay as quiet as a mouse, and Woonseon agrees while still trying to catch his breath. The two peek over the roof and watch the strange activity taking place in the courtyard below. An unfamiliar voice echoes through the area, coldly saying that he never wanted things to reach such an extreme point. The sword god replies that it is merely one interpretation of the scripture, and that there is no reason for such greed. The shadowy figure listens without showing any intention of backing down. His master also warns that even if the intruder takes the book, he will never be able to understand its true contents. Without warning, the figure attacks, and the sword god is struck by a powerful blow. An explosion of energy destroys part of the wooden structure where the master had been standing. Seeing him get hit, Woonseon tries to shout, but Jongyan holds him tightly and orders him to remain still. Angered by the old master's resistance, the intruder lashes out, furious that he still dares to oppose him. When the dust settles, the sword god is revealed lying among the rubble in the courtyard. Bleeding and weakened, he looks at his enemy and declares that he will never obtain what he wants. An imposing silhouette looms over the fallen old master. The intruder calmly opens his fan and announces that, in that case, he will settle everything his own way. With the black fan held in front of his face, he declares that he will personally find and take the sacred scripture. In the blink of an eye, the man disappears at incredible speed, leaving only a trail of dark smoke behind him. On the rooftop, Woonseon trembles with horror and rage while Jongyan keeps him restrained. Suddenly, the boy's eyes turn red and severe nausea begins spreading through his body. Feeling sick, Woonseon tries to regain control while Jongyan tells him to focus his energy in his dantian and circulate his QI. Unable to understand what is happening, the boy feels his stomach churn under the immense spiritual pressure filling the air. Gasping for breath, he asks if the intruder is gone, but Jongyan's expression darkens as he answers that he isn't. A trail of black energy cuts across the sky above the rooftops, signaling the arrival of another threat. Jongyan notices the enemies approaching and identifies them as members of the feared Black Butterfly Shadow. Several assassins in dark cloaks leap across the rooftops at the same time, surrounding the entire property. The faction members land in the courtyard with weapons drawn, ready to carry out the order to massacre everyone. Woonseon looks at the sheer number of assassins and realizes just how much danger they are in. Frightened, he imagines the enemies surrounding his wounded master and mocking his condition. The old man remains collapsed in the middle of the destruction while the enemy leaders mock his situation. They are Choyoung and Wooyoung, leaders of the Black Butterfly Twin Assassin Squad, who mock the downfall of the sword god. One of the twins approaches with a smile and asks whether they should search for the book first, or simply kill the legendary master right there. The two begin discussing what to do with him, even talking about gouging out his eyes or cutting off his hands. Soon, one of them concludes that the master probably gave the valuable book to one of his disciples. As the sword god coughs up blood, the twins ask whether the scripture was given to his eldest disciple. Hidden on the rooftop, Woonseon and Jongyan listen as the assassins discuss whether the book is with the senior brother or the younger one. Woonseon is horrified when he realizes that the enemies already know so much about both the scripture and the disciples. Jongyan immediately asks whether their master gave him anything, and Woonseon shows him the manual he was supposed to take to Mount Duda. When Jongyan sees the title Secret Master Scripture of Wisdom on the cover, drops of blood fall onto the book. Staring at the manual in Woonseon's hands, he realizes that this entire entire tragedy revolves around that scripture. Zhang Yan remains silent for a few moments as he processes the gravity of the situation. With a serious expression, he tells his younger brother to pay close attention and memorize every word he is about to hear. Zhang Yan says he is going down to save their master, and Wu Xian insists that he wants to help too. His senior brother immediately refuses. Wu Xian will have another task, one even more important at that moment. He orders the boy to immediately memorize every word and every detail contained in the scripture. Confused, Wu Xian asks what memorizing a book has to do with saving their master's life. With no time to explain, Zhang Yan asks how long it would take him to memorize everything, and the boy replies that he needs 30 minutes. His senior brother pats him on the head and says that 30 minutes will be enough. Then he apologizes to the younger boy for placing such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Zhang Yan knows perfectly well how great the burden he is leaving in Wu Xian's hands really is. Wu Xian anxiously calls his name when he notices the seriousness in his senior brother's eyes. Before leaving, Zhang Yan assures him that if there is anyone capable of completing this mission, it is Wu Xian. Without wasting another second, he leaps from the rooftop toward the courtyard filled with enemies. Zhang Yan descends from above like lightning, focusing all his attention on the assassins below. The horde is caught off guard by the senior disciple's sudden arrival. He lands right in the middle of the courtyard and positions himself between the invaders and his master. Taking a deep breath, the pure plum blossom warrior stares at the enemies with a sharp gaze. Zhang Yan demands to know how they dared cause so much destruction at the residence. The twins smile when they see the senior brother appear, finding his arrival quite amusing. Ignoring their provocation, Zhang Yan worriedly asks how his master is doing. Gasping and covered in blood, the sword god manages to call his disciple's name. Zhang Yan realizes the severity of his internal injuries and wonders if his master can hold on for another 30 minutes. When the old man coughs up even more blood, it becomes clear that his condition is worse than Zhang Yan expected. In silence, he evaluates the situation and wonders whether he can truly protect everyone there. His gaze moves between the two assassins as he calculates whether he can face them alone. The pressure radiating from the enemy leaders makes the extent of the threat painfully clear. The twins demand that he hand over the scripture, promising him a quick and painless death if he cooperates. Zhang Yan doesn't answer. He simply releases a blue aura around his body and readies his sword. He takes the stance of the water moon technique, causing his energy to flow around the blade. The assassin finds his reaction amusing and decides to face him personally to cure his boredom. A red aura begins surrounding the villain's sharp claws, filled with killing intent. Wu Yang smiles and comments that the young warrior will make good entertainment, while his brother agrees. With a violent movement, the villain leaps at Zhang Yan, who counters with his energy-coated sword. Zhang Yan avoids the first impact and responds with a quick slash. Using the first basic form of the water moon technique, he launches blades of wind and blue energy toward the enemy. But the assassin moves far too quickly, dodging the attacks and leaving only afterimages behind. The villain recognizes the thrust and mocks him, identifying it as the famous sword technique of the Kang clan. Showing no fear, he charges through the attack and launches a counterattack, determined to test the disciple's strength. Zhang Yan's blue energy blades collide with the red claws, causing an explosion in the courtyard. The assassin strikes with his aura-covered claws and violently breaks through the young warrior's defense. Laughing, he lands a deep slash, forcing a scream of pain from Zhang Yan. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Wu Xian rapidly flips through the pages of the book, trying to absorb every word. Crouched between the roof tiles, he quietly repeats the contents and focuses his entire mind on memorizing the text in time. He trusts that his senior brother would never make such a decision without a good reason. So he continues memorizing the scripture while placing his faith in Zhang Yan's ability to endure. In the courtyard, the villain moves behind the young warrior and prepares another attack. Mocking his open guard, he asks how he can call himself a disciple of the sword god when he is so careless. Wounded and bleeding, Zhang Yan tries to regain his stance while feeling his body grow weaker. He realizes that the fan and horsehair whisk used by the enemy deflect his sword in unpredictable ways. He soon notices that the villain is channeling internal energy through his weapon and senses another danger within the attack. After examining his surroundings, he realizes that the scattered dust contains a paralyzing poison and that he cannot breathe it in. The enemy gives him no time to rest and charges again at high speed. The impact destroys the stone floor, forcing Zhang Yan to barely dodge in time. Kneeling and out of breath, he admits to himself that the difference in power is far too great for him to simply block or dodge everything. Faced with the enemy's smile, Zhang Yan understands the reality of the fight. The assassin isn't even fighting seriously. He is only playing with him like a cat playing with a mouse. Even knowing that, Zhang Yan gathers whatever strength he has left and returns to the fight. With a sadistic expression, the assassin unleashes another slash with his red aura-covered claws. Zhang Yan grits his teeth and endures the pain without taking his eyes off his opponent. Watching from a distance, the other twin admits that the sword god's disciple has impressive endurance for someone his age. Tired of the delay, he tells Wu Yang to stop playing around and finish it already. His brother agrees with a smile. Wu Yang speeds up even more and launches a deadly attack at the young warrior. With a brutal strike, he severs Zhang Yan's right arm in a spray of blood, sarcastically thanking him for the show. The arm falls alongside the splitted splatters across the courtyard, and the assassin steps away in satisfaction. Seeing his disciple mutilated like that, the old master desperately screams Zhang Yan's name. Fallen and covered in blood, Zhang Yan tries to stop the bleeding, while the villain mocks his condition. Even so, he manages to stand back up and begins wielding his sword with his left hand. Gasping and coughing up blood, Zhang Yan accepts the price of his choice, knowing exactly exactly why he entered this fight. Losing an arm doesn't matter. He only needs to stay standing until the last possible moment. His only goal is to buy enough time for Kang Woonseon to survive. Irritated to see him stand up again, the assassin loses his patience and starts cursing at him. Releasing his murderous aura, he charges forward, determined to end the fight once and for all. The red claws head straight for Jong Yeon's chest in a lethal thrust. Knowing that the strike would mean his death, the senior brother desperately tries to move out of its path. At that moment, a small dark object cuts through the air at incredible speed from somewhere hidden. The projectile strikes the assassin's hand with force and stops the attack at the very last second. The villain howls in pain while his brother also reacts in surprise when he sees the attack interrupted. Staring at his wounded, trembling hand, he tries to understand what just hit him. Resting on the courtyard floor is a simple black ghost stone. The assassins realize that the old master had been pretending to be weaker than he truly was. Even while injured, the sword god still demonstrates his strength by throwing ghost stones with incredible precision. Furious of being deceived, the assassin abandons all caution and charges at the old master. Without losing his composure, the sword god concentrates blue energy into his fingers and prepares to counterattack. Another ghost stone is fired while infused with energy, creating a powerful shockwave along its path. The force of the shot sends a strong gust of wind through the courtyard and disrupts the villain's advance. Gritting his teeth, the assassin shouts that tricks like those won't be enough to save him. His eyes remain locked on the old master, consumed by the desire to kill him. The sword god raises his hand, wrapped in blue aura and ready to strike again. With a lightning-fast movement, he lands a key-infused slap directly across the villain's face. The impact sends the assassin flying and cracks the ground when he crashes into it. Dust and debris scatter around the place where he lands. Seeing his brother thrown away like that, the other twin becomes alarmed, fearing that the sword god has recovered his strength. He knows that if the master recovers even half of his power, neither of them will survive the confrontation. Taking advantage of the opening created by his master, Jong Yeon channels the third basic form of the water moon technique. But Woo-young emerges from the smoke completely enraged, swearing that the old man will pay for touching him. Filled with hatred, he unleashes his red aura against Jong Yeon's energy blades. The young man feels the immense pressure of the attack but keeps a clear head and stays focused on what he needs to do. He knows he has no chance of winning. He only needs to endure until his master can recover his strength. The masked subordinates watch the confrontation, worried about their captain's condition. Wiping the blood from his injured face, Woo-young releases a dark aura across the entire courtyard. His claws become covered in murderous energy as he prepares to attack again. Blinded by rage, he ignores Jong Yeon and charges directly at the old master in search of revenge. The sword god raises his hand and quickly fires several energy-infused ghost stones. Noticing that the shots are weaker, Woo-young concludes that the master still hasn't recovered and that he needs to finish him now. To the assassin, it is an insult that this old man, practically drained of strength, is still trying to fight him using simple board game stones. Furious, he promises to kill him in the slowest and most painful way possible. But in the middle of the attack, Woo-young suddenly changes targets and sends charges at Jong Yeon to hurt him right in front of his master. Caught off guard by the change, the young warrior widens his eyes and fails to react in time. The strike hits him squarely in the chest, causing Jong Yeon to cough up a large amount of blood. The old master panics when he sees his disciple get hit and begins coughing up blood again as well. Woo-young unleashes another slash, sending Jong Yeon crashing into the courtyard floor. The young man collapses almost motionless, covered in wounds. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he struggles to remain conscious as his strength fades away. The assassin stands over his body with his claws raised, ready to deliver the finishing blow. That's when a shout from the rooftop announces that what they came looking for is right there. Woonseon throws the coveted book into the middle of the courtyard, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The assassin stops his attack and fixes his eyes on the scripture lying on the ground. Jong Yeon is forgotten for a moment as the villain turns toward the treasure he had been searching for. Looking up at the rooftop, the old master is startled and asks why Woonseon is still there. From above, the boy watches the scene in the courtyard as the wind blows through his clothes. Even in front of the assassins, he remains firm on the rooftop. His master still can't understand why he came back, but Woonseon refuses to retreat. On the ground between the villains and Jong Yeon lies the book the boy just threw. The assassin widens his eyes when he recognizes the cover in front of him. Overcome by greed, he immediately rushes forward, shouting that he was the first one to see the scripture. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the fake book, Woonseon jumps from the rooftop into the courtyard. He runs over to the old master and worriedly asks if he is okay. Weakened and bleeding, the sword god can only manage to call his disciple's name. Woonseon supports him in his arms while listening to the old man lament that he returned to such a dangerous place. With tears in his eyes, the boy cries when he sees the condition his master is in. The sword god embraces him with what little strength he has left, worried about the fate of his young disciple. But the assassin's shadows soon appear behind them, surrounded by a threatening red aura. Suddenly, a hand grabs Woonseon by the collar and yanks him away. Using his remaining strength, Jong Yeon pulls his younger brother away and throws him aside, getting him out of the enemy's reach. Woonseon slides across the stone floor and falls several meters away. From the fall and everything that just happened, the boy coughs up blood onto the ground. Zhang Yan once again positions himself in front of him like a shield and calls his younger brother's name. He asks if Wuxian can still stand, and the boy confirms with what little strength he has left. The two assassins mock the mutilated warrior's courage, impressed that he still insists on fighting. After tearing apart the book Wuxian threw, the villain discovers that it is only an accounting ledger and promises to make them pay for the deception. He threatens to cut off their fingers one by one until they reveal where the real scripture is hidden. Zhang Yan quietly asks if Wuxian managed to memorize everything, and the boy confirms that he remembered every detail. His senior brother smiles at him, praises his effort, and apologizes for what he is about to do. Zhang Yan pulls the real scripture from inside his robes. Raising the book, he announces to everyone in the courtyard that this is the secret master's true manual. The assassins smile when they finally see the treasure and mock him, saying he should have done this from the beginning. The sword god panics when he sees his disciple handing over such an important artifact in an attempt to save them. The two villains slowly advance, laughing as they approach the scripture. One of them extends his claws with his eyes fixed on the book, celebrating that he is finally about to get his hands on it. But just as he is about to touch it, Zhang Yan ignites a blue Chu flame in his hand. The energy fire surrounds the scripture and begins consuming its pages. The assassins are shocked and scream in despair when they see the book burning. The legendary secret master scripture of wisdom turns to ash before their eyes and scatters through the air. Zhang Yan watches in silence as the secret they coveted so badly is completely destroyed. Wu Yan's expression twists with hatred at what just happened. Both assassins tremble with rage, unable to accept the loss of the treasure. Completely enraged, Wu Yang raises his claws and charges at Zhang Yan, determined to kill him. The attack comes down with full force toward the young warrior's head. An explosion of energy, dust, and blood fills the courtyard when the attack strikes the ground. Zhang Yan grits his teeth and groans in pain as the force of the impact passes through him. Still consumed by rage, the assassin pours all his strength into the attack. His brother shouts for him not to kill Zhang Yan, realizing that Wu Yang is losing control. The strike crushes the ground and opens a crater just a few inches away from the young warrior. Lying on the ground, Zhang Yan stares at the blade lodged in the rock while blood runs down his chin. The other twin tries to calm Wu Yang and says that no sane person would burn such a valuable treasure without a reason. Because of that, he suspects the disciple must have a copy or some other plan. Without hesitation, the villain pierces Zhang Yan's chest with his claws, forcing a scream of pain from him. While torturing him, he demands to know where the handwritten copy of the scripture is before he tears out his insides. Coughing up blood, Zhang Yang gives a faint smile and replies that there is something far better than a simple copy. The two assassins ask what that could be, while Wuxian watches the scene in horror. With a trembling arm, Zhang Yang points directly at Kang Wuxian. He then reveals to the assassins that the boy is exactly the answer they are looking for. Wuxian is the only person in the world who has the entire contents of the scripture memorized. The two villains immediately turn toward the boy, shocked by the revelation. Wuxian is left speechless, staring at Zhang Yang without understanding why his own brother just handed him over to the enemies. His mind returns to the moment Zhang Yang whispered into his ear on the rooftop. He remembers being ordered to throw the fake book as soon as he finished memorizing the entire scripture. He also remembers warning that the enemies would discover the trick quickly, but Zhang Yan explained that the goal was only to buy time. Before jumping down into the courtyard, his senior brother had promised that he would handle the rest and only asked Wuxian to trust him until the very end. The old master watches everything in silence and finally understands the extent of Zhang Yan's sacrifice to save his younger brother. With tears in his eyes, he apologizes to Wuxian for forcing him to carry such a cruel burden. Suspicious, one of the twins asks if Zhang Yan is trying to trick them again to save his brother. The other, however, points out that they have no other lead since they searched the entire place and found nothing. If they kill Wuxian too, they will lose their only chance to obtain the secret of the scripture forever. Seeing that his plan worked, Zhang Yan confirms that they won't be able to kill Wuxian as long as they still want the contents of the book. The villain accepts the condition with a cruel smile and agrees to spare the boy's life, at least for now. With a quick movement, he reaches out, grabs Wuxian, and pulls him closer. The assassins decide to take him hostage, knowing they can kill him later after confirming the technique. Agonizing on the ground, Zhang Yan lets out a sigh of relief when he realizes that he managed to ensure his brother's survival. But the assassin's expression suddenly changes, revealing his true intentions. Without any warning, he drives his claws through Zhang Yan's chest and says that the warrior is no longer useful. The young man widens his eyes as a large amount of blood pours from his mouth. In his final moments, Zhang Yan regrets placing such a cruel burden on someone so young. Little by little, the life begins fading from his eyes as blood runs down his face. Zhang Yan's lifeless body falls in the courtyard, bringing his sacrifice to save Wuxian to an end. Witnessing this, Wuxian is completely paralyzed, unable to even form a single word. When he finally reacts, he desperately screams for his senior brother. Guilt overwhelms him, and Wuxian begins to see himself as the most useless person in the world. Staring at Zhang Yan's motionless body, he believes his brother died solely because of him. Wuxian cries in anger at his own helplessness, hating himself for being unable to do anything to save him. The assassins leave the boy aside and turn their attention back to the old master, ready to finish the massacre. One of them mocks that only the sword god remains to be eliminated. Without any hesitation, the assassin grabs the old man by the hair. He forces the master's head upward, making him face his executioner. The villain tells him to take a good look at what became of his beloved disciple. Even after hearing that closing his eyes won't change reality, the sword god remains silent. The assassin threatens to rip out the old man's eyes with his own claws if he keeps refusing to look. While Woonseon screams desperately, the other twin steps in and asks to join the torture. His brother agrees and promises to leave the master's right eye for him. Then he prepares his claws to pierce the left eye first. But suddenly the sword god's eyes open, glowing with an intense golden light. Filled with fury, the old master roars at his oppressors. The assassin feels the atmosphere change and begins to stammer when he realizes how much power is in front of him. A sphere of golden energy gathers in the sword god's right palm. Sensing the danger, the other twin shouts for his brother to get away immediately. Too late. The master lands a powerful glowing palm strike directly on the villain. The golden energy explodes at point-blank range and tears through his defense in an instant. A beam of light violently cuts through the air and crosses the courtyard. The attack destroys the structures of the residence and carves out a massive path of destruction. The golden shockwave spreads throughout the entire property. The surviving twin watches in horror as his brother is completely vaporized by the attack. At the sight of his death, the assassin lets out a scream of despair and rage. Lying on the ground, Woonseon watches his master's power destroy the villain with a single attack. Consumed by hatred, the remaining twin immediately leaps at the old man. But that final attack consumed everything the sword god had left, causing him to fall to his knees. The master realizes that he used the last drop of his life energy and has no strength left to continue. Taking advantage of the opening, the assassin brings his weapon down to decapitate him. Seeing his master about to die, Woonseon screams desperately and tries to reach him. In the middle of all that chaos, however, the old man remains strangely calm as he faces his own end. He remembers the conversation he had with Woonseon and admits to himself that the boy was right. The image of a ghost stone touching the board returns to his mind. The master thinks back to that move from the past and recognizes that it was his most fatal mistake. With a faint smile, a tear runs down his face as he peacefully closes his eyes. The assassin's weapon pierces through the sword god, taking the life of the greatest legend in the martial world. Woonseon witnesses the death of his beloved master and feels his entire world collapse. His desperate scream echoes across the mountain, startling the crows in the trees. The birds cut across the sunset, colored sky as an era comes to an end in the Miram. Black feathers drift through the air as night takes over the mountains. Years later, snow falls over the gates of the residence as a solitary figure walks through the darkness. Later, young Woonseon wakes up covered in snow and blood after the invaders have left. A mysterious figure approaches and finds the boy unconscious on the frozen ground. The elder silently examines him and realizes that there is still a faint spark of life left in him. Then he stops before the sword god's lifeless body and looks at the scene with sorrow. The man laments that fate and wonders if this was truly the end reserved for the legendary sword master. With a sigh, he comments that the long and complicated relationship between the two of them ended this way. He also regrets not arriving in time to prevent the tragedy. As a final gesture of respect, he removes his own cloak and covers the master's body. The fabric covers his former companion's face and protects him from the snow that continues to fall. The elder comments that this is the greatest courtesy he can offer, since he has no intention of burying him there. He bows his head in respect and says goodbye to the sword god. Then he turns around and walks through the snow-covered corridors of the destroyed residence. Suddenly, he stops after hearing a strange noise coming from the torture chamber. Inside, he notices the Kan clan's sword emitting a blue aura. It is the sacred water moonblade, the symbolic sword carried by the master's successors. The scene goes back in time and shows the brutal torture Woonseon suffered while in captivity. The executioner grabs the boy's battered face and demands that he stop resisting and reveal the secrets. Tied up and covered in wounds, Woonseon is pressured to recite the contents of the scripture. Even while suffering, he stares at the villain and insists that he knows absolutely nothing. The subordinates become irritated by his answer and demand that the boy tell their leader the truth. The man warns him that this will be his final opportunity before facing an even worse punishment. Then he grabs Woonseon's head and begins activating a secret torture technique. The villain promises to show him true hell by destroying every bone in his body. Even the masked men step back in fear and ask whether their leader really intends to use the dreaded supreme divine skill. Enduring the pain, Woonseon swears to himself that he will never reveal the secret his master and Zhang Yaon gave their lives to protect. A black aura fills the area as the supreme divine skill is activated. The technique attacks his meridians and joints, causing pain that is nearly impossible to endure. Woonseon throws his head back and screams as he feels his own bones being crushed. Laughing, the executioner demands once again that he reveal the contents of the scripture. In the middle of that torture, Woonseon would rather die and begs them to just end his life already. The villain realizes that the boy's willpower won't break so easily. With a cruel smile, he decides to kill him once and for all. Even the masked men panic and try to stop their leader, realizing that he has lost control under the effects of the technique. Laughing uncontrollably, the executioner gathers a lethal burst of Q to blow Woonseon's head apart. The boy tightly closes his eyes as he feels that his death is about to come. The subordinates scream for their leader to stop before destroying the only remaining clue to the book. At that moment, a blue sword ray cuts through the area and severs the villain's fingers. The assassin widens his eyes, unable to understand where the attack came from. A mysterious figure appears wielding the water moon blade, relieved that she arrived in time. The young warrior points her energy-covered sword at the enemies and orders them to step away from the boy. With her blue eyes shining with determination, she coldly repeats that everyone needs to step back immediately. Inside the prison, the leader bleeds from his severed fingers while his subordinates retreat. He howls in pain and rage as he looks at the hand mutilated by the attack. One of the masked men tries to make him regain control and orders the others to treat the intruder as their top priority. Moving too quickly for the eye to follow, the warrior crosses the room and takes down the guard guards along the way. One of the assassins panics when he realizes that he couldn't even see her movements. Landing beside Woonseon, the young woman calmly asks if he is the sword master's disciple. Too weak to answer, the boy can only stare at her with heavy eyes and a completely exhausted body. When she realizes Woonseon has passed out, she also notices the leader sneaking up behind her. The villain launches a strike covered in red aura, trying to decapitate her by surprise. She dodges easily while he furiously screams about the fingers he lost. The executioner promises to rip off the intruder's head for ruining his plans. Completely enraged, he unleashes a barrage of attacks against the warrior's blue energy blades. She remains calm and deflects every attack without taking a single scratch. Then she leaps into the air and fires sharp Q projectiles at the enemies. The villain manages to block them and mocks her, calling them cheap tricks. But his instincts quickly warn him that something far more dangerous is coming. A needle of blue Q cuts through the air and strikes precisely right in front of his eye. The assassin screams as the energy hits his face and blood sprays across the room. The masked men panic and charge together to protect their injured leader. The warrior activates the butterfly shadow formation, creating multiple illusionary images of her movements. The assassins become completely lost among the shadows. Unable to tell where she is, the guards begin attacking blindly. Taking advantage of the opening, the young woman picks up the unconscious Woonseon and holds him safely in her arms. Then she releases a wave of energy that sweeps away all the enemies around her. Without staying there any longer, she leaps out of the prison while carrying the boy. Blue energy blades strike the subordinates who still try to block her path. Woonseon remains unconscious as he is carried away from danger. The warrior passes through the cave opening and emerges beneath the mountain night sky. One last pursuer tries to intercept them in midair, but he is struck by her energy-covered sword before he can do anything. The man screams, unable to understand what kind of skill that woman possesses. She only looks at him coldly and doesn't even bother answering. Then she lands on the ground and finally moves away from the immediate danger. Moving lightly, she continues carrying Woonseon without making his condition any worse. When she finds a safe place, she carefully lays the boy on the ground. Shortly afterward, the survivors from the cave appear, limping and groaning from their injuries. The executioner holds his ruined face and trembles from the energy he feels coming from that woman. Then his eyes stop on the weapon she is holding, and his expression changes completely. The villain recognizes the blade and begins to stammer, unable to believe what he is seeing. That is the legendary Moonheart sword, the crescent moon blade known at the top of the martial world. Pressing a hand against his bloodied face, the leader demands to know why she is there. The woman is Zhou Yun, the child of the clouds and disciple of the sword master. Calmly walking toward him, Zhou Yun replies that she came to recover everything they stole. Frightened, the assassin asks whether the sword master came with her as well. Zhou Yun places the crescent moon sword against his neck and suggests that he hand everything over before her master appears. Knowing the black butterfly shadow would be destroyed if that happened, the villain decides to back down. Desperate, he lies and claims that he doesn't have the book she is looking for. Zhou Yun coldly warns that he will lose his other eye if he keeps lying. Panicking, the man swears that he is telling the truth and explains that the sword god's senior disciple burned the scripture. He even bangs his head against the ground while begging for mercy and insisting that he wouldn't dare lie in that situation. Watching everything, Zhou Yun concludes that a leader would hardly humiliate himself like that in front of his own subordinates if he were lying. But what really catches her attention is Woonseon's terrible condition. She stares at the assassin and asks why he tortured a defenseless boy like that. The villain panics internally, knowing he needs to deceive her if he wants to preserve his only lead to the scripture. Crawling across the ground, he lies and says that he tortured Woonseon because he believed the boy was hiding a copy. He swears that is everything he knows and promises to reward her if she lets him leave alive. The executioner remains on his knees, crying and begging for his life. Despite how disgusted she is by him, Zhou Yun decides there is no reason to kill him unnecessarily. She sheaths her sword and warns that if he is lying about the book, her master will personally come after him. Relieved to still be alive, the assassin promises that he would kill himself with his own hands if he were deceiving Zhou Yun. No longer wanting to look at him, the warrior turns her back and tells him to disappear. The leader immediately orders a retreat and tells every member of the black butterfly shadow to descend the mountain. Zhou Yun ignores their escape and crouches down to take care of Woonseon. But in one final act of betrayal, the assassin grabs the boy by the hair and tries to take him hostage. As he does, he mutters that he still has unfinished business with the only person who memorized the book. Before he can escape, Zhou Yun turns around and lands a powerful blue Q palm strike on his chest. The impact crushes the villain's chest and makes him cough up blood as all the air leaves his lungs. He is thrown away and crashes to the ground while Zhou Yun asks who gave him permission to take Woonseon. Injured and furious, the assassin talks about his twin brother's death and insists that he wants to kill the boy. Zhou Yun reveals that she received 2 missions from her master: find the scripture and save Woonseon's life. Releasing intense pressure over the man, she warns that she doesn't like killing and recommends that he stop resisting. Feeling that killing intent, the villain understands that he will die right there if he tries anything. Even so, he panics at the thought of losing his only clue to the scripture if he abandons the boy. Gritting his teeth, he decides to resort to his final option. Trembling with hatred, he prepares to gamble everything he has left of his life. A sphere of forbidden energy begins forming as the assassin declares that he will risk his very existence on one final attack. Zhou Yun doesn't even look back and says she doesn't care if he truly wants to challenge her. But she warns that the moment she draws her sword, the entire black butterfly shadow will be wiped off the map. The threat makes the villain freeze in place, sweating cold and unable unable to bring himself to move forward. In the end, he swallows his pride and gives up on attacking to avoid dying right there. As they descend the mountain, the survivors comfort themselves with the fact that they are the only ones who know Wunxian memorized the book, planning to go after him again in the future. Consumed by resentment, the executioner promises that one day he will get revenge on Zhou Yun and take the boy back. With the enemies gone, the sun begins setting over the mountain's rocky formations. Inside the cave, Wunxian finally regains consciousness and groans in pain as he opens his eyes. Zhou Yun watches him with her arms crossed and notices that he can barely stay awake. Confused and with blurry vision, Wunxian asks who she is. Suddenly, an intense pain grips his chest as a consequence of the forbidden energy that struck his body. Zhou Yun explains that the pain will be severe but assures him that she already gave him a medicinal pill to keep him from dying immediately. Gritting his teeth, the boy repeats his question and wants to know exactly who saved his life. She introduces herself as Zhou Yun, disciple of Sword Master Li Maiyang. Wunxian is surprised to learn that the young woman is a disciple of Li Maiyang, his own master's partner. Zhou Yun points out that she is older and tells him to forget the formalities, leaving the boy slightly awkward because of how direct she is. When Wunxian tries to thank her for saving him, she cuts him off and says she was only following her master's orders. The boy insists on calling her senior out of respect, but Zhou Yun finds it strange and asks him to just use her name. Putting the introductions aside, Wunxian tries to return to the main topic. Zhou Yun gets straight to the point and asks where the commentary on the Heart Sutra is. A chill runs through Wunxian when he realizes that even Li Moyang is searching for that scripture. He can't understand why so many powerful factions are so obsessed with that text. His mind returns to the contents he worked so hard to memorize. To Wunxian, however, what was written there seemed completely ordinary without any great divine secret. Even while memorizing every line, he couldn't understand why anyone would kill over teachings that seemed so simple. And yet, it was because of that book that he lost Zhong Yan. Because of that same greed, he also lost his master. Remembering the promise he made and everything that happened, Wunxian decides that he won't trust anyone or reveal the text. Looking Zhou Yun directly in the eyes, he lies and says that the scripture no longer exists. She holds his gaze for a few moments, looking for any sign that he is lying. To make the story convincing, Wunxian claims that Zhong Yan burned the book before he died. Zhou Yun presses him against the wall and asks if that is true. The boy confirms it, even while stammering. Deep down, he can only hope that she believes him and doesn't decide to investigate any further. After a few seconds, Zhou Yun steps away and accepts his answer, saying that if the book is gone and Wunxian is alive, then her mission is over. The boy finally lets out the breath he was holding, relieved that she believed him. But Zhou Yun tells him that the two of them will part ways right there, completely catching Wunxian off guard. Barely able to stand, he drops to his knees and asks her to wait. With his body still devastated by his injuries, Wunxian begs the young woman to keep traveling with him. Zhou Yun frowns, unable to understand such boldness from someone she only just met. Wunxian explains that needs to reach Mount Duda on his master's orders and shows her his arm, now overtaken by poison. Zhou Yun looks at the black necrosis spreading across his skin. The forbidden energy is destroying his flesh, and Wunxian knows he will probably die before reaching the mountain. Because of that, he asks her to at least accompany him to Judong village so he won't die alone along the way. Zhou Yun lets out a sigh, clearly annoyed by yet another complication. She looks tired and doesn't seem to have much patience left for dealing with the situation. But Wunxian clasps his hands together and gives her his best pleading look, reminding her that they are practically heading in the same direction anyway. When Zhou Yun finally agrees, the boy bows several times and thanks her for allowing him to accompany her. Before they leave, she realizes that she never even asked his name. Wunxian smiles and replies that his name is Kang Wunxian, immediately calling her senior Zhou Yun again. She tells him to stop with the senior nonsense already, and the boy agrees as the two continue their journey. 4 days later, they finally arrive in the bustling city of Jumdang. Looking at the crowded streets, Wunxian thinks the journey took far longer than he expected. He turns to Zhou Yun and thanks her for making sure he arrived safely. Even while staggering and still injured, he says he doesn't intend to bother her anymore or keep relying on her. Deep down, he believes saying goodbye there is the right thing to do, so he doesn't become a burden. Wunxian remembers how Zhou Yun took care of him through the 3 seizures he suffered along the way and realizes that she is much kinder than she appears. After losing practically everything, he knows he only managed to make it this far because of her help. Because of that, he thinks asking for anything more would be pure greed. Wunxian begins walking away alone, and Zhou Yun lets out another sigh. She knows perfectly well that if she lets him leave in that condition, his chances of reaching Mount Duda alive are almost non-existent. And she also knows that she wouldn't be able to live with the guilt if she later found out the boy died along the way. In the end, Zhou Yun has to admit to herself that she is more sentimental than she would like. She changes her mind and casually announces that she will accompany him to Mount Duda. Wunxian's eyes immediately light up, almost unable to believe what he just heard. While he celebrates, Zhou Yun tries to convince herself that she is only doing this to make sure of the scripture's whereabouts. Shortly afterward, the two enter an inn, and Wunxian is impressed by the full feast served across the table. He even asks if they can really order that much food, but Zhou Yun calmly replies that she is unusually hungry. Wunxian thanks her for the food and tries to pick up his chopsticks, but a sharp pain shoots through his bandaged arm. The spasm is so intense that the utensils fall from his hand as he groans in pain. Zhou Yun watches in silence, knowing that even though he survived, that arm will probably need to be amputated. At that moment, shouting begins on the upper floor of the inn, where some employees are arguing with someone. Soon, a huge, muscular red-haired man appears with an enormous sword on his back, telling everyone to calm down. Completely casually, he simply demands that they bring him a good bottle of wine. Jo-yoon slams her hand on the table and stands up angrily, saying that even his arrogance needs to have limits. Woon-seon finds her reaction strange and asks if she knows that man, but Jo-yoon hesitates to answer. From the upper floor, the red-haired man recognizes the voice and is surprised when he realizes who is downstairs. Without any hesitation, he jumps straight from the second floor into the main hall. The man walks over to the table with a huge smile and cheerfully calls Jo-yoon Miss Jo. Woon-seon is impressed to see him simply jump from the second floor as if it were nothing. The warrior sits at the table and asks how the sword master is doing, but Jo-yoon coldly replies that she doesn't want to talk. He bursts out laughing when he realizes she still has the same personality, then notices Woon-seon and asks who the boy is. Jo-yoon crosses her arms and replies that the least he could do is introduce himself before asking questions. The man agrees, pounds his chest, and introduces himself as Jiok-woo the Quick Sword, telling Woon-seon to call him senior brother. Slightly awkward, Woon-seon says that he isn't anyone important but politely introduces himself as Kang Woon-seon. As he watches the boy smile, Jiok-woo notices that there is something dark in his gaze despite his young appearance. When he looks more closely, he also notices a strange energy coming from the bandaged arm. The sinister aura surprises Jiok-woo and makes him suspect that something more serious is going on. The scene changes to an isolated mountain in the middle of the night. In the darkness, a mysterious figure brutally attacks a group of cultists with a powerful technique. One of them falls wounded and curses at the sheer force of the attack. A massive blast of blue energy strikes the area and crushes the enemies. The leader tries to resist but ends up coughing up blood under the pressure. The energy causes a huge explosion and destroys whatever remained around the cultists. In the middle of the smoke and rubble, the man with the fan remains standing, completely unharmed. Surrounded by a blue aura, he coldly asks where the scripture is. With a threatening look, he warns that things will become much worse if the cultist keeps hiding the truth. Looking at the bodies scattered across the ground, he sarcastically remarks that there are barely any black butterflies left to crush. Even gravely injured, the captain calls up blood and refuses to answer, claiming that those men are not his subordinates. Faced with his refusal, the mysterious man simply opens his fan calmly. He stares at the cultist with contempt and asks if pests like them truly believed they were on the same level as him. Horrified, the captain realizes that his group was nothing more than disposable pieces and becomes furious at his own naivety. Then the man with the fan notices that there is still one last cultist trembling on the ground and approaches him. Without hesitation, he grabs the survivor by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, he coldly remarks that someone was still alive. Terrified, unable to breathe, the cultist desperately calls out to the captain. The man with the fan gives one final warning: if they don't reveal where the scripture is, he will kill the captain, that man, and everyone else. With his mask partially broken and his throat being crushed, the cultist begins to suffocate. Desperate to survive, he tries to beg for his life by mentioning the second disciple. The mysterious man shows no mercy. He breaks the man's neck and throws his body onto the ground. Seeing his subordinate die that way, the captain screams in rage. The man with the fan makes an indifferent gesture in the middle of the dark mist and orders them to recover the scripture by any means necessary. He also makes it clear that this is the only way for the black butterfly shadow to continue existing before disappearing into the darkness. Alone among the bodies, the captain bites his lips and tries to contain his hatred. Now, all he has left is the desire for revenge against whoever caused this. In silence, he swears that he will make the person responsible pay in blood. All that hatred ends up focusing on a single named Kang Woon-seon, who appears smiling innocently back at the inn. Back at the table, Jiok-woo continues curiously watching the boy's bandaged arm. He directly asks what happened, leaving Woon-seon unsure of how to answer. Jo-yoon immediately steps in and warns Jiok-woo that Woon-seon isn't someone he should get close to. The red-haired man starts laughing and teases Jo-yoon, saying the poor boy must suffer from having to put up with her personality. Annoyed, she fires back and even criticizes the pronunciation and meaning of Jiok-woo's name. Jiok-woo simply smiles and jokes that if her name means cloud and his means rain, then he has no choice but to follow her. The two glare at each other as if sparks are flying between them, leaving Woon-seon completely awkward in the middle of their argument. Despite their back-and-forth teasing, Woon-seon ends up smiling at the atmosphere between them and realizes that the pain in his arm has finally begun to fade. In the middle of the conversation, Jiok-woo suddenly looks to the side after sensing something strange in the air. At that exact moment, a man is thrown from the upper floor and crashes down into the inn's main hall. The man slams into the wooden floor screaming for help, destroying part of the structure as he falls. People nearby begin whispering when they recognize Ho Chang, the blood ghost, defeated without even having a chance to fight back. Soon afterward, disciples from the famous Duda sect appear, ready to confront Jiok-woo. One of them stomps down on the defeated bandit's head, irritated by all the commotion. Then he points toward the upper floor and accuses Jiok-woo of being responsible for what happened. Jiok-woo simply ignores the threat, grabs a chicken leg, and suggests that everyone keep eating. Furious at such blatant provocation, the Duda sect disciple begins drawing his sword. Before he can attack, however, the group's leader grabs his scabbard and takes control of the situation. He introduces himself as Baek Hyung-jin, the fifth principal disciple of the influential Duda sect. Looking toward the upper floor, Hyung-jin asks who the people accompanying Jiok-woo are. Alarmed by the situation, Woon-seon almost blurts out his name. Jo-yoon immediately shakes her head, making it clear that he needs needs to stay quiet. Yoon intimidated, Jikwoo stands up and sarcastically comments on the disciples coming all this way just to greet him. Then he jumps from the second floor and lands directly in front of the newcomers. Taking a confident stance, he tells them that he is already quite well known by the title of Quick Sword. Baek Hyunjin explains that in 15 days, a major martial arts tournament hosted by the Sword of Odism will take place, and he makes it clear that disciples from uninvited sects are not permitted to remain there. Jikwoo gives him a provocative smile and asks what will happen if he simply refuses to leave. Baek Hyunjin's expression darkens at the provocation. Watching from above, Jo-yoon is actually amused, thinking that this arrogant sect has finally met someone willing to stand up to them. Out of patience, Hyunjin draws his sword, wrapped in blue aura, and decides to settle things by force. Before the fight begins, Jikwoo asks for a moment and looks back toward the upper floor. He removes the enormous wrapped sword from his back and throws it to Woon-seen, asking him to look after it. Instead of using his weapon, Jikwoo takes only 2 wooden chopsticks from the table. Holding the chopsticks as though they were swords, he assumes his fighting stance. With a mocking smile, he challenges all the disciples to attack him together. Furious at the provocation, the Duda sect members charge with their swords drawn. Jikwoo easily blocks their strikes using nothing but the chopsticks, still mocking how predictable their attacks are. Enraged, Baek Hyunjin charges forward using a technique called the living sword. To everyone's surprise, Jikwoo manages to stop the energy-covered blade using only the pieces of wood. He even praises the strength of the attack, admitting that Hyunjin has some skill. The Duda sect disciple is outraged to see his technique blocked by simple chopsticks. But immediately afterward, his expression changes and a smile appears on his face. The first attack was only bait. Hyunjin unleashes 2 enormous blasts shaped like dragons of blue energy. Jikwoo is surprised to see such young disciples mastering a technique of such a high level. From the upper floor, Woon-seen notices the trap and shouts for Jikwoo to watch out. The disciples combine their movements and launch a coordinated attack against the red-haired man. Surrounded by the energy blades, Jikwoo curses when he realizes the situation has become more serious. At that moment, a glowing sword drops from above and embeds itself in the ground between the fighters. Baek Hyunjin is startled by the weapon suddenly appearing and interrupting the attack. Jikwoo widens his eyes, immediately recognizing the sword. From above, Woon-seen also recognizes the weapon and shouts its name, Moonheart. Jo-yoon channels her energy while watching the attack coming from every direction. From the balcony, she contemptuously asks whether those men truly belong to a respectable sect. With a quick movement, she jumps from the second floor and lands beside her sword. Surprised, Baek Hyunjin demands to know who she is to interfere on that man's behalf. Jo-yoon pulls the sword from the ground and coldly replies that cowards who attack from behind don't deserve to know her name. One of the disciples becomes furious at her response and tries to charge at her. Hyunjin immediately extends his hand and orders his companion to stay where he is. He begins observing Jo-yoon carefully, realizing that her presence is anything but ordinary. Judging by the young swordswoman's level, Hyunjin understands that he is facing someone with considerable authority. Jikwoo awkwardly scratches his head and admits that he almost fell for a stupid trap, making his title of Quick Sword look like a joke. He laughs at himself and acknowledges that he really messed up. After that, he declares that he accepts defeat and that they will leave without continuing the fight. Baek Hyunjin bows respectfully, apologizes for the group's rudeness, and says they were simply carrying out their duty. The Duda sect disciples leave the inn, although one of them remains furious about how things ended. Once outside, the man asks how they can simply let members of rival sects walk away without consequences. Hyunjin explains that if the young woman hadn't shown mercy, some of them could have been seriously injured. The disciple doesn't believe him, insisting that she looked like an ordinary girl. Baek Hyunjin turns around and asks if he is really sure about that. He then comments that strange things are happening as the tournament approaches, involving the dark sect and the demonic cult. And most concerning of all is the confirmed presence of one of Kim San's direct disciples. Because of that, they need to return to Mount Duda quickly and report everything to the sect leader. Somewhere quieter, Jikwoo celebrates with loud laughter and tells the innkeeper to bring out his entire stock of alcohol. Jo-yoon complains that they even had to change inns because of him, but Jikwoo brushes it off and asks what Woon-seen thinks. Curious about her weapons, Woon-seen asks why the 2 swords are called Water Moon and Moon Heart. Jo-yoon explains that both were personally forged by her master alongside a great master blacksmith and are practically identical aside from their names. When the meanings of the 2 names are combined, they form the concept of the Water Moon Heart. According to her, the teaching means keeping one's heart like the moon reflected upon water. For the moon to appear clearly, the water must remain calm and serene. The same applies to the mind. Woon-seen repeats those words in his mind, impressed by their meaning. He remembers that during his master's final moments, there was neither anger nor resentment on his face. Even after everything that happened, Kang Yulchian seemed to have simply accepted his own fate. The memory of the massacre returns to Woon-seen's mind. But unlike his master, the boy still carries immense anger and swears that he will get revenge. He grits his teeth, trying to hide the hatred growing inside him. Sensing the heavy mood, Jikwoo stuffs a dumpling into Woon-seen's mouth and tells everyone to get back to eating. While While chewing, Woonseon ends up smiling and thinks that Jiokwu reminds him of his older brother, wishing he had someone like that around. The boy agrees that the food really is delicious. Jiokwu puts an arm around his shoulders and says the two of them get along well, claiming that he already considers Woonseon his little brother. Taking advantage of their closeness, the red-haired man suggests that things would be even better if Woonseon answered a few questions with complete honesty. Jo-yoon immediately realizes the intention behind the conversation and tells Woonseon not to let his guard down. Jiokwu then directly asks whether his right arm was struck by the supreme divine skill. With a serious expression, he reveals that he is a direct disciple of the Great Divine Sect. Woonseon is completely shocked when he hears the name of that sect. Jiokwu explains that it is an unorthodox sect feared even by the major factions, with many people calling it the demonic sect. The word demonic echoes inside Woonseon's head, making his blood run cold. He connects the dots and begins suspecting that Jiokwu might also have some connection to the black butterfly. The atmosphere becomes tense as the red-haired man's aura begins to intensify. Woonseon looks up at him, his expression mixing fear, anger, and a sense of betrayal. Jo-yoon steps in and explains that Jiokwu is just a troublemaker, not someone like the members of the black butterfly. Scratching his neck, the red-haired man admits that his sect has produced several renegades, but that doesn't mean everyone there is evil. He looks at Woonseon and asks if he was right in assuming that the boy was injured by the black butterfly. Woonseon simply confirms with a nod. Jiokwu sighs and explains that Cho-young, the older of the twins, was one of the few disciples who came close to mastering the technique's second stage. The supreme divine skill has 5 stages, and true mastery only comes after completing all of them. According to Jiokwu, only the founder ever reached the end, while those who try to advance beyond their own limits usually lose their minds. He admits that even he is still stuck at the first stage. Jiokwu explains that Cho-young became arrogant after reaching the second stage, rebelled against the founder, and left the sect while leading a criminal faction. Then he carefully holds Woonseon's bandaged arm and comments on how much suffering that technique must have caused the boy. Jo-yoon stands up angrily and tells Jiokwu to let go of his arm if he can't do anything to help. To both of their surprise, Jiokwu calmly replies that he can cure him. Jo-yoon and Woonseon freeze for a moment, unable to believe what they just heard. A second later, both of them lean across the table and simultaneously ask what he just said. Jiokwu explains that since the wound was caused by the supreme divine skill, there is a way to treat it by draining the fire energy. Excited, Woonseon asks him to do it immediately, but Jiokwu reminds him that he is still only at the first stage. The boy's hope disappears instantly, and the red-haired man explains that there is only one person capable of healing him completely. He points upward and reveals that this person is Seongun, the sword demon and founder of the technique. After learning that there's a chance, Woonseon immediately asks where he can find the sword demon. Jo-yoon explains that he never stays in one place for very long, and Jiokwu adds that he hasn't seen him in quite some time either. But the red-haired man soon thinks of another possibility. With a smile, he suggests that Woonseon could learn the supreme divine skill himself. The boy is left speechless by the suggestion. Jiokwu considers that because Woonseon doesn't belong to the sect, teaching him the technique wouldn't be that simple. Without hesitation, Woonseon kneels before him and bows deeply. With determination, he says that he wants to learn the technique both to save his arm and to get his revenge. The intensity of the request catches Jiokwu by surprise. Still kneeling and holding his injured arm, Woonseon says that if necessary, he will cut off that arm and learn everything using only his left. Crying, he begs Jiokwu to teach him the supreme divine skill and give him a chance to seek revenge. The red-haired man watches the boy's desperation and is deeply shaken. The scene begins stirring old memories in his mind. Jiokwu remembers when he was nothing more than a foreign orphan being beaten by bullies in the streets. Lying wounded and covered in blood on the ground, he also begged for someone to come and save him. Woonseon's plea sounds exactly like his own from so many years ago. Jiokwu looks at the kneeling boy and recognizes the same pain he once felt. Then he remembers when his own master, the sword demon, found him in the snow and told him everything would be alright. With a hand over his chest, Jiokwu struggles internally, unsure of what to do. Woonseon's face looks far too much like his own on the day he met his master. Unable to ignore it, Jiokwu tells the boy to stop crying and stand up. He says that after calling him his little brother, he couldn't simply turn his back on him. Pounding his chest, he promises to teach Woonseon everything he knows and guarantees that even if he can't fully cure him, he will at least be able to prolong his life. Woonseon thanks him through tears and promises that someday he will repay him for saving his life. Jiokwu smiles and replies that seeing a precious life saved is already reward enough. The two end up hugging and crying while Jo-yoon watches, thinking they are both complete idiots. Night moves on, and the scene shifts to the outskirts of the city as the Duda sect disciples return. Jo-yoon appears on the balcony beneath the full moon and lets out a sigh into the cold air. Looking up at the sky, she smiles faintly, relieved to know that there is still hope for Woonseon's arm. The next day at the Duda sect headquarters, 2 principal disciples practice swordsmanship in front of the others. Those watching are impressed by the level of the techniques being used in the duel. Determined to demonstrate his progress, the disciple releases his energy and charges using the living sword. He leaps into a spinning attack and declares that he is no longer the same person he used to be. The senior disciple is startled when she realizes that he is using real internal energy during a simple training match. The others immediately realize that the young man has lost control. Someone shouts a warning to the senior disciple as a massive wave of blue energy rushes toward her. Before impact, a hand wrapped in aura appears and easily catches the attack. An old man with a white beard lands on the ground, stopping the strike without suffering any injury. Holding the disciple back, he calmly angrily scolds him and says he needs to learn better self-control. Everyone immediately recognizes the figure of tremendous authority. He is Master Zhou Yang, the respected supreme leader of the Duda sect. Zhou Yang reminds them that the martial arts tournament is approaching and orders them to end training for the day. He laughs at the youngster's energy while in the background, the senior disciple scolds the young man who lost control. Shortly afterward, Baek Hyunjin approaches to report the results of his mission in the city. He bows respectfully before the master. Zhou Yang asks whether the tournament guests were properly received, and Hyunjin confirms that they were. The young man then changes the subject and reports that the divine sect has already begun making moves. Zhou Yang sighs with concern upon learning that the faction is stirring up the martial world again. Baek Hyunjin then reveals the most troubling information: the Sword Saint's disciple was also present. Hearing this, Zhou Yang widens his eyes and asks if Hyunjin is certain. He remembers that Zhou Yun's master, the legendary Sword Saint, normally doesn't involve herself in the affairs of the martial world or take sides. Because of that, the possibility of her joining forces with the Great Divine Sect leaves Zhou Yang deeply concerned. Walking around thoughtfully, he fears that another bloodbath may be about to strike the martial world. Meanwhile, Wunxian meditates and mentally repeats spiritual chants about heaven and earth. Opening one eye, he asks Jiaku whether those words are really part of the sect's technique. Jiaku bursts out laughing and admits that the opening chant doesn't sound anything like a martial art. He explains that the sect's foundation lies in the supreme spirit and that ignoring the mental aspect can lead to internal chaos. But as Wunxian listens more carefully to the verses, he realizes that he already knows those words. He remembers when he used to secretly read the scripture in the attic. The memory takes him back to a rainy day when he cried over those old pages. On that occasion, a tear fell onto the paper and revealed something hidden. Looking carefully, young Wunxia noticed something strange about the structure of the page. The scripture's pages contained a hidden second layer. Now he understands that the verses concealed there were actually the core techniques of the Great Divine Sect. He also realizes that the Black Butterfly was searching for the scripture in order to fully master the supreme divine skill. But this creates another question: why did the mysterious man who attacked his master want that technique as well? And more importantly, why did Kang Yulchin possess a book containing demonic martial arts? Wunxian bites his lips, frustrated when he realizes how many secrets about his master's past he still doesn't know. Curious, he interrupts his meditation and asks Jiaku how the supreme divine skill originated. Jiaku closes his eyes and begins telling an ancient story about a nation called Yeoguk. According to him, a neighboring kingdom invaded Yeoguk and started a devastating war that eventually destroyed the country. After the kingdom fell, only 3 great supreme masters remained, all connected to the origin of the technique before eventually following separate paths. Wunxian asks who those 3 masters were, and Jiaku replies that he already knows all their names. Pointing to his own chest, he reveals that the first is Songgun, the sword demon and leader of his sect. The second is Li Miaong, the sword saint and Xionggun's younger sister. And the third is Kang Yulchian, known throughout the Miram as the sword god. Wunxian is completely shocked when he hears the name of his deceased master. Noticing that the boy has gone pale, Jiaku asks what's wrong, but Wunxian brushes it off and says it's nothing. For now, he decides to hide his direct connection to Kang Yulchian. Later, Zhou asks whether the mental technique helped ease the pain, and Wunxian confirms that his arm feels much better. She explains that circulating energy is still difficult for someone at his level and recommends practicing every day without pushing his body too hard. The sun rises between the mountains, marking another day of their journey. Jiaku then says goodbye to the two of them, explaining that he needs to leave to carry out a mission for his sect. Before leaving, he warns that the Duda sect might not welcome Wunxian warmly, but the boy says he needs to fulfill his master's final wish. Jiaku gives him a thumbs up and promises to keep cheering for his little brother even from afar. Wunxian becomes emotional at the farewell while Zhou Yun sighs at all the drama. The red-haired man leaps through the trees and disappears into the distance, still waving and promising that they will meet again. Zhou Yun remarks with relief that the noisy man is finally gone. Wunxian then looks at her seriously and says he would like to ask a question. He wants to know what truly separates the factions considered orthodox from those called unorthodox. Zhou Yun is surprised by the unexpected question. Wunxian remembers that the Duda sect warriors, despite belonging to an orthodox faction, were extremely arrogant. Meanwhile, Jiaku belongs to the So, called demonic sect, yet he still treated Wunxian with honor and kindness. Zhou Yun explains that although Jiaku was a benefactor to Wunxian, he may represent something completely different to other people. As they walk through the forest at sunset, she advises the boy not to trust people too easily. Zhou Yun pauses briefly as the wind passes through the trees. Then she looks back and adds that Wunxian shouldn't blindly trust even her. The scene changes to the abandoned Kang family mansion, now covered in snow. A man looks over the frozen ruins and laments the destruction of a clan that was once so prosperous. He is Li Xiumin, the first disciple of the Great Divine Sect, known throughout the martial world as the Wind Eye. Examining the traces of energy, he identifies marks left behind by the twins and concludes that something important happened there. Hearing footsteps in the snow, Li Xiumin turns around and asks if they found any clues. The person who appears is Hyunjin, the sect's 5th disciple, observing the tragedy with a serious expression. She looks at the frozen bodies and remarks that they arrived too late, so there is no time for mourning. Seaman agrees and calls out to someone watching everything from the top of a tree. He raises his head and calls to Jiokwu, who is sitting on a branch with his enormous sword. The red-haired man laughs awkwardly after being discovered and jumps down to join his companions. Lee Seaman asks whether he completed his mission, and Jiokwu proudly replies that he handled everything perfectly. Then the red-haired man shields his eyes with one hand and begins examining the scene of the massacre. After noticing a body in the snow, he concludes that it must belong to the legendary sword god's first disciple. He also remembers the covered body found in the main hall, identified as the sword god himself. But a shallow grave in the snow catches his attention. Jiokwu points for the sword stuck there and asks who is buried in that spot. Without wasting time, Hyunjin gathers golden energy around her blades and begins opening the grave. With a single strike, she scatters the snow and reveals the hidden corpse. Jiokwu covers his face and jokingly asks if she isn't afraid of ghosts. But when he sees the body, his smile disappears and his eyes widen. Hyunjin and Lee Seoman immediately recognize their sect's fourth brother, Choyoung. She looks at the ring on the corpse and laments fighting the former traitor in such a state. Lee Seoman is impressed to think that even while poisoned and weakened, the sword god still managed to kill the fourth brother. Hyunjin asks what they should do now that Choyoung's death has been confirmed. Lee Seoman opens his fan and reasons that if only Choyoung died there, then Wu Young and the second disciple are still alive. He adds that Wu Young may be accompanied by a boy around 16 years old, causing Jiokwu to freeze. The other two notice his strange reaction and ask what's wrong. Pale and sweating cold, Jiokwu admits that he may have made a huge mistake. The scene shifts to Mount Duda, where the imposing Suda Hall of the Duda sect stands surrounded by mountains. Woon Xian and Jo Yun finally reach the entrance and take in the sheer size of the place. Woon Xian looks at the hall and remembers that Master Hanro, the person Kang Yulchian mentioned, lives there. He keeps his gaze steady, knowing that his mission is to deliver the message left by his master. But when they try to move forward, two guards appear with swords drawn and order them to stop. One of them looks at Jo Yun and immediately seems to recognize her. Furious, he points at the young woman and accuses her of belonging to the demonic sect. The guard readies his sword and orders both of them to leave Mount Duda immediately. Jo Yun steps in front of Woon Xian and reaches for her sword. Before the fight can begin, Baek Hyunjin's voice echoes from above, ordering everyone to stop. He calmly approaches, comments that they ended up meeting again, and asks what brought them there. Woon Xian steps forward and asks for a chance to explain. In a loud voice, he says that his name is Kang Woon Xian, that he comes from the Kang clan, and that he carries an urgent message for the leader. Hearing the name of the Kang clan, Baek Hyunjin realizes that the boy is a disciple of the sword god. His attitude changes completely, and he grabs Woon Xian's shoulder while asking if that is really true. With a friendly smile, he apologizes for the misunderstanding, leaving Woon Xian confused by his sudden change in behavior. Jo Yun watches from a distance, clearly annoyed by Hyunjin's attitude. He puts an arm around Woon Xian's shoulders and laments not treating him better from the beginning. Failing to notice how fake the sudden change is, Woon Xian even thinks that he nearly misjudged someone so kind. Hyunjin leads the two of them inside and promises to take them directly to the supreme leader. The freckled guard watches the guests pass and bites his lips in frustration. Baek Hyunjin opens the doors to the main chamber and cheerfully announces that he has brought a special visitor. Master Zhou Yang turns away from his table and asks what is going on. Seeing the young visitors, he stands with a welcoming expression and asks the reason for their visit. Woon Xian bows respectfully and begins introducing himself. He reveals that he is Kang Woon Xian, a direct disciple of the legendary sword god, Kang Yulchin. Zhou Yang breaks into a huge smile, embraces the boy, and says that he has missed him. Holding Woon Xian by the shoulders, he remarks that he had been wondering how things were going at the Kang clan. Then he warmly asks how his old friend Yulchin is doing. Hearing his master's name, Woon Xian's smile disappears and his eyes begin filling with tears. Unable to contain his emotions, he begins crying in front of the leader. Through his tears, he reveals that his master was murdered by the Black Butterfly twins. The news hits Zhou Yang like a blow, leaving him completely speechless. The man even stumbles backward and has to be supported by Baek Hyunjin. Trembling, Zhou Yang struggles to accept that the legendary Kang Yulchin is truly dead. Somewhere else in a snow-covered canyon, a master dressed in furs looks over the landscape. Around him, guards shout after discovering that the mountain is covered in bodies and that apparently no one survived. The group's leader recognizes the dead as members of the Great Yamben Escort Agency. He can't understand who would dare massacre such a famous organization right before the major tournament. At that moment, one of the scouts calls out to the master with a trembling voice. The man signals for everyone to quickly follow him to something he just discovered. He leads the group through the snow to the edge of a massive cliff. When they arrive, everyone looks toward the stone wall in front of them. The master widens his eyes when he sees the message left on the rock. Written in enormous letters using human blood is a warning announcing the arrival of the bloody rain. The elder immediately recognizes the character for Crane as the mark of Jiokwu, the quick sword. The scene returns to the Duda sect, where the peaceful atmosphere contrasts with everything happening throughout the martial world. Zhou Yang places a hand on Woon Xian's shoulder and is impressed that someone so young managed to survive such a journey. He embraces the boy and explains that Yulchin was his sworn brother, which makes Woon Xian practically part of his own family. With tears in his eyes, he welcomes the young man and asks him to call him sect leader, telling him to consider that place his new home. Still devastated by everything he lost, Woonseon begins crying again at such a warm welcome. He sincerely thanks him while another member of the sect watches the scene from a distance. The young woman remains silent, observing everything with a serious gaze. Later, Woonseon is resting in his room when he hears the door open. The sect leader himself enters and asks if he managed to get some rest. Woonseon thanks him for the room, but Joyang tells him not to worry about it and to focus on recovering. The leader's expression becomes more serious when he asks what really happened during the massacre. Woonseon explains that he needs to personally deliver a message left by his master. The boy suddenly moves, preparing to reveal the information and catching Joyang by surprise. With his eyes filled with rage, Woonseon reveals that he memorized the book sought by the assassins who killed his master. He urgently asks for something to write with, wanting to record the entire contents of the scripture for the leader as soon as possible. Clenching his fists, Woonseon also asks to learn martial arts within the sect, determined to avenge his master's death. But as he pushes his injured body in his anger, his energy channels react and a sharp pain makes him groan. Woonseon curses his own weakness while Joyang realizes just how severe his injuries still are. Calmly, the sect leader places his hand over the boy's bandaged hands and tries to reassure him. Yang says that recording the technique can wait and that, for now, Woonseon should focus only on recovering. He says he understands the pain of losing Yolqian, but reminds him that revenge will only be possible if the boy survives and regains his health. Unable to argue with those words, Woonseon swallows his anxiety and agrees to obey. Later, Joyang closes the bedroom door and walks alone through the silent corridors at night. But as soon as he gets away from the others, his expression turns dark. Sensing a hidden presence nearby, the elder turns around and demands to know who is there. His energy spreads through the corridor, but nothing appears in the silence. Joyang walks to the balcony and scans the courtyard, searching for any movement among the trees. Finding nothing, he simply mutters suspiciously. Finally, he continues on his way, wondering if that feeling was only his imagination. The next day, the sect courtyard is packed with an enormous number of people. Woonseon watches everything from above and can't hide his surprise at seeing so many practitioners gathered together. He soon notices that many of them are wearing clothes completely different from the Duda sect uniforms. The disciple beside him explains that they all came because of the major martial arts tournament taking place soon. The event will gather the leaders of the 5 sects of the righteous path, collectively known as the Sword of Odizin. The first is the Godaisen sect, the oldest and most prestigious among them. Next comes the Huangshi sect, known for its enormous number of warriors and great influence. There is also the Sionin sword sect, a martial order led exclusively by female sword masters. Another major force is the Yalman sect, found in the ancient lands of the Yoga Kingdom. Finally, there's the Duda sect itself, led by Master Hunro and completing the 5 great forces of the Alliance. Woonseon admits that he has never seen so many martial artists gathered together, since he spent most of his life with only his master and Zhang Yan. Soon afterward, however, he smiles when he remembers that he now has Zhou Yun by his side as well. She simply looks at him in silence, maintaining her reserved demeanor. As they walk, Woonseon asks if Zhou Yun will soon return to Mount Goal to reunite with the Sword Saint. Hesitant, he looks at her and tries to gather the courage to say something else. Blushing, he asks if he could visit her in the future once everything is over. Zhou Yun is caught off guard by the question and stays silent for a few moments. Woonseon waits awkwardly, already beginning to regret being so bold. When she asks why he would want to visit her, the boy awkwardly replies that he simply wants to see her again. His unexpected sincerity brings a faint smile to Zhou Yun's face. She then reveals that they will keep seeing each other because she will also be training at that sect for a while. Woonseon is surprised and Zhou Yun pretends to be annoyed while he tries to explain his reaction. But that decision had not been hers. Zhou Yun remembers the order she recently received from her master. From that moment on, she was to protect Woonseon. At the time, she was surprised because her first mission had only been to save the boy's life. That was when a suspicion began bothering her. Zhou Yun asked whether the new order had anything to do with her revealing that Woonseon had memorized the entire manuscript. Her master simply closed his eyes and gave a vague answer, never denying his interest in that information. Realizing what that meant, Zhou Yun tried to object to the decision. The elder lost his patience and threatened to disown her if she continued questioning his orders. With no room to argue, she eventually gave in. Her master ordered her to protect Woonseon and make sure he mastered the technique contained in the manuscript. Back in the present, Zhou Yun looks at the boy's smile and feels bad for hiding that from him. In her thoughts, she apologizes for not being able to be completely honest. Unaware of any of this, Woonseon excitedly runs down the stairs while calling for her and fails to notice an older man coming from the opposite direction. In his rush, his foot slips on one of the steps. Unable to regain his balance, he crashes hard into the elder. Irritated, the man grabs the boy's shoulder and demands to know which sect he belongs to. Woonseon has no idea just how important that encounter will become. The man is Go Yuseng, an influential elder of the powerful Huangshi sect. Tightening his grip on the boy's shoulder, Go Yuseng demands an immediate answer. He asks how a mere boy dares bump into an elder of the Sword of Odizin without showing any respect. Zhou Yun approaches, realizing that the situation is becoming dangerous. But Go Yuseng loses patience at Woonseon's silence. Taking the boy's hesitation as a sign that he may be a spy from the demonic sect, the elder raises his hand to attack him. Frightened by the killing intent, Woonseon can only raise his arms to protect himself. At the last second, a hand wrapped in blue energy intercepts the strike above his head. The collision between the two forces creates a powerful shockwave and surprises Go Yuseng. Feeling the strength of the person who blocked his attack, the elder immediately recognizes the man standing before him. It is Zhou Yang, who placed himself between Go Yuseng and Wunxian. Zhou Yang greets him respectfully and apologizes for the youngster's lack of manners, making it clear that they are under the Duda-sect's responsibility. Go Yusang tries to justify himself by saying that their silence nearly made him mistake them for spies, while Wunxian thinks he barely had a chance to answer. With a smile, Zhou Yang explains that the boy has only just joined the sect, doesn't have a uniform yet, and knows little about the customs of the martial world. He takes responsibility and asks Go Yusang to overlook the incident this time. The elder finds it strange that they would accept a newcomer during such turbulent times, but decides not to press the issue. Out of respect for Zhou Yang, he lets the matter go and continues on his way. When Wunxian tries to thank him, a voice speaks directly into his mind, telling him to stay quiet and be careful. The boy realizes that Zhou Yang is using a secret sound transmission technique. The leader warns that many people in the martial world covet the secret master's wisdom, so for his safety, Wunxian must hide both his origins and what happened to Yulchen. Maintaining a calm expression, Zhou Yang mentally asks whether he understands. Before they can continue, desperate shouts echo through the area, announcing a tragedy. A terrified warrior appears and reports that the demonic sect has begun making moves, leaving bodies along the path to Mount Songgok. The news catches Zhou Yang, Wunxian, and Zhou Yun by surprise. Go Yusang grits his teeth and demands to know what the demonic sect has done this time. When they arrive at the scene, the masters find bodies scattered across the snow and the word crane, written in blood on the rocks. Zhou Yang recognizes the mark as Jiuquu's, making Go Yusang even angrier. As the bodies are collected, several sect members recognize people they knew among the dead. Once the final victims are gathered, the order is given to place them in the carriages and move out immediately. Wunxian fears that Jiuquu may be involved, but Zhou Yun quickly tells him not to say anything out loud. At that moment, trails of green energy cut through the air, announcing the arrival of major figures from the martial world. Xin Yangxian, leader of the Godazin sect, arrives with his men and reports that he searched the region without finding any clues. Next, Zhou Sangwon, leader of the Yongmen sect, confirms that he also found no traces in the eastern area. Noticing the absence of the Huangshi sect leader, Xin Yangxian asks about him, and Go Yusang introduces himself as the representative. Even with several masters gathered, there is still no representative from the Sionan Sword sect. Just as they begin doubting whether one will arrive, an explosion of pink piddles appears in the sky. A female master gently lands on the snow and greets everyone present. She apologizes for the slight delay, explaining that she left as soon as she received the news. Zhou Yang acknowledges the effort it took to make the journey, and the woman makes it clear that she would never ignore a matter involving the demonic sect. Looking at Zhou Yang, she says she hopes that this time he will finally make a firm decision. The Duda leader remains silent in response to her demand. The woman turns to leave, but the sister accompanying her calls out. The young woman apologizes to Zhou Yang for her cold behavior, saying that her sister simply isn't having a good day. The true leader of the Sionan sect, So Jun, also bows and formally apologizes. Zhou Yang laughs at the difference between the two and assures them that there is no problem. Then he clears his throat and takes on a serious demeanor, reminding everyone that the situation requires an immediate response. Before the gathered leaders, he proposes that the martial arts tournament be held right there. According to him, the gathering must now be used to hold the demonic sect accountable for the massacre. One of the masters asks whether the man who discovered the scene is present, and a warrior steps forward. He is Bunung Pa, known as the Flying Moon Sword and experienced member of the Huangshi sect. Bunung Pa reports that all 125 victims belonged to his own sect's escort group. Zhou Sangwon is outraged by the news and declares that the attack is unforgivable. Bunung Pa claims that the person responsible for the massacre is Jiuquu, the sixth disciple of the demonic sect. Wunxian struggles internally, refusing to believe that Jiuquu would do something so cruel. Before he can speak, Zhou Yun squeezes his shoulder and tells him not to interfere. She reminds him that the two of them shouldn't even be there, and that she had to insist just to let them attend the meeting. If Wunxian tries to defend Jiuquu at that moment, he could be treated as a spy from the demonic sect. While Go Yusang watches them from a distance, Zhou Yun asks Wunxian to trust her and remain silent. Zhou Yang continues and reminds everyone that this wasn't the only incident, mentioning the attack on the Simbang merchant group 2 months earlier. Survivors reported seeing a man wielding a fan destroy everyone in his path. Beside him was also an archer who attacked the merchant group without giving them any chance to fight back. Xin Yangxian identifies the two as Li Xiaoman, first disciple of the demonic sect, and Yu Yijiang, the third disciple. Outraged, the sect members begin demanding the destruction of the demonic sect. Zhou Yang reminds them that until now, the righteous path had tried to act cautiously regarding their rivals' crimes, but he admits that their tolerance has reached its limit. In front of everyone, he officially proposes a full-scale war against the demonic sect. The leaders of the other sects support the decision. Zhou Yang thanks them for their support and prepares to formalize the alliance. He proclaims that the Sword of Odazin will begin the complete extermination of the demonic sect when an explosion at the top of the mountain interrupts his speech. Everyone is startled and immediately looks toward the rocks. Through the smoke and debris, several figures appear on the cliff. A man holding a fan sarcastically praises the Sword of Odazin's beautiful speech. It is Li Xiaoman accompanied by Jiuquu and Yu Yijiang, asking if he can say a few words as well. Down below, Wunxian stares at the figures above with a heavy heart. His face turns pale when he recognizes Jiuquu among them. The red-haired man wears a provocative smile, showing no discomfort over the accusations. He mocks the number of martial artists gathered there and tries to strike up a conversation with his third senior brother. Yu Zhang, third disciple of the demonic sect, answers coldly with almost no reaction. Jiuquu clicks his tongue and complains that he is still as boring as ever. The invader's presence sends Go Yusang into a rage. Without waiting for anyone, the elder leaps toward the cliff, determined to punish them for the massacre. Jiaoku immediately becomes excited when he sees him charging forward. Zhou Yang intervenes before the fight can begin, releasing a wave of blue energy and ordering everyone to calm down. He says they should first hear why the demonic sect came there. There will be time to fight afterward. Zhou Yang looks toward the cliff and greets the rival sect's disciples. In response, one of the figures jumps down and lands in front of the group. It is Li Xiaoman who praises Zhou Yang's composure. He also provocatively comments that the leader shows far more discernment than Go Yuseng. The Huangshi elder grits his teeth but holds himself back. Zhou Yang points out that since they came uninvited to a martial gathering, the least they can do is introduce themselves. Li Xiaoman understands the hidden provocation in his words and smiles, saying that Zhou Yang speaks as if every sentence carries a blade. He admits they arrived without an invitation, but claims they have a good reason to be there. After all, according to him, if the demonic sect is the reason for that tournament, then they are practically the guests of honor. Zhou Sangwon realizes that this argument makes it difficult to expel them using formal rules alone. Li Xiaoman smiles and suggests that they begin the real tournament between the two factions. Zhou Yang ignores the provocation and decides to ask the question that truly matters. Pointing toward the cliff, he asks whether Jiaoku was responsible for the massacre of the escort group. Li Xiaoman pretends to think about which group they are referring to. Then he turns to Jiaoku and asks whether the accusation is true. Laughing, the red-haired man admits without hesitation that he was the one who wiped out all those men with his quick sword. The confession makes the atmosphere completely tense. Hearing it directly from Jiaoku, Wunxian feels his hopes collapse. Li Xiaoman merely smirks and gives a false expression of regret over what happened. Unable to tolerate the mockery, a warrior leaps forward to attack Li Xiaoman. Consumed by hatred over the victims from his sect, he promises to destroy the members of the demonic sect. Yi Zhang merely mutters contemptuously as the attack approaches. The energy-covered sword comes down toward Li Xiaoman. Before the blade can reach him, Yu Zhang blocks the strike. Even while blindfolded, he holds back the force of the attack without retreating. The warrior is shocked to see his strike stopped so easily. With a burst of energy, Yu Zhang repels him and throws him backward. Go Yuseng runs toward his subordinate, who is still trying to understand how his attack was blocked. Their surprise grows when they realize that the man stopped a sword despite having his eyes completely covered. Li Xiaoman watches as Yu Zhang begins removing the cloth covering his eyes. When he removes it, he reveals empty eye sockets and asks whether that is the man who took his eyes in the past. Wunxian is shocked when he realizes that Yu Zhang truly has no eyes. Li Xiaoman calmly confirms it. While the Huangshi warrior shouts furiously, Yu Zhang begins releasing an enormous amount of dark energy. He draws his bowstring and surrounds the arrow with a black aura. Without hesitation, he fires toward the group gathered below. The arrow splits into several attacks, destroying trees and striking the surrounding ground. Even Li Xiaoman is surprised by the violence and tells his companion to control himself. The sects interpret the shot as a declaration of war and order their troops to advance. Li Xiaoman clicks his tongue when he realizes that everything has gotten out of control. As the warriors charge forward, gusts of wind and illusions begin striking the group. A calm voice emerges through the snow, calling the attackers fools. One of the soldiers freezes when he sees the new figure on the battlefield. Captivated by the newcomer's appearance, he nearly ignores the mocking tone used to criticize the sects. Releasing his aura, the figure asks if they still haven't realized the situation. He then reveals that the entire valley is already surrounded by forces from the demonic sect. Easily dodging an attack, he suggests that everyone simply accept their demands. A swordswoman immediately responds using the basic technique of the cherry blossom style. She is surprised when she sees her opponent evade the strike so easily. Seeing her sister in battle, another swordswoman charges forward to help her. The clash of their weapons spreads pink and yellow aura across the battlefield. Even fighting together, the two realize that their opponent blocks their attacks without much difficulty. Irritated, Zhang tells Zhang to back away, saying she doesn't need any help. Their opponent offers to finish off the swordswoman, but Li Xiaoman orders him not to harm Lady So. Then he releases a wind slash to interrupt the confrontation. High on the rocks, Jikwu impatiently shouts, challenging someone to come up and face him. Xin Yangxin remains calm and calls his two best disciples, Jun Dong and Jun Nam. The two respond immediately and leap toward the cliff. Introducing themselves as the Go brothers, they draw their swords and promise to defeat the sixth disciple of the demonic sect. Jikwu spins his enormous red blade, excited by the arrival of new opponents. Seeing how eager both sides are to fight, Li Xiaoman laments that everyone is so impulsive. Zhou Yang steps forward and declares that the Sword of Odism will no longer tolerate the demonic sect's actions. He demands that the faction be dissolved and that its members leave the central lands. Li Xiaoman opens his fan and comments with false sadness that it seems impossible to resolve the matter through conversation. Releasing a whirlwind of energy, he says that the martial world is ruled by strength and invites Zhou Yang to fight. The collision between Li Xiaoman's wind and Zhou Yang's energy creates a massive tornado across the battlefield. Watching the duel, Shen Yangxin is impressed by Li Xiaoman's skill. He realizes that the demonic sect has grown tremendously, while the righteous path remained distracted. Seeing the fan technique, Wunxian begins connecting the pieces. The silhouette of the man who attacked Kang Yulqian that night returns to his memory, and he recognizes Li Xiaoman. Floating in the air surrounded by blue energy, Zhou Yang acknowledges that his rival has improved greatly since the duel they had in their youth. Li Xiaoman unleashes a powerful upward strike of wind and assures him that this time the result will be different. Zhou Yang responds with a massive palm of blue energy. The collision between their techniques makes the valley tremble while Zhou Yang tries to understand the true reason behind the attack. If the demonic sect truly wanted an all-out war, he believes the sword demon himself would have come. Faced with the force of the shockwaves, the elders order the weaker disciples to retreat. Go Yusang watches the rivals' power with clenched teeth. In the middle of the confusion, Wu Xian points toward one part of the battlefield. At the center of the storm, Zhou Yang and Li Xiaoman continue exchanging attacks at high speed. When they finally land in the snow, Zhou Yang looks at his opponent and asks what his true objective is. He says that Li Xiaoman wouldn't create such chaos without a reason and asks whether this is all just a way to force a negotiation. Li Xiaoman smiles and praises his quick thinking. Then he reveals that they came there to present 3 demands to the Otizen Alliance. Zhou Sang-1 is outraged and says he has no intention of negotiating with the demonic sect. Li Xiaoman ignores the shouting, waves his fan, and releases a blast that forces the man backward. Calmly, he states the first condition, the Sword of Otizen, must never again interfere in the affairs of the demonic sect. The second is that the Alliance must stop holding any new martial arts tournaments. Li Xiaoman closes his fan and prepares to announce the final condition. The third demand is that the righteous path never again search for the secret master's wisdom. Zhou Yang is surprised when he realizes that their rivals know about that secret. Worried, Zhou Yan immediately looks at Wu Xian. The boy also understands that the demonic sect is after the manuscript. Zhou Yan concludes that their true interest lies in the secret master's knowledge. Realizing this, he understands that he needs to act quickly to protect Wu Xian. The boy cannot remain on that battlefield. Zhou Yang sends a sound transmission to Zhou Yun and orders her to take Wu Xian away as soon as an opening appears. Immediately afterward, the leader releases an enormous amount of energy around him. He rejects all their demands and strikes the ground with a powerful blow. The shockwave tears through the valley and catches both sides by surprise. Go Yusang shields himself from the dust and complains about Zhou Yang's sudden action. Zhou Yun realizes that this is the opportunity she was waiting for. She grabs Wu Xian's wrist and begins pulling him away. The two run across the snow while the boy asks where they are going. Several masked figures hidden in the trees notice their escape and assume they are trying to get reinforcements. Several of them jump from the branches and begin pursuing the pair. Wu Xian looks back and immediately recognizes those masks. They are identical to the ones worn by the men who attacked his former home. The memory instantly brings his rage back. Realizing that they won't escape simply by running, Zhou Yun stops and prepares to fight. She draws her sword, wrapped in blue energy, and tells Wu Xian to stay close to her. The masked men descend from the trees, shouting that no one will leave that place alive. Zhou Yun activates the water moon sword technique to intercept them. The blades collide, and the force of the impact requires considerable effort from the young woman. She blocks another attack and realizes that those enemies are faster and stronger than she expected. In another part of the battlefield, Yu Jiang faces several warriors with precise movements. One opponent becomes irritated at being pressured by a man without eyes. In an instant, Yu Jiang fires an arrow at point-blank range toward his head. The projectile tears through the defense with a powerful burst of energy. The archer coldly warns that he doesn't intend to kill him yet. With aura covering his hands, he declares that he will first rip out the man's eyes. The warrior desperately asks why he would do something like that. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun finds an opening to try getting Wu Xian out of there. Before she can take the first step, an arrow grazes past her face. Immediately afterward, several more strike the snow around the two of them, blocking their escape route. A masked archer appears, slowly walking through the forest and telling them to stay still. Looking toward Wu Xian, he promises that he won't let the boy get dragged into that tragedy. Zhou Yun can't understand why that man decided to help them. Thinking about the battle, she also realizes that something about the archer's behavior stands out. After all, he managed to locate Bunungpa in the middle of all that chaos without any difficulty. Hidden among the branches, Bunungpa tries to remember whether he has met that man before. The archer sarcastically asks if he truly doesn't remember. Then he reveals that Bunungpa was responsible for burning down his family and hometown. The man's face turns pale as he begins remembering the massacre he committed years ago. Even without eyes, Yu Jiang keeps his attention focused on him, carrying years of resentment. Bunungpa finally remembers the boy who escaped alive from that mountain of corpses. The image of the child crying in the rain among the bodies of his people returns to both of their memories. Yu Jiang declares that he survived that night only so he could one day get his revenge. The memory shows the Huangshi sect troops massacring the residents of that village. That night, Bunungpa laughed as he attacked the villagers without mercy. He ordered that no one be left alive to tell what happened. The massacre remained forever burned into Yu Jiang's memory. Screams echoed beneath the rain while the houses were consumed by flames. Injured and already blind, the boy held his bloodied face. Crawling through the mud among the bodies, he begged for help. That was when a mysterious voice asked why Bunungpa intended to kill the child. The figure also wanted to know why they had gouged out the boy's eyes before executing him. Bunungpa replied that a child from a defeated nation had dared look at him without knowing his place. Hearing that, the boy's pain transformed into hatred. He couldn't accept that so much cruelty had been committed for such a trivial reason. Back in the present, Yu Jiang says that he never forgot that voice. Bunungpa laughs at the young man's trauma and mocks his luck for surviving. Then he charges with heavy strikes, challenging the archer to prove that he can defeat him. Even without sight, Yu Jiang senses the blade's path before it reaches him. He gathers a large amount of black Q around his body. The collision between the two forces causes an explosion in the forest. Yu Jiang overpowers the attack and declares that Bunungpa will finally pay for what he did. Meanwhile, the other battles continue spreading across the valley. After learning about Yu Jiang's past, Wu Xian begins questioning the morality of the so-called orthodox sects. but the agitation causes his energy channels to react, and a severe wave of pain overtakes his body. Woonseon falls to his knees, and Jo-yoon rushes to catch him before he passes out. The boy grows frustrated with his own body, afraid that he might die at that exact moment. Then a hand wrapped in a gentle blue aura rests on him, telling him to calm down. Jo-yang kneels beside him and begins channeling energy to control the episode. Relief comes almost immediately, and Woonseon tries to steady his breathing. The elder tells him to stay quiet and not waste strength talking. Jo-yoon watches in amazement at how easily Jo-yang controls the boy's condition. As the energy circulates through his body, Woonseon feels the pain gradually lessen. He becomes emotional seeing Jo-yang expend energy to help him in the middle of that situation. The leader replies that bringing them there was his decision, so keeping them safe is also his responsibility. Looking at Woonseon, he promises to do everything he can to make sure they both return safely. While the boy recovers, Jo-yoon worriedly asks where the other demonic sect disciple is. Jo-young replies that the battlefield has descended into complete chaos. The fighters have spread throughout the snow-covered forest. So Jeom continues fighting the skilled opponent surrounded by yellow aura. Elsewhere, Lee Seomin uses his whirlwind to face the sect leaders. With so many powerful warriors fighting at the same time, neither side can secure a decisive victory. On the cliff, the brothers from the Godaisen sect begin to panic when they realize that Jiok-woo shows no signs of exhaustion. Laughing loudly, the red-haired man leaps with his enormous red blade and continues chasing the two. Excited by the fight, he declares that things are only getting started. At the same time, Yejiang fires another arrow charged with dark energy. The attack splits into dozens of projectiles that rain down on Bunung Pai. The warrior dodges through the air, cursing as he tries to escape the shower of arrows. Irritated, he admits that the archer is dangerous both at long range and in close combat. In an instant, Yejiang appears in front of him. With his hands covered in aura, he charges forward to finally tear out Bunung Pei's eyes. The man barely reacts in time and uses a violent stump to stop his advance. Furious, Bunung Pei shouts that the boy doesn't have enough strength to take his eyes. With his sword wrapped in yellow light, he attacks while calling him the ghost of a defeated kingdom. He activates the sixth form of the Huangshi sword style, creating a circle of energy above Yu Yizhang. The golden blade descends with enough force to shatter the rock itself. Even so, Yu Yizhang charges straight through the attack. Bunung Pai is shocked to see him push through the technique without retreating. Looking at that blood-covered face, the man wonders if Yu Yizhang has completely lost his fear of death. The archer shouts that he won't fail again to tear out his eyes. Bunung Pai blocks the advance at the last second, sending sparks flying between them. Even without sight, Yu Yizhang senses a concentration of energy forming in his enemy's left hand. Bunung Pai uses a wind-covered fist strike to catch him by surprise. The blast hits the archer in midair before he can move out of its path. Yu Yizhang is violently thrown into the snow. The impact makes him cough up blood, clearly revealing his internal injuries. Taking advantage of the opening, Bunung Pai charges forward to deliver the finishing blow, but from below, Yu Yizhang's claws slash across his face. Bunung Pai screams in pain when his eyes are struck. Lying in the snow and covered in blood, Yu Yizhang smiles when he realizes that he finally got his revenge. Now blind, Bunung Pai rolls across the ground screaming in agony. Exhausted, Yejiang remains lying in the snow, relieved that he finally settled that debt. In another part of the forest, Jiokwu moves forward at high speed. Suddenly, he turns his head after sensing someone approaching. Shortly afterward, he finds Yu Yizhang lying bloodied on the ground. Jiokwu immediately stops, shocked to see his companion unconscious. In tears, he calls out to his third senior brother and becomes furious at his condition. Before he can get closer, elders from the Godaisen sect block his path and remind him that his fight is with them. Jiokwu tells everyone to get out of his way so he can help Yu Yizhang. Shin Yangxin activates a technique that surrounds his body in green aura. At that moment, a blue flash crosses the battlefield and blinds everyone present. Zhou Yang enters the confrontation with a blue palm strike and separates the two sides. His presence silences everyone around him, revealing the strength of a true master. The shockwave pushes Jiokwu backward. Little by little, Zhou Yang's energy fades and the battlefield falls silent. Worried, Woonseon tries to run toward Jiokwu, but Zhou Yang orders him to stay back because it is too dangerous. The dust begins to settle, revealing the two factions facing each other once again. Lee Seomin approaches Jiokwu and asks if he is alright. With tears in his eyes, the red-haired man calls out to his first senior brother and points toward Yu Yizhang. The archer remains lying in the snow, gravely injured and unresponsive. Seeing his condition, Lee Seomin loses some of his composure and clenches his teeth. On the other side, Shen Yangxin also watches everything with outrage. Go Yusang and Zhou Sang one stare at the bodies of their own warriors scattered across the snow. The Huangshi elder once again curses the members of the demonic sect. Kneeling beside Yu Yizhang, Lee Seomin sarcastically asks why the righteous path is making such a big scene. Shin Yangxin replies that after so many deaths, they have no right to complain. To him, it is absurd to see such cruel people showing concern for their own companions. The elder accuses the demonic sect of hypocrisy for mourning their dead. Lee Seomin repeats the word sarcastically. Then he asks how those people of all people have the nerve to talk about hypocrisy. Irritated, he claims that the true hypocrites on that battlefield are the leaders of the righteous path. Zhou Yang raises his hand and asks whether Lee Seomin truly intends to turn this into a battle to the death. Standing beside Jiokwu, Lee Seomin remains silent for a few moments as he evaluates the situation. Finally, he replies that everything depends on whether the alliance accepts the conditions they presented. If they refuse, he is willing to settle everything right there. Zhou Yang sighs, considering the consequences of a full-scale war in that place. To everyone's surprise, he declares that he accepts the first and second demands. But he says he has an important question regarding the third. Zhou Yang asks whether the secret master's wisdom might actually be in the hands of the demonic sect itself. Wu Xian and Zhou Yun are surprised by the question. Li Xiaoman immediately becomes suspicious, trying to understand where Zhou Yang is going with this. Opening his fan, he replies that the secret is with the sword god, not with them. Zhou Yang continues and claims that someone present knows that the secret master's knowledge eventually fell into the hands of the great divine sect. One of the masters present is incredulous, wondering who could know something so secret. Little by little, however, he realizes the possibility behind that statement. With a grave expression, Zhou Yang announces that he needs to reveal serious news to everyone. He tells him that his sworn brother, the legendary sword god Kang Yulqian, was murdered. The news leaves one of the veteran warriors completely speechless. Another master widens his eyes, unable to believe such a tremendous loss for the martial world. Outraged, he asks who could possibly have enough strength and courage to kill the sword god. In the middle of the tension, one of the masters tries to calm everyone down. Zhou Yang then points to the young man beside him and introduces Kang Wunxian to everyone. He explains that Wunxian was Yulqian's direct disciple and personally witnessed the tragedy. Caught off guard, the boy stares at Zhou Yang with wide eyes, feeling the weight of being exposed like that. Holding him by the shoulder, the leader asks Wunxian to tell the truth and reveal who killed Yulqian. Under the pressure of all those eyes, Wunxian hesitates, not fully understanding what is happening. Even so, he realizes that any answer he gives will have immediate consequences. In only a few seconds, he tries to calculate who would be harmed if he revealed everything he knows. Jekwu immediately comes to mind, since revealing the truth could place his ally in even greater danger. At the same time, painful memories begin returning. Wunxi remembers all the sacrifices made by those who protected him. Finally, Kang Yulqian's face appears in his memory, reminding him of the weight of honor and duty he now carries. With a steady gaze, Wunxian finally makes his decision and begins speaking in front of everyone. Without hesitating any longer, he declares that the sword god was killed by Choyang, the dark butterfly assassin. One of the dark-haired masters immediately becomes alert after hearing such a direct accusation made in public. Jekwu is also surprised by Wunxian's courage in front of so many authorities from the martial world. Meanwhile, another master finally connects the dots and understands why Zhou Yang had been protecting that boy. Zhou Yang speaks again and recalls a promise made 15 years earlier by Songgan, the sword demon and leader of the divine sect. According to the agreement, the secret master's wisdom would belong to the sword god and would never be coveted by the divine sect. It was also established that anyone who broke the pact and killed the sword god to steal the secret would be banished from those lands. Zhou Yang looks at the divine sect representatives and asks whether the 7 stars, the sword demon's direct disciples, still have the right to remain there. After all, Choyang was the 4th disciple among them. Trying to avoid responsibility, one of the rivals argues that she had abandoned the main sect a long time ago. Zhou Yang refuses to accept the excuse and comments that even so, one thing in that story has become very clear. Faced with the plea of a young man who risked his life to reach that place, he says he will not stand by and do nothing. Furious, one of the enemy warriors accuses Zhou Yang of lying and claims that they were the ones who stole the scriptures. Hearing that, the old man lets out a faint smile, realizing that his opponent has just fallen into his trap. Zhou Yang points out the contradiction. He never even mentioned Choyang's death, so how did the divine sect already know about it? Realizing the mistake he made, the rival clenches his teeth in anger. The members of the divine sect become furious after realizing that they were exposed like that. On the other side, the allied masters are also outraged by what they just discovered. One of the great elders releases his energy and once again declares that the demonic sect was never worthy of trust. The red-haired warrior realizes too late what he let slip and panics over his own carelessness. Li Xiaoman also understands Zhou Yang's move and curses inwardly for being led into that verbal trap. Tightening his grip on his fan, he realizes that the situation has become far more dangerous than expected. If any member of the Sword of Otizen leaves that place and spreads the information, the sect's secret will be compromised. For a moment, Li Xiaoman considers that the only solution may be to eliminate everyone present and prevent the story of the agreement from spreading. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Wunxian steps back in fear when he realizes that everyone is about to draw their weapons again. Even so, Li Xiaoman restrains himself after remembering that a massacre is not what his supreme master wants. Trying to prevent an all-out war, he proposes that if the first 2 conditions are accepted, the divine sect will withdraw. Zhou Yang agrees and promises that he will no longer interfere in their affairs or call any new martial gatherings. One of the allied elders immediately becomes outraged and demands to know why Zhou Yang made such an important decision on his own. Jekwu also complains to his senior brother, unable to accept letting the enemies leave without a fight. Zhou Yang asks the allies whether any of them truly believes they can win that battle without suffering enormous losses. Faced with the question, the elder falls silent, unable to give an answer. Zhou Yang reminds them that the price has already been far too high and that 3 veteran warriors died in that confrontation. If they continue losing men of that level, the future of the Sword of Otizen itself will be threatened. Because of that, he concludes that retreating at that moment is the most reasonable decision. With no other option, the members of the rival faction begin withdrawing, making it clear that the conflict is far from over. Wunxian watches Jekwu walk away and feels the weight of having hoped the red-haired man would choose to stay by his side. Jekwu simply closes his eyes, carrying his own own guilt over being unable to do more for the boy. Little by little, the rival faction disappears among the trees, leaving behind only the snow and uncomfortable silence. At that moment, a figure wearing a strange mask also leaps through the shadows and leaves the area unnoticed. The masked silhouette disappears into the darkness, suggesting that other dangers are still hidden nearby. The wind passes through the frozen trees as the confrontation finally comes to an end. Later, while walking through the forest, Jokwu demands to know why Lee Seoman decided to retreat. To him, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to destroy the sword of Odazen. The red-haired man even says they should have fought until the end, even if everyone died there. Lee Seoman replies that the mission from the beginning was to minimize casualties and force them to accept the 3 conditions. Besides, Zhou Yang is far too powerful for victory against him to be guaranteed. Jokwu falls silent because he cannot deny the enemy leader's strength. Lee Seoman then admits that he made 2 major mistakes when planning the operation. The first was the unexpected appearance of a new faction, which made it impossible to restrain the third brother's desire for revenge. The second was trusting Zhou Yang's character too much, someone whom he owed his own life. Lee Seoman believed the old man's honor would prevent Wu Xian from being exposed, but realized that he underestimated his cunning. Not understanding where he's going with this, Jokwu asks what that means. Lee Seoman then reveals that, in his view, Zhou Yang intends to abandon Wu Xian and leave him on his own. The scene changes to Wu Xian walking alone through the freezing darkness with a small lantern. In the background, a female warrior watches the boy, worried about the danger now surrounding his life. After all, the existence of the scripture and the secret involving Wu Xian have already reached the ears of Odazen's leaders. From that point on, several factions throughout the martial world may turn their attention toward him. Watching the boy, the young woman wonders how she will be able to protect him from all of that. Elsewhere in the forest, an injured warrior leans against a tree and complains that she only needed a little more time to bring down the 5th master with her needles. Irritated, she thinks she would have succeeded if that mysterious man had not interfered. She remembers the confrontation in the snow, when 2 female warriors were pressured by a powerful opponent armed with a spear. At that moment, the man had declared that he would take the child with him without allowing any argument. He was Majin Jian, the feared second disciple of the Great Divine Sect. Back in the present, the injured warrior teases her companion and asks whether it felt good to meet an old acquaintance again after so long. The woman in floral clothing keeps her head lowered as she is called a traitor, hiding her sadness. Faced with everything that happened, she simply admits that the situation is already lost. Her companion notices her reaction and provocatively asks whether she still has feelings for Majin Jian. Furious, the other woman accuses her companion of staining the honor of the Seonin Sword sect because of that man. She also says that she never accepted the fact that their master allowed her to return to the sect. Trying to end the argument, the woman picks up a bamboo container and fills it with water. Then she offers the drink to the leader, suggesting that she calm down. The leader immediately refuses and tells her companion to drink it herself. Then she picks up her own container, making it clear that she doesn't trust her. Hurried footsteps through the forest interrupt the argument. 2 masters stop on the path when they encounter a silver-haired warrior. He is carrying an unconscious Hyunjin in his arms, leaving his companions desperate. When they ask what happened, he explains that she was struck by So Jum, Jiang's poisonous needles. Lee Seoman tells him to hurry to the younger brother, believing that he can treat the poison. Jokwu, however, notices something strange and stops them from leaving. Looking carefully at Hyunjin, he points out that there isn't a single needle stuck in her body. Back in the forest, the leader of the other sect begins coughing up blood and falls to her knees. With reddened eyes, she looks at her companion and realizes that she has been poisoned. Her vision begins fading as her strength drains away into the snow. The other woman laughs and comments that she should have accepted the water earlier. 1 year passes at Suda Hall. The sector gains some stability, but Wunsun remains trapped in the past. Frustrated, he repeatedly trains with his sword and grows angry at being unable to master even the basic movements. The excessive effort makes him cough and loses breath until he collapses completely exhausted. Seeing him on the ground, another disciple approaches and mocks him using an old proverb about even dogs being able to learn poetry. Laughing, he says Wunsian somehow manages to be even worse than that. Other disciples approach and mock the fact that he still hasn't mastered even the first technique of the living sword. Too exhausted to argue, Wunsian only gives an awkward smile and apologizes to veteran Guok for his performance. The veteran continues mocking his lack of skill. Wunsian endures it until Guok begins insulting the memory of his master and family. The others join in and say that the rest of his fellow disciples must have been just as pathetic. Wunsian swallows hard, hating that he is too weak to defend Kang Yulchen's honor. Finally, he looks at Guok and demands that he never speak about his master that way again. The veteran becomes angry when someone he considers so weak dares confront him like that. Guok accuses the newcomer of disrespecting his superiors and decides to teach him a lesson. 2 other disciples grab Wunsian by the arms and prevent him from defending himself. Guok steps forward and punches him hard in the face. The blow lands squarely as the veteran says that Suda Hall is no place for failures. Even with blood at the corner of his mouth and an injured cheek, Wunsian tries to endure the humiliation, but anger begins showing in his eyes. Failing to notice it, Guok tells the others to keep holding the boy and prepares another strike. Before he can hit him, a powerful voice echoes through the courtyard and orders everyone to stop. The attackers immediately freeze when they recognize the authority behind that voice. A senior brother from the sect walks into the courtyard with a serious serious expression. He looks at the disciples with contempt after realizing they were attacking someone who couldn't defend himself. The veteran scolds them and reminds them that the Duda sect has always preached virtue and justice. Guak clenches his teeth, trying to hide his irritation at being caught. Even so, he tries to justify himself and asks why the senior brother always takes Wunxian's side. The disciple even accuses him of incompetence and insists that the newcomer deserved the punishment. Before he can finish, the senior brother slaps him hard across the face. Holding his cheek, the young man is told that he still hasn't understood the seriousness of what he did. As punishment, everyone involved will have to go to the inner hall and copy the sect's 108 rules by hand. Turning toward the main aggressor, the veteran orders Do Pyong to copy everything twice. The disciples beg for another chance but are eventually sent away. As he leaves angrily, Do Pyong blames Wunxian for the punishment and promises revenge. Shortly afterward, Wunxian arrives at the master's quarters, and the elder immediately notices the injuries on his face. Even though he changed clothes to try hiding what happened, the boy couldn't conceal the marks from the beating. Zhou Yang shakes his head, lamenting his failure to properly educate his own disciples. Embarrassed, Wunxian tries to take the blame and asks that no one be punished because of him. Then he changes the subject and asks why he was called there. Zhou Yang smiles and says that he will soon enter secluded training, so he wanted to see him beforehand. Noticing the old man's weakness, Wunxian realizes that the isolation will also serve as a chance to rest because of his illness. Zhou Yang assures him that it is routine and asks the boy not to worry. Wunxian bows respectfully and wishes him a quick recovery before saying goodbye. The master silently watches as the boy leaves the room. As soon as he is alone, his expression changes. The old man's gaze becomes heavy as he thinks about the secrets that still need to be solved. He remembers an earlier conversation when he asked Wunxian whether that was really everything contained in the book. At the time, the boy was surprised by the question. Zhou Yang explained that the legendary scripture consisted of 10 volumes interpreting ancient Buddhist sutras. The 10th volume was the one Kang Yulchen had kept with him. But his version contained not only religious teachings, but also the hidden essence of martial arts. Wunxian then realized that his master's book was worth far more than he had imagined. Zhou Yang also recalled that Yulchen's final wish was for that knowledge to be revealed to the world if anything happened to him. Thinking about that promise, the old man lets a tear run down his face. He remembers when he analyzed the manuscripts transcribed by Wunxian and confirmed that they were passages from the sutra, but nothing more. Over the past year, Zhou Yang tried to find some hidden meaning within those texts without any success. There was no secret message or any clue left behind by Yulchen. Because of that, he directly asked Wunxian whether he had truly written down everything. Hesitant, the boy eventually admitted that there was one detail he had left out. It was a passage so disconnected from the others that he never bothered recording it, although he could do so now. Hearing that, Zhou Yang finally showed some hope. Relieved, he even hugged Wunxian and thanked him for the revelation. To him, it meant that his late brother, in arms, might finally be able to rest in peace. Wunxian remained silent in the face of the old man's emotion. In the end, he only agreed quietly. After leaving the quarters, the boy crosses the courtyard while limping from the injuries caused by the beating. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice calling out to him. Zhou Yun is sitting on a tree branch and asks why the master wanted to speak with him. Wunxian swallows hard, knowing that she never liked those private meetings very much. When she notices the bruises on his face, Zhou Yun jumps down from the tree and angrily asks if the other disciples beat him again. Her aura changes immediately, but Wunxian asks her not to cause even more trouble. After calming down, Zhou Yun approaches and insists on examining his injuries. She carefully holds the boy's face to get a better look, leaving Wunxian completely flustered. His face turns red and he begins stammering because of how close they are. Not knowing how to react, he quickly pulls away, apologizes, and runs off. Zhou Yun watches him leave and ends up smiling at his shyness. Touching his own cheek, Wunxian remembers that almost a year has passed since the great confrontation. But peace never lasts forever, and soon a sect is attacked while its main temple is consumed by flames. In the middle of the fire, Jiaoku appears, cutting through everything in his path with his enormous sword. The warrior's return makes it clear that the great divine sect has started moving again. Meanwhile, in the training courtyard, Wunxian attacks with all his strength during a sword practice session. Zhou Yun blocks and deflects every strike without much difficulty. She thinks about how the boy spent the past year sacrificing hours of sleep to train beside her. Even so, all that effort has still produced very few results. Zhou Yun disarms him with a single strike and warns that mechanically repeating basic movements won't help him. As Wunxian runs to retrieve his sword, she laments that he still hasn't progressed in the art of tranquil silence. Catching his breath, Wunxian says that he needs to ask something important. Since the previous night, he has felt severe chest pain whenever he tries to cultivate the sect's energy technique. Zhou Yun's expression changes the moment she hears that. She explains that it could be the beginning of Q deviation. The divine sect's arts use fire energy, while tranquil silence works with a cold energy connected to water. Circulating two such opposing forces at the same time could destroy his meridians from within. Zhou Yun orders him to stop immediately because continuing that training could leave him paralyzed or even kill him. Gripping his sword, Woonseon becomes desperate at the thought that he may never become stronger this way. He fears remaining unable to avenge his master while also staining his honor because of his own weakness. Seeing the boy's condition, Jo-yoon remembers her mission to protect him and knows that without strength, he will never truly be safe. Helping him grow stronger also becomes a way of fulfilling that responsibility. Jo-yoon then asks if he wants to learn Moon Heart, her master sword technique. She explains that the art shares the same roots as the techniques Woonseon already knows and would avoid the risk of QI deviation. There is another problem, however, because it is a fast and aggressive technique, the force could destroy his right arm during use. Woonseon answers without hesitation that he would rather be crippled than remain too weak to do anything. Determined, he says he will endure the pain and asks Jo-yoon to teach him. The scene changes to another massacre amid the flames, where an injured man begs for his life. Trapped between cutting threads in the fire, he stares in terror at a figure approaching him. Jae-kwoo appears among the flames and bodies with a terrifying smile on his face. Injured on the ground, an old man shouts for the escort chief to escape while he still can. Coughing up blood, the leader of the place tries to retreat while the invaders advance. Jae-kwoo walks through the flames and realizes that he has finally found the person in charge. Passing the bodies of the guards, he asks if the man knows why they came. With glowing eyes, he demands to know where the item they are searching for is. At that moment, several silver blades cut through the air and collide amid the fire. The surviving guards enter the battle to protect their chief and attack the members of the demonic sect. Swords clash at high speed, sending sparks across the area. Several escorts charge at the same time in an attempt to hold Jae-kwoo back. The red-haired man only smiles, pleased to finally encounter some resistance. A massive explosion of energy strikes the area as the battle intensifies. Watching everything, the escort chief wonders why the divine sect has started attacking again after so long. He calculates that if he can advance just a little farther, he may be able to reach smaller factions connected to the Yongman sect. His hope is to ask for help and warn them that the Sword of Odazin is the only force capable of confronting that threat. Before he can escape, however, a hand emerges from the shadows and grabs him. The chief widens his eyes as he is attacked without any chance to react. A scream echoes through the area as his arm is torn off. Kneeling and bleeding, he hears his executioner once again demand the location of the item. Holding a large blood-covered spear, Majinjeon threatens to cut off his legs if he continues staying silent. Even while injured, the chief refuses to hand over the treasure and reminds him that the fortress is under the Yongman sect's protection. The fire will soon attract attention, and he believes warriors from the sects will come to rescue them. Majinjeon shows no concern whatsoever over the threat. The man realizes this and freezes when he sees the invaders' complete indifference. Among the ruins, Majinjeon reveals that he already destroyed everything along the way to that place. According to him, there isn't a single warrior left in the streets capable of coming to save him. Faced with this, the chief finally gives in and reveals that the item is stored in the warehouse at the far western end of the fortress. Crying, he begs for his life and the lives of his subordinates to be spared. Majinjeon simply looks at him and mutters an apology without any sincerity. Then he delivers the final blow, saying that this is the punishment meant for them. The fortress continues burning until it is completely consumed by flames. A few days later, all the disciples of Suda Hall are gathered in the large courtyard. The young disciples whisper among themselves, trying to understand why they were summoned so early. Woonseon also watches the leader's movements, realizing that something serious has happened. He is surprised to see Jo Yang there, since he expected the master to still be in seclusion. The elder announces that he needs to select disciples for an urgent mission to a fortress. A desperate request from the Yongman sect warned them about serious problems in that region. Woonseon immediately fears that the situation involving the divine sect is repeating itself. Jo Yang explains that several security posts and smaller allied sects were attacked and suffered heavy losses. The main force, led by him and the elders, will depart within 7 days. Before that, however, an advance team needs to leave immediately to investigate the situation. Jo Yang gives that responsibility to Hyung-jin and orders him to choose 7 disciples. Hyung-jin accepts the mission and begins selecting the members. With an attentive gaze, he calls out the names one by one. The first chosen are Byung, Deokwon, and Sangjong. Then he calls Younghun and Cheonggak, who quietly celebrate being selected. Du Pyong also gives a smug smile when he is announced as the 6th member. To everyone's surprise, Hyung-jin points at Woonseon and chooses him as the final member. The boy is left speechless when he realizes that he will take part in such a dangerous mission. Later, during their journey at sunset, Do Pyong boasts that he knows the region well because he was born in a nearby city. The others make fun of his exaggerated stories while Woonseon remains quieter. Do Pyong keeps talking and mentions a rabbit-shaped rock near the main gate. According to him, there is a hidden passage beneath that rock known only to members of the sect. His companions burst out laughing, making Do Pyong irritated. He turns toward Woonseon and asks if the boy also thinks he is lying, but when he looks back, he sees Woonseon collapsing unconscious into Jo-yoon's arms. Jo-yoon catches him in panic and realizes that his body is burning with fever and trembling. The other members approach in concern, unable to understand what caused the episode. Agonizing, Woonseon remembers that he was only able to keep the technique under control because of the QI Jo Yang infused into his body. Without receiving that treatment for more than a month, he fears that the others will discover his condition and treat him as a spy from the divine sect. Jo-yoon insists that they take Woonseon to a doctor immediately. The sun begins disappearing over the horizon as reddish light covers the mountain. Yun. The group starts debating whether they should continue traveling in the dark or set up camp. Out of patience, Jo Yun says she will carry Woonseon across the mountain herself if necessary. Jin objects to the idea and reminds her that splitting the group in enemy territory would be extremely dangerous. Feeling the tension, Woonseon forces his body and manages to stand up. Even while suffering, he says he doesn't want to interfere with the mission and asks everyone to follow the leader's orders. Jo Yun tells him to stop pretending that he is fine, knowing the risk he faces without treatment. Without waiting for anyone else, she leaves alone through the mountain in search of medicine and asks them to take care of Woonseon. Before disappearing into the darkness, she looks at the boy and asks him to hold on a little longer. Shortly afterward, another member of the group shows concern and says he intends to find Jo Yun. Without wasting time, he gathers his strength and quickly leaves, promising to return as soon as possible to help Woonseon. Elsewhere on the trail, one of the disciples excitedly calls out to his senior brother after finding something. Luckily for the group, they discover an inn that still appears to be open at that hour. As soon as they enter, however, one of the young men smells something horrible and his expression changes. The senior brother comments that at least Woonseon won't have to sleep outside. He decides that they will spend the night there, and the group agrees. Once they truly step inside, they discover that the place is filthy, falling apart, and covered in cobwebs. Suddenly, a foot appears on the wooden floor, and a voice asks whether they are customers. A disheveled old man appears, grumbling about the group's arrival. The leader politely asks whether there is food and lodging for 8 people, but the man replies that he only serves noodles and that they will have to wait. The innkeeper scratches his head while thinking about the request, then immediately grabs the ingredients with the same hand he had been running through his greasy hair. One of the disciples can't stand the sight and asks whether he really plans to cook without washing his hands. The old man replies that it doesn't matter because everything will be boiled anyway. One of the female disciples suggests that it might be better to camp outside, but Jin reminds her that they already placed the order. Irritated by the entire situation, one of the younger disciples decides to put an end to it. He tells the innkeeper that they will find somewhere else, but the old man complains because he has already started preparing the food. The disciple loses his patience and tells him to eat the noodles himself. The young man can barely hide his irritation, but the old man responds by slapping him hard across the face. The innkeeper accuses the group of trying to leave without paying for what they ordered. Lying on the floor, the disciple trembles with rage and humiliation. He gets up, calls the man a crazy old fool, and asks if he knows who he is messing with. At that moment, a woman's voice says that even if they want to leave, they still need to pay for the food. A young woman walks down the stairs and adds that they also need to pay for lodging for all 8 people. One of the female disciples says they can pay for the noodles, but considers it absurd to charge them for rooms they never even used. The young woman replies that if they don't have enough money, they can hand over something valuable. Swords, clothes, or any other object will do. Then her eyes stop on one particular member of the group. With a strange smile, she adds that she also accepts people as payment. The woman looks directly at the member who appears to be in the worst condition and comments that he looks like he is dying anyway. Because of that, she suggests they simply leave him there as payment, shocking the group. Tired of the situation, Jin pays the amount charged for the food and lodging and announces that everyone is leaving. He tells his companions to follow him and no one argues. One of the young men looks back one last time as the group leaves the inn. The door slams shut, and the 2 innkeepers watch everyone walk away. The woman comments that it is sad to see someone wasting their own life like that, and the old man agrees. Later, beside a campfire outside, the old man continues grumbling about the entire commotion. One of the disciples complains about the lunatics at the inn, but Jin tells him to forget about it and consider it nothing more than bad luck. Deep down, however, he fears that Woonseon won't survive until morning if he doesn't receive treatment soon. Looking at the boy's condition, Jin begins wondering whether the inn attendant knew something when she spoke that way. Feeling his body grow weaker by the minute, Woonseon blames himself for slowing the group down and wishes he could use some technique to help. But several masked figures suddenly emerge among the trees and silently advance toward the camp. Woonseon notices the approaching sounds and senses that some kind of threat is coming. At the same time, one of the disciples also hears something and alerts Jin. Looking around, they realize that they have been completely surrounded by assassins hiding in the shadows. Without giving them time to react, one of the masked men jumps from the trees and lands in front of them. The moment Woonseon recognizes that Mask, his blood runs cold. They are members of the Black Butterfly Shadow, and their leader immediately orders everyone to be exterminated. Jin draws his sword and tells the group to stay alert, because even the slightest mistake could be fatal. The other disciples also draw their weapons and prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, Woonseon tries to hold his sword with his injured arms, frustrated that he can barely fight. The assassins charge all at once, attacking the group from every direction. The battle begins with a violent clash of swords, forcing the disciples to defend themselves however they can. Jin surrounds his sword with aura and charges forward, warning the enemies not to underestimate the Duda-sex techniques. With an energy-enhanced slash, he sends several masked men flying away. Even after taking some of them down, he realizes that more just keep appearing. Jin unleashes another strike to keep the attackers back and protect the formation. One of the assassins notices Woonseon's condition and charges at him while mocking his weakness. Before he can strike, a blade covered in blue aura cuts across his path. Jin steps in front of Woonseon and blocks the attack, ordering the masked man not to touch the boy. Lying on the ground, Woonseon looks at the veteran who just saved him with surprise and relief. But by protecting him, Jin leaves his own back exposed. The other disciples notice the danger and quickly cover his rear. Hyungjin orders everyone to form a defensive circle around the campfire and conserve their energy for a prolonged fight. But after taking a better look at the area, he realizes that the number of masked attackers is still increasing. The group becomes surrounded around the fire as a veritable wave of enemies emerges from the darkness. Woonseon watches in concern, unable to believe that there are still so many attackers. Instead of decreasing, the black butterflies' numbers only continue growing as reinforcements arrive. Hyungjin understands that staying there means they will eventually be overwhelmed. Their best option would be to escape using the sex lightness technique, but there is one problem. Because of his injuries, Woonseon is the only one who cannot use the technique to escape. Before they can find another solution, the assassins attack again. One of the disciples blocks a heavy strike and feels his arms tremble from the pressure. He pushes the enemy back and tries to create an opening in the encirclement. Another young disciple warns Hyungjin that there are simply too many assassins. With no alternative, the leader decides that they need to use the lightness technique and retreat toward Jajuang. One of the disciples immediately asks what will happen to Woonseon since he can't keep up with them. Another loses his patience and asks if everyone is supposed to die because of a single newcomer. He pressures Hyungjin to make a decision quickly. At that moment, Do Pyong offers to stay behind and protect Woonseon. Hyungjin tries to refuse, but Do Pyong argues that if the leader stays behind, the rest of the group won't be able to escape either. He reminds them that he helped train Woonseon and promises to take responsibility for the boy until the end. Hyungjin even smiles, thinking that Do Pyong is finally acting like a true veteran. The assassins attack again, and Hyungjin orders everyone to prioritize their own survival. An explosion strikes the camp and sends a massive cloud of dust into the air. The masked men are caught off guard and try to understand what happened. They quickly realize that the campfire was deliberately extinguished, plunging the area into darkness. Taking advantage of the enemy's poor visibility, Hyungjin begins retreating with most of the disciples. He moves forward at high speed, ordering everyone not to stop while clearing the path of any enemy who appears. The assassin's leader realizes the plan and orders his men to pursue the fugitives. Most of the masked men immediately chase after the main group. One of the attackers, however, stops after noticing something strange. He points into the darkness and warns that two people remain behind at the camp. Woonseon realizes they have been discovered and worriedly asks Do Pyong what they should do. Do Pyong slowly turns around and calls Woonseon by name, but instead of helping him, he catches the boy by surprise with a violent strike. Fallen and feeling pain shoot through his body, Woonseon stares at his companion without understanding what just happened. Preparing to use the lightness technique and escape alone, Do Pyong coldly tells Woonseon that he is going to die there, because he never should have dared treat someone like him as an equal. With a cruel smile, Do Pyong disappears into the darkness and abandons the boy. Lying in the mud, Woonseon mutters the name Guak Do Pyong with eyes filled with rage. Meanwhile, the assassins return, irritated after losing the rest of the group. One of them finds Woonseon on the ground and comments that at least there is still someone left to kill. The boy slowly gets up, bitterly thinking about the supposed virtue of orthodox sects that abandon their own companions. The assassin raises his sword and warns that there is no one left there to save him. Without wasting time, he brings the blade down to deliver the finishing blow. To Woonseon, that moment seems to move in slow motion, especially when he hears the enemy mention that there are no witnesses nearby, and his eyes open with an entirely different coldness. Woonseon realizes that the enemy himself has just given him the perfect opportunity. A powerful wave of dark energy erupts from his body. His movements accelerate to an absurd degree as that energy fills the surroundings. He dodges the sword and passes through the masked man like a ghost, immediately counterattacking. As the enemy falls, Woonseon thinks that with no one watching, he can finally stop hiding everything he has learned. The remaining assassins are left speechless after seeing one of their companions defeated in an instant. Woonseon stares at the others and prepares to face all of them. The masked men realize that the boy had been hiding his true strength and order everyone to attack together. Woonseon takes his stance with his sword wrapped in blue aura, but his right hand, still severely injured and covered in bandages, begins to tremble. He remembers Jo Yun's warning that his arm wouldn't withstand the speed of the water moon sword technique. Woonseon grits his teeth, frustrated that he still can't use it properly. Even so, he decides that he won't stop or abandon his sword. In the middle of the battle, he realizes that if his right hand can't keep up, then he simply needs to wield the sword with his left. Using the water moon sword technique with his left hand, Woonseon tears through the assassins at high speed. He realizes that combining this sword technique with a supreme divine skill works much better than mixing it with the art of tranquil silence. One of the leaders is struck in midair and screams, unable to understand who that boy really is. Feeling that he can finally fight, Woonseon charges toward the survivors. Compared to his training sessions against Jo Yun, those assassins seem much easier to deal with. Amid several trails of blue aura, he takes down the remaining attackers nearby. The survivors are shocked to see someone they considered weak defeat so many of them. Then a much more powerful assassin emerges from the shadows and orders the others to back away. The man attacks with tremendous force, forcing Woonseon to block an extremely heavy strike. The impact sends the boy sliding backward and nearly knocks him off balance. From the pressure of the technique, Woonseon realizes that this man is on a completely different level. Seeing the massive reddish sword coming toward him, he understands that he can't compete through brute strength. The leader moves in for the finishing blow, and Woonseon decides to play his final card. Instead of counterattacking, he shouts and asks where their true leader is, revealing that he is the very person they have been searching for. Wu Xian declares that he is the sword god's last disciple. The assassin immediately stops his attack after hearing the revelation. In disbelief, he asks whether that boy really is Kang Yulchin's final disciple. Meanwhile, Jo-Yun returns and immediately realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. She finds the disciples exhausted and injured after descending the mountain. Looking over the group, she immediately notices that someone is missing. Jo-Yun demands to know where Wu Xian is. Hyunjin lowers his head and apologizes. He admits that he couldn't bring the boy back. Jo-Yun grabs him by the collar, overcome with rage. She asks how an entire group failed to protect a single injured person. Another disciple intervenes and explains that they were surrounded by enemies and Hyunjin had to prioritize the group's survival. Jo-Yun doesn't want explanations and demands to know where Wu Xian was left. Under her pressure, the young man struggles to answer. He points toward the mountain and roughly indicates where the boy was left behind. Jo-Yun immediately takes off, making the disciple fall to his knees when she releases him. Everyone is stunned by the speed she reaches. Without wasting a single second, Jo-Yun races through the darkness in an attempt to find Wu Xian. Hyunjin says that he will also go back to search for Wu Xian and Do Pyong, leaving the others under another companion's care. Before anyone can stop him, he runs back into the forest. Jo-Yun continues forward, overwhelmed with anxiety and hoping that both of them are still alive. Hyunjin also runs with all his strength, clinging to that same hope. Meanwhile, Wu Xian is taken by the assassin's leader to the entrance of a dark cave. The masked man announces to whoever is inside that he has finally brought the person his master was searching for. Only the crackling of torches breaks the silence of the Hediat. The assassin tells Wu Xian to enter alone and warns that he will be waiting outside. He takes the boy's sword and tells him not to try anything funny. Wu Xian coldly replies that he understands. Then he walks alone deeper into the cave. With every step, his anger grows as he thinks about who he might find inside. The memory of the attack that killed his master and Zhang Yan returns to his mind. The face of the enemy from that night remains permanently etched into his memory. Wu Xian swears that he will never forgive the person who destroyed his life. Keeping a small blade hidden inside his sleeve, he prepares to use it the moment he gets an opportunity. Finally, he reaches the main chamber, illuminated by a fire. At the back of the cave, a frightening-looking figure lights a candle. Wu Xian immediately recognizes Wu Yang, one of the men responsible for the massacre of his martial family. Wu Yang notices his presence and stares at him. Only then does Wu Xian realize that the man is collapsed on the ground, gravely injured and nearly powerless. With a desperate smile, Wu Yang celebrates, saying that he can finally survive. Wu Xian can't understand how someone so powerful ended up in such a miserable state. Meanwhile, Jo-Yun and Hyunjin search through the forest while calling out for the two missing disciples. Receiving no answer, Jo-Yun feels her heart tighten. She begins blaming herself for what happened. If she hadn't left to look for medicine, she believes she might have been able to prevent this. Wu Xian's final look before she left keeps returning to her mind. Jo-Yun can't understand why the possibility of losing him hurts so much. Hyunjin announces that they have reached the area where the ambush took place. The two look over the dark forest, knowing that Wu Xian and Do Pyong were left somewhere nearby. Jo-Yun is afraid that she might find the boy dead among the trees. For a moment, she even hesitates and says that she doesn't know if she can keep going. Hyunjin asks her not to give up before searching, reminding her that both of them may still be alive. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Hyunjin from the distance. Do Pyong appears from behind a tree, pretending to be incredibly relieved to find them. Hyunjin runs toward him, grateful to see him alive. Jo-Yun, however, grabs Do Pyong by his clothes and immediately asks about Wu Xian. He lies and says that Wu Xian suffered another seizure and that he had no choice but to run away. Lowering his head, he pretends to feel remorse for leaving his companion behind. Jo-Yun asks whether he actually confirmed Wu Xian's death, and Do Pyong admits that he never saw the body. She releases him and orders him to immediately take them to the exact place where he abandoned the boy. Jo-Yun refuses to believe that someone so determined could have died without even fighting back. Back inside the cave, Wu Xian stares at Wu Yang and remembers all the days he spent thinking about revenge. Even so, he remains intrigued by the miserable condition of his former enemy. He demands to know what happened for Wu Yang to end up like that. The man asks him to come closer and promises to explain everything without attacking him. Wu Yang even shows relief, saying that the boy's arrival may be able to save him. Losing his patience, Wu Xian grabs him by the collar. He asks how Wu Yang can smile after destroying his family and his life. Furious, he raises the hidden blade and threatens to finish him right there. Terrified, Wu Yang claims that he can help Wu Xian find the person he should truly take revenge on. Wu Xian stops the blade only a few inches from his face. Wu Yang asks him to listen first, saying he can kill him afterward if he still wants to. He reveals that he sensed the energy of the supreme divine skill in Wu Xian's attack. Suspicious, the boy asks what that has to do with his revenge. Wu Yang asks whether Wu Xian truly believes that at his current level, he could even touch the person truly responsible. That response immediately catches the boy's attention. According to Wu Yang, all of them were nothing more than pawns lured by the promise of obtaining the secret master's secrets. The entire massacre was supposedly part of a conspiracy created by the mysterious blue-robed man. Wu Yang also reveals that Kang Yulchin had been slowly poisoned by bribed servants even before the attack. Wu Xian loses control and demands to know who gave the order. Before he can answer, Wu Yang begins coughing up blood and convulsing. The man groans as intense pain overtakes his body. At the same time, Wu Xian also falls to his knees when the effects of his own technique strike him again. Wu Yang looks at the boy, who is now unable to move. Then he begins laughing when he realizes that Wu Xian has only managed to reach the first stage of the technique. Bleeding from the mouth, the boy asks why he is laughing. Wu Wu Yang replies that the two of them are now trapped by the same fate. Both of them are being consumed by the internal fire of the supreme divine skill. When the technique remains incomplete, that fire builds up inside the body, damages the organs, and causes the seizures. Wu Yang claims, however, that there is still a way for Wunxian to survive that night. Desperate for the answer, the boy asks what it is. To survive, he needs to reach the second stage of the supreme divine skill. Wu Yang proposes a deal in exchange for the secret of the scripture. He will teach Wunxian how to complete that stage. The proposal enrages the boy. He refuses, remembering that Kang Yolqian and Zhang Yeon died protecting that knowledge. Wu Yang replies that without help, Wunxian will die before he can even understand the technique on his own. As much as he hates to admit it, the boy realizes there is truth in that argument. Wu Yang insists that if they reach the second stage together, the seizures will stop and both of them will survive. Wunxian hesitates and asks how he can trust the very man who destroyed his family. Wu Yang becomes irritated by his hesitation. He reminds him that they have no time and could both die before the night ends. To Wu Yang, there are only two choices: reach the second stage together or die there. Pressured by his own condition, Wunxian realizes that he practically has no other choice. He warns that if Wu Yang tries any trick, he will kill him before he dies. The man agrees, saying that his only concern at that moment is surviving as well. Wunxian sits in a meditative position and begins releasing his energy. Wu Yang does the same, preparing to align his own flow with the boys. The two close their eyes and enter deep concentration. Energy begins circulating as both of them adjust the flow of heat and cold within their bodies. Little by little, the opposing forces begin to find balance. The relationship between yin and yang begins, guiding the harmonization of the technique. The night comes to an end, and the first light of day appears in the forest. Outside the cave, an assassin informs the vice leader that morning has already arrived. Finding the delay strange, the man decides to personally check what is happening. As he approaches the entrance, he begins to suspect that something has gone wrong. Suddenly, a powerful crash echoes throughout the area. The vice leader immediately realizes that some kind of threat is approaching. A figure appears, leaving several masked men lying on the ground along the way. Recognizing the figure, the vice leader begins stammering, unable to understand why that person appeared there. The figure offers no explanation and attacks immediately. The strike hits the masked man before he has any chance to defend himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun grips Do Paian tightly in the clearing. The traitor continues, insisting that members of the divine sect really did attack them. Zhou Yun squeezes his neck and says that he is lying. Furious, she accuses Do Paian of deliberately abandoning Wunxian and inventing the story to protect himself. She points at the ground and reminds him that there are no signs of any battle in that area. Haiying Jin intervenes and asks Zhou Yun not to kill one of their own disciples before they understand what happened. Looking more carefully, he realizes that even the bodies of the supposed attackers have disappeared. Haiying Jin concludes that someone deliberately cleaned the area to erase the evidence. Zhou Yun begins thinking about who would be capable of removing the traces so carefully. She soon realizes that this is exactly the kind of method used by the Black Butterfly Shadow. And if Wu Yang is involved, he probably wouldn't kill Wunxian before getting what he wants. That conclusion gives Zhou Yun hope again. She orders everyone to resume the search immediately. The others ask how they can do that without any clues. Zhou Yun believes the hideout must be nearby, while Do Paian begins showing signs of fear. She gives him a cold look and tells him to stop complaining and fulfill his responsibility as a veteran. Do Paian agrees, sweating nervously when he realizes that Zhou Yun still doesn't believe him. Deep down, he knows that if Zhou Yun discovers the truth about him abandoning Wunxian, his situation will become much worse, so he needs to find someone else to blame. Inside the cave, Wunxian remains focused, trying to stabilize his energy while controlling his breathing. After managing to expel the accumulated blood, he feels some relief and resumes reciting the formula to guide his Q. Wu Yang suddenly interrupts him and says that continuing this way won't accomplish anything. Wunxian is surprised as the man coughs up blood and claims that this was doomed from the beginning. Confused, the boy asks how that can be true when he managed to expel the stagnant blood. Wu Yang explains that this isn't a sign of improvement and laments that he doesn't have enough talent to fully understand the secret master's wisdom. Wunxian becomes irritated and asks why he is giving up now after insisting so strongly that the two of them begin the process. Wu Yang hesitates and seems to remember someone behind the entire situation. Realizing that he almost revealed too much, he cuts himself off. Lying on the ground, Wu Yang comments that very few people ever reach truly high levels, mentioning Xiaomun, Juk Wu, and his older brother. He laments that he never possessed talent comparable to theirs. Wu Yang blames himself for being stuck at the first stage and admits that if he had been stronger, perhaps he never would have needed to invade the Kang estate. Tears mix with blood as he thinks about how his own greed also led his brother to his death. Wu Yang eventually breaks down crying, leaving Wunxian unsure of how to react. Agonizing, the man continues calling out for his older brother as a tear runs down his face. Wunxian loses his patience and grabs his head, pressing him against the ground. Furious, the boy forces him to face everything he caused. Even while injured, Wu Yang continues thinking about his brother and his master. Wunxian asks how he can cry for his own family after helping destroy someone else's. Wu Yang shouts back that even without their involvement, Kang Yulchun would have ended up dead. According to him, everything was part of the blue-robed man's plan, and they were only pieces used by the true mastermind behind the massacre. Slamming his fist against the ground, Wu Yang laments that his brother died because of that manipulation. Wu Xian demands that he finally reveal who the blue-robed man is. Before Wu Yang can reveal any name, an unexpected attack strikes him. Wu Xian recoils in shock as he watches him collapse. At that moment, the candle goes out and a cold voice echoes through the cave, saying that he has finally found him. Recognizing the voice, Wu Yang immediately panics. A dark aura completely fills the area as a figure appears from the darkness. Wu Yang can barely speak in the presence of that person. He recognizes the newcomer as the feared sect leader. The man looks at his subordinate with contempt and declares that Wu Yang is no longer useful. Walking calmly forward, he mentions hearing about Cho Yang and laments the waste of someone so talented. Wu Yang begins crawling across the ground and begs the leader for mercy. He admits that he made a terrible mistake and asks for his life to be spared. The sect leader smiles when he hears Wu Yang call it a sin. According to him, if his subordinate truly committed such a serious sin, then the only appropriate punishment is death. Wu Yang freezes when he realizes there is no chance of escaping that sentence. In his thoughts, he understands that his fate was sealed the moment the leader appeared. Knowing that he is going to die either way, he looks at several weapons on the ground and makes a decision. Wu Yang grabs 2 needles and prepares to control his own end. Kneeling before the leader, he sarcastically thanks him for the opportunity to die by his own hand. He places the tips against his neck and mutters one final apology. Then he wishes the leader a long life and drives the needles in without hesitation. The man watches coldly as blood spreads across the ground. The scene changes to the inn, where Zhou Yun and the others enter while asking if anyone is there. The young woman looks around at the silent place and senses that something is wrong. Seeing the untouched goods and the absence of the owners, some of them begin suspecting a connection to those responsible for the ambush. Zhou Yun remembers that the group was attacked shortly after leaving that place, making the coincidence even more suspicious. Do Paiyang sees an opportunity and thinks about shifting the blame onto the innkeepers. Before he can do anything, a voice from the upper floor startles him. It is the young attendant, who walks downstairs yawning and asks if they came back for noodles. While Do Paiyang panics at seeing her there, Zhou Yun rushes toward the girl and asks if she saw a very sick young man the previous day. The attendant is surprised and comments that Zhou Yun wasn't with the group at the time. Losing her patience, Zhou Yun grabs her shoulders and asks her to answer quickly because it is urgent. The girl calmly asks whether the young man they are searching for still hasn't died. According to her, he looked so terrible that it seemed impossible for him to survive the night. Casually, she comments that he probably passed out or died somewhere along the road. Irritated by the way she speaks, Zhou Yun tries to move forward, but Hyungjin holds her back and asks her to calm down. That's when the attendant snaps her fingers, remembering an important detail. The attendant points outside and says that at dawn, she saw a group of men dressed in black heading in that direction. She shows them the exact path the strangers took through the snow toward the valley. After analyzing the route, the group realizes that it matches the path back from the battle site, making the clue quite convincing. Zhou Yun tries to get more information about Wu Xian, but the attendant apologizes and explains that she stayed hidden because she was afraid of getting involved. Hyunjin suggests that they immediately resume the search in that direction, although his stomach growls from hunger at the worst possible moment. The girl simply waves with a smile as the warriors hurry off to follow the trail through the forest. But as soon as everyone disappears, her expression changes and an apology slips from her lips. Walking upstairs, she thinks about Zhou Yun's desperation and admits that she almost ended up telling her the truth. The young woman opens the door to one of the rooms and worriedly asks how the person inside is doing. Beside the bed, a white-haired old man continues caring for Wu Xian, who remains unconscious. The elder confirms that thanks to the medicine she prepared, the boy has finally passed the critical stage. He asks whether the pursuers are gone and Xiao confirms it, although she says there is still a more urgent problem. Looking at Wu Xian, she reminds her grandfather that there is only one way to completely heal him. Faced with the old man's silence, Xiao insists that he do something for the boy. Looking at Wu Xian's unconscious face, the elder comments that he looks very much like someone from his past. At that moment, the boy begins regaining consciousness and slowly opens his eyes. Wu Xian suddenly sits up, calls out for Wu Yang, immediately remembers his revenge. Recognizing the innkeepers, he becomes confused and asks why he is there. The old man explains that he saw men dressed in black passing through the area at dawn and decided to check the surroundings. That was how he found Wu Xian unconscious at the entrance of a cave and carried him back. The boy bows deeply and thanks the elder for saving his life. Deep down, however, he knows he can't waste time and needs to resume searching for traces of Wu Yang and the black butterfly. Wu Xian announces that he is leaving, but Xiao tries to stop him, warning that his body is so badly damaged that it could take years to recover. He thanks her for the concern and acknowledges everything they did for him. Even so, he makes it clear that he still has a duty he needs to fulfill. Wu Xian leaves the inn and begins walking despite being visibly weakened. Before he gets far, the old man advises him to properly open his energy flow during internal breathing to speed up his recovery. He also explains that certain veins need to remain closed to prevent blood clots from reaching the dantian. Woonseon listens carefully to every piece of advice, surprised by the knowledge of such a simple innkeeper. Grateful for the guidance, he bows to the old man once again. Shortly afterward, he leaves through the snowy forest, determined to continue on his path. Watching Woonseon disappear, Seol asks her grandfather if he really intends to let him leave in that condition. She comments that if the boy had reached the second stage of the divine technique, he would be able to control that energy much better. With a teasing smile, Seol calls the old man heartless. Her tone gradually changes as a different look appears in her eyes. Then she reveals their true relationship by calling him master. The veteran simply thinks that perhaps he will truly help Woonseon if fate causes the two of them to meet again. As he continues his journey, memories involving Yibake return to the young man's mind, including the moment he began suspecting that old man's intentions. He had wondered why a master as powerful as Yibake should so much interest in the legendary technique. Yibake seemed to believe that he was dealing with nothing more than a naive child who would be easy to manipulate, but he completely underestimated the young man's perception. Amid the memories, the idea echoes again that even if Yibake obtained the technique, he would never be able to understand it. Consumed by hatred, the young man shouts Yibake's name and declares that he will never decipher that supreme art. The traitor's face is reflected in his rage-filled eyes. Furious that his plans were exposed, Yibake also loses control. Without giving him any chance to react, the old man charges with a powerful energy attack. The blue force strikes the ground and destroys part of the surrounding structure. Seeing the scene, another disciple desperately calls out to his master. Among the rubble, the young man coughs up blood and struggles to remain standing. Yibake approaches and calls him ungrateful for daring to rebel. The old man complains that after all the favors he gave him, he received nothing but lies in return. Consumed by rage, he demands to know how someone so young had the courage to challenge his authority. Even gravely injured, the young man continues staring at Yibake without showing any fear. The word dare echoes in his mind once again, and that exact expression ends up triggering an important realization. His heart races as the pieces begin falling into place. The entire performance finally seems to collapse, revealing the enemy he had been searching for. With his thoughts clearer, the young man is once again consumed by his desire for revenge. Gathering the energy he still has left, he launches an attack at Yibake. The two forces collide in a powerful flash, beginning a decisive confrontation. The collision releases a wave of blue energy that sweeps through the entire area. The explosion strikes the ground and makes the whole structure tremble. Yibake calmly emerges from the dust and comments that although people considered the boy smarter than his master, the two are actually quite similar in the end. Looking at the fallen young man, the old man says that this outcome was already expected. According to Yibake, no matter how much he improves, he will eventually meet the same fate as Yolchian. Instead of despairing, however, the young man begins laughing, leaving the old man irritated and confused. Even covered in blood, he continues laughing without showing any fear. Amid the memories and chaos of that moment, Woonseon's name echoes once again. The young man is tormented by the thought of how long he spent searching for answers while the true enemy had been so close. Yibake suddenly notices something strange and widens his eyes. The young man charges forward surrounded by powerful energy, making the old man immediately recognize the supreme divine skill. Yibake realizes that the scriptures were secretly deciphered. Without backing down, he accepts the confrontation and orders his opponent to use everything he has. The old man promises to show him just how insufficient that secretly cultivated power still is. The scene changes to a full moon night with an enormous palace standing high in the mountains. A young woman begins thinking that Yibake would never be careless enough to leave important clues about the scriptures. She suspects that the old man may already have gotten his hands on the manual and concludes that she needs to act quickly. As she crosses the rooftops, she also wonders how Yibake managed to reach the position of Grandmaster. Clenching her fist, she makes it clear that she also wants the secret master's wisdom so she can become the strongest. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoes in the distance and makes the woman in pink clothes stop. She changes direction and heads toward the large pavilion where the leaders had gathered. Knowing that the explosion doesn't sound normal, she decides to check the place immediately. Before she can move forward, however, another leader appears beside her and asks why she is in such a hurry. She recognizes Leader Joe and tries to hide her concern. The young woman points toward the area of the explosion and asks if the noise came from there. He calmly replies that the disciples are building an outpost and probably dropped some materials. Accepting the explanation for now, she apologizes for the misunderstanding and suggests that he get some rest. Deep down, however, she is frustrated that she can't push the issue without arousing suspicion. Leader Joe says goodbye and tells her that they will meet again the next day. The moment he turns away, his expression changes completely. He silently watches the smoke still rising from the pavilion, clearly knowing more than he said. Back at the confrontation, Yibake lands another brutal blow on the young man and calls him an idiot for continuing to resist. Even while bleeding, the young man keeps smiling provocatively. Irritated by his stubbornness, the old man unleashes another attack and tells him to give up. The young man is violently thrown into the ground. Even fallen and covered in injuries, he continues staring at Yibake with a mocking smile. One of the old man's disciples runs toward the scene in concern while Yibake looks at his own injured hands after letting his guard down. The disciple warns that they need to leave before the noise attracts the other sex. Yibake becomes irritated that he failed to end the confrontation quickly. He realizes that the young man practically risked his own life just to create that commotion and prevent everything from remaining hidden. Sweating with rage, Yibake curses Kang Woonseon for continuing to interfere with his plans until the very end. At that moment, another leader appears behind him and calmly asks if Leader Yi needs any help. With a serious gaze, the newcomer makes it clear that he also wants to know more about the secret master's wisdom. The scene goes back several days to the Godaisen sect, where ancient teachings echo through the area. Ingyang reflects on life being as fleeting as dew and lightning, trying to understand detachment from worldly things. Soon afterward, however, he realizes that this isn't the time to get lost in philosophical thoughts. With his father dead at the hands of the enemy, he now carries responsibility for the future of the Godaisen sect. Determined, he prepares to follow the Grandmaster's orders and study the third verse of the scriptures. Suddenly, a desperate scream from outside cuts through the hall. Ingyang immediately stands when he realizes that someone is calling for help. His heart races as he tries to determine where the scream came from. Realizing that the chaos seems to be coming from the main hall, he runs in that direction. Ingyang rushes through the corridors, prepared to find the worst. When he arrives, he finds the place engulfed in flames with several disciples lying dead. The young man freezes before the destruction, unable to believe what he is seeing. Then he hears the weak groan of an injured companion among the rubble. Ingyang runs to him, holds his bloody body, and asks what happened. The disciple tells him to run immediately, but Ingyang demands to know who caused the massacre. The injured man reveals that two of the divine sect's principal disciples attacked the place, making Ingyang ask about the Grandmaster. With his voice fading, the man points toward a sword embedded in the ground. Looking in that direction, Ingyang feels his world collapse. Amid the flames stands the legendary sword belonging to his master and leader. Before he can process it, a cold voice comes from behind him. Ingyang turns around and finds the invaders, who are surprised that anyone is still alive. Furious, the young man curses them for the massacre, while one of them comments that they accidentally let one victim escape. Without any remorse, the warrior raises his heavy weapon and decides to correct the mistake. He launches an attack at Ingyang and destroys the ground with the force of the impact. But the weapon is intercepted before it can reach the boy. Another practitioner appears at the last moment and blocks the strike. The man tells Jiaku to hold his weapon and wait. Then he looks at Ingyang and asks if he understands why his life was spared. The order is simpler: run to the Otizen Alliance and warn them that they will be next. Back in the present, Ingyang finishes telling the leaders how he managed to survive. One of the elders realizes that it was a maneuver to draw their attention away while the Godaisen sect was being destroyed. A representative tries to calm Leader Go and suggests that they create a strategy before acting. Consumed by rage, he responds that they should be chasing those responsible instead of continuing to argue. An elder asks how he plans to capture Songun, the sword demon, with only 30 men. In his opinion, they first need to return to the Godaisen sect, assess the destruction, and only then make a plan. In the middle of the discussion, Ingyang falls to his knees and presses his forehead against the ground. With tears in his eyes, he begs them to stop wasting time while the enemy continues advancing. Ingyang says that he isn't begging out of weakness, but in the name of the Sword of Otizen Alliance and everyone who died. The elderly leader of the Huangshi sect shows sadness at the young man's suffering. Even so, he hesitates before giving his answer. In the end, he refuses the request and says that the Huangshi sect needs to prepare for a possible attack from the divine sect. The elder announces his departure, leaving Leader Go devastated. The Sionin sect representative also decides to leave, saying that she needs to protect her own disciples. Watching his former allies walk away, Leader Go lowers his head. A dry laugh begins escaping from his mouth. He sarcastically mocks the supposed loyalty of the Sword of Otizen and realizes just how fragile that alliance truly was. For years, he had taken pride in the alliance, but now he sees it as something crumbling apart in his hands. Turning his back on the others, he declares that the Godaisen sect will face its fate alone. The other leaders simply watch him leave in silence. Amid the deadlock, one of the elders asks what position the Yeoman sect will take. The Duda sect leader proposes an alliance with Yeoman so the two sides can remain united. The proposal surprises the representatives who are still present. On the journey back, Leader Go closes his eyes and relives the memories of the massacre. His memory returns to the time when everyone was still thanking Lord Yi for his supposed generosity. Flames and smoke had already begun spreading across the mountains without them realizing how great the danger was. At the camp, the disciples rested around the fire. Leader Go watched the flames with a strange sense of unease. The young disciples around him were also tense because of the recent rumors. No one knew what the enemy's next move would be. Ingyang approaches his uncle with pain in his voice. Consumed by hatred, he promises to avenge his father and the Grandmaster, as well as rebuild the Godaisen sect. His uncle watches the young man in silence. A faint smile of pride appears on his face. He praises Ingyang's talent and says he believes that one day he can surpass all of them, until an explosion interrupts the conversation. A surprise attack strikes the camp, causing Leader Go to immediately draw his sword. A massive invader appears, killing men along the way while asking who the leader of the Godaisen sect is. The man freezes when he recognizes the figure in front of him. It is Ma Jinjian, one of the most dangerous warriors of the enemy sect. Outraged, Leader Go asks whether the divine sect truly intends to exterminate everyone without leaving any survivors. Realizing that there will be no negotiation, he looks at Injiang and makes a decision. With his sword in hand, he orders his nephew to run and never look back. Ma Jinjian carefully watches their movements. The uncle releases an enormous amount of green energy and tells Ingyang never to forget who destroyed his family. The young man screams when he realizes that his uncle intends to sacrifice himself to open an escape route. An elder strikes Ingyang on the back of the neck to knock him unconscious so he can carry him away. Seeing his nephew being carried away, Leader Go thanks Elder Wang. As he flees with the boy, Huang laments the fate of his leader. Leader Go charges at Majin Jian with his sword wrapped in a powerful green aura. In his thoughts, he comforts himself with the idea that Ingyang's survival will be enough to keep the sect alive. Gathering what strength he has left, he carries within the determination of all the disciples who died. In the name of Godaisen's honor, he unleashes a massive wave of green blades. Majin Jiang considers the attack desperate and useless. With a wave of dark energy, he devours the green technique and sweeps across the battlefield. The invader coldly stares at the smoke created by the collision. Then Leader Go emerges from the dust with his sword raised for one final attack. While the two fight, Huang continues fleeing with Ingyang on his back. Little by little, the boy regains consciousness. Disoriented, he realizes that the elder is carrying him. Ingyang asks about his uncle, but Huang tells him to focus on the legacy he now needs to protect. From that point on, the young man's priority is to ensure that the Godaisen sect's lineage doesn't disappear. Huang warns that Mount Yalman is close, but a threatening voice interrupts their escape. The two realize that they were caught before reaching the refuge. Jekwu appears in front of them with a smile, pleased to see the survivor again. Huang immediately throws Ingyang behind him and draws his sword. The young man panics when he sees the elder take the front line alone. Huang tells him to run to Mount Yalman without looking back. Then he concentrates all the energy his into the fifth form of the broad, leaf sword technique. Jekwu smiles when he sees the technique and accepts the challenge. The two forces collide, spreading green and red energy throughout the forest. The red-haired man praises the pressure of the attack but continues advancing through sheer force. Huang grits his teeth at his opponent's absurd confidence. Jekwu gathers red energy around his fist. Then he lands a brutal blow on the elder, commenting that age means nothing in battle. Huang coughs up blood from the impact. Ingyang screams when he sees the veteran injured in front of him. Knowing they need to buy time, Huang decides to burn away what remains of his life. He stands again as an even more intense green aura surrounds his body. The elder prepares his final technique. Jekwu senses the amount of power being gathered and prepares to receive the strike. Huang unleashes the immaculate blade of morning dew, even with his body already at its limit. Instead of dodging, Jekwu decides to face the technique head-on. The red-haired man charges directly into the wave of green energy. The collision tears apart the ground and covers the forest in a storm of energy. The shockwave throws Ingyang backward as dust fills the area. The boy realizes that Huang put all of his QI into that attack. Unable to see clearly through the smoke, he desperately hopes that it worked. When the dust settles, Huang remains motionless among the rubble after giving everything in that final strike. Ingyang looks around in shock and desperately calls out to his martial uncle. Jekwu turns toward him after hearing the young man call him a monster. Overcome by rage, Ingyang leaps forward with his sword wrapped in green aura. For someone at Jekwu's level, however, such a direct attack is easy to predict. He dodges and grabs Ingyang by the neck in midair. Even while choking, the young man promises that one day he will kill him. Jekwu calls him a fool and asks if he intends to waste the life that so many people sacrificed themselves to protect. The red-haired man reminds him that he already spared Ingyang once and says he doesn't intend to kill him now. Instead, he tells the young man to swallow his pain, become stronger, and return to challenge him in 10 years. Only then does Jekwu promise to face him using all of his power. The scene moves forward to a large wooden building beneath the clear sky of a cold day. The doors open to reveal a dark, abandoned hall covered in dust. A hand covered by blue sleeves touches the dirty wood. Jo-yoon realizes from the layer of dust that no one has visited that place in a long time. Looking around the empty hall, she sadly confirms that Woon-sian isn't there. At that moment, a young man with a ponytail appears behind her and asks what she intends to do. Jo-yoon turns around in surprise and asks why he followed her, questioning whether he thought she was hiding Woon-sian. The young man admits that he feels guilty about the deaths, but points out that Woon-sian's body was never found. Hearing that he also hopes Woon-sian is alive, Jo-yoon shows surprise. The young man argues that if Woon-sian survived, the divine sect probably knows something and suggests that they investigate together. He sincerely asks Jo-yoon to let him accompany her in the search. She remains silent for a few moments. Then she turns away and tells him to stop pretending to care after everything that happened. Jo-yoon also demands that he never call her that way again or try to associate her with his own master. The young man accepts the warning and asks what he would need to do in order to accompany her. Jo-yoon replies that there's only one condition. The young man immediately smiles, relieved that there is still a possibility. After reaching an agreement, the two leave the abandoned temple and set out together. Another year passes and autumn arrives in a bustling coastal city filled with ships. A large wooden tavern packed with customers stands over the water. Inside, a mustached man complains that the divine sect's actions have been driving the martial world insane for the past year. His companion agrees and comments that rumors of an attack on the Umpyong Security Bureau have thrown the transportation of goods into chaos. He adds that the Sword of Otizen is protecting the Bureau, so perhaps the situation will improve. During the conversation, the mustached man discreetly points toward another table. Judging by their clothing, the two suspect that the young people sitting there belong to the Godaisen sect. They continue whispering that Godaisen suffered a terrible blow during the winter and has been cornered ever since. Hearing the comments, a young disciple from the sect clenches his teeth in anger. An attendant approaches carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. The older companion places a hand on the shoulder of the boy named Yangjin and asks him to be patient. Yangjin says that hearing those people mock the sect makes his blood boil, but the veteran tells him to get used to it. Deep down, the boy thinks that the late master Xin Yang Xin would turn in his grave if he heard them. Unable Unable to take it anymore, Yeonjun slams the table and demands respect. The men from Wonyoung Hall turn toward him and mockingly ask if the brat has a problem. Looking at their clothes, Yeonjun immediately recognizes the faction they belong to. That makes him even angrier, because now even the small Wonyoung Hall feels comfortable looking down on Godazen. Yeonjun moves forward, determined to silence the provocateurs. Before he can land the first blow, someone grabs his arm from behind. Looking back, he realizes that it is Go Ingyeong himself, his leader. Ingyeong steps forward and apologizes for his disciples' behavior. He introduces himself as the leader of the Godazen sect and suggests that everyone end the misunderstanding there. The man from Wonyoung Hall bursts out laughing when he realizes that someone so young now leads the ancient sect. Walking closer to Ingyeong, he mocks him by saying that it must be difficult pretending to be a leader with so few members left. Then the group simply leaves the tavern laughing. Yeonjun remains furious, but Ingyeong calls him out. The young leader uses an old rule of Go to explain that when someone is at a disadvantage, seeking harmony is better than forcing a confrontation. Knowing how to endure provocation is also part of a warrior's path, and Yeonjun eventually admits that he acted impulsively. Ingyeong reminds everyone that Mount Hwangseok is nearby and tells them to finish eating so they can continue the journey. From the corner of the tavern, the scar-faced attendant watches Ingyeong carefully. The scene changes to Mount Hwangseok, covered in the colors of autumn. The Godazen group follows the trail through the fallen leaves. Ingyeong comments that they will soon reach the Hwangshi sect and suggests taking a short break. Before he finishes, however, he senses danger approaching. A gust of wind sends leaves flying across the path. Looking at the scenery, Ingyeong thinks about how autumn arrived without him even noticing after spending an entire year living almost entirely for revenge. He remembers the humiliation he suffered in the past, and everything he had to endure since then. In silence, he promises to rebuild the Godazen sect with his own hands. The moment ends when a flying blade cuts through the leaves toward him. Ingyeong notices the attack at the last second. He draws his sword and deflects the dagger, sending sparks across the trail. The disciples are startled, and Ingyeong orders everyone to ready their weapons. From the attack, he realizes that the men from the tavern decided to continue provoking them. The members of Wonyoung Hall appear on top of the cliff and mock Ingyeong for managing to block the ambush. Irritated, the young leader asks why they attacked. The man replies that he heard an interesting rumor about the Godazen sect hiding something extremely valuable. Ingyeong denies it, but the opponent tells him to stop pretending. According to the rumor, Godazen possesses the Sword God Supreme Manual, the secret master's wisdom. The disciples move forward to protect Ingyeong while the scar-faced tavern attendant watches everything from hiding. Hearing the name of the manual, the mysterious man shows interest. The battle erupts in the forest, with both groups exchanging attacks. One of the attackers charges with his sword covered in blue aura and demands that they hand over the manual. Ingyeong blocks the blade with his own energy-covered sword. He shouts that he doesn't possess any manual, and the whole thing is nothing more than a rumor. The opponent replies that the divine sect would never have destroyed Godazen if there weren't something valuable involved. Realizing that he won't be able to convince him, Ingyeong gives up arguing. He gathers green aura and assumes the first style of the Great Mountain Sword technique. Then he unleashes a powerful upward slash. The enemy is thrown backward and coughs up blood. Yeonjun celebrates after seeing his leader's strength. He remembers that ever since the sect was destroyed, Ingyeong hasn't gone a single day without training. Because of that, he believes the leader will be able to defeat those men. But in the next instant, Ingyeong coughs up a large amount of blood. The mercenary stands up smiling as if he had already expected it. According to him, Ingyeong's external techniques are strong, but his internal energy is still far too weak. Using techniques beyond his own level comes at a heavy price, and Ingyeong feels it throughout his body. Realizing the danger, he orders Yeonjun to run to the Hwangshi sect for reinforcements. The boy is startled but immediately obeys. The men from Wonyoung Hall block his path. The other Godazen disciples step forward to open an escape route. Seeing the attempt, the enemy leader grabs several daggers wrapped in blue energy. He throws the projectiles at Yeonjun while taunting Ingyeong for being unable to protect even one disciple. The leader shouts for Yeonjun to watch out. The boy turns around and freezes when he sees the daggers heading straight for his chest. The blue energy reflects in his eyes, leaving no time to defend himself. Ingyeong reaches out and shouts his name. But in the next instant, something unexpected happens. Even the attacker freezes when he sees his attack interrupted. The scar-faced attendant appears in front of Yeonjun and disperses the dagger's energy using only his hand. Standing between the two groups, he sarcastically repeats the line about using techniques above one's own level. A hooded young man accompanying him asks whether they shouldn't help those people. The man grumbles that he has no intention of getting involved in the Sword of Odazen's problems. The boy insists, reminding him that the attackers mentioned the secret manual. Faced with the insistence, the attendant pauses for a moment as if he just remembered something. Cracking his neck, he comments that those customers forgot their change from the noodles back at the tavern. The hooded young man immediately understands the excuse and smiles. The two then walk toward Ingyeong and Yeonjun. Fallen and weak, and Ingyeong asks who those men are. With part of his face hidden in shadow, the attendant replies that he only came to return the forgotten change. The leader of Wonyoung Hall recognizes the man from the tavern and becomes irritated by the excuse. Furious, he orders his men to finish the fight and crush the intruder. The attendant merely smiles at the threat. The mercenaries resume their attack against the Godazen disciples. Meanwhile, the leader charges directly at the scar-faced man. Ingyeong tries to run over to help him, but halfway there, he notices something something strange about the stranger's stance. The man doesn't move even an inch as the blades approach. His expression remains completely indifferent. At the final moment, he steps on the handle of a fallen dagger and kicks it into the air. The small projectile knocks aside the attacker's weapons and sends sparks flying. One of the mercenaries shouts when he sees his attack neutralized by something so simple. The leader tries to take advantage of the opening, but the attendant dodges effortlessly. Then sky blue energy gathers in his hand and cuts through the air. The attack strikes 3 mercenaries before they can react. Another man freezes after watching his companions fall. Even the leader watches the energy pass him and destroy everything behind him. The shockwave tears through the forest. The 3 attackers collapse while the mysterious man remains standing in the exact same place. The leader of Wanyang Hall can't believe that 3 warriors were brought down with a single move. Only then does he realize that the man was never a simple tavern attendant. As the man takes a step forward, the mercenary begins backing away. With no other option, he gathers all of his internal energy into one final attack. Ingyang notices the amount of aura and warns the stranger to be careful. The enemy leaps into the air and descends with his sword covered in blue energy. Ingyang shouts that blocking that with bare hands would be suicide. The blade comes down with enough force to shatter stone. The scar-faced man simply raises his hand and catches the sword in midair. The attacker himself coughs up blood from the force reflected back through the block. A moment later, he collapses unconscious on the ground. Ingyang is left speechless as he stares at the stranger's bandaged hand. He can't even imagine what the man's true level might be. Before anyone can ask anything, the attendant uses a movement technique and disappears. Ingyang understands that he probably didn't want to reveal his identity. Looking in the direction where he vanished, Ingyang promises never to forget that debt. Farther away, the man reaches toward his face and begins peeling away a thin mask. As the disguise comes off, he mutters that he won't be able to keep using that identity anymore. His true face is revealed. It is Kang Woonsian, who sighs as he imagines the scolding he will receive from his master for getting involved. Meanwhile, in another region, warriors dressed in yellow find their path blocked. They charge with swords drawn against a swordsman dressed in dark clothing. One of the attackers becomes alarmed when the enemy's blade is surrounded by bolts of blue energy. With rapid movements, the swordsman takes down the men using those electrified slashes. He turns with a cold expression, ready to face anyone else who still wants to advance. The remaining guards are furious after seeing their companions defeated. The scene reveals a large caravan being attacked in the middle of the road. The bearded commander of the guards orders his men to stop hesitating and contain the invader. Several of them charge together. Their goal is to surround the swordsman from every direction, but a single spinning slash wrapped in blue lightning takes several of them down at once. The commander becomes irritated after seeing so many men lose to a single opponent. Then a voice appears behind him and asks who said that swordsman was alone. 4 figures emerge from the dust, including Jiokwu and the leader of the Tae, Yule Divine Sect. The pressure released by the group makes the commander freeze. From their clothing, he immediately recognizes the feared T, Yule Divine Sect. The leader smiles and announces the beginning of the massacre as the story reveals how the situation started. The scene goes back 10 days to a large estate during a peaceful night. In the courtyard, workers prepare several wagons for a long journey. Go Ingyang watches everything in sighs in relief when he realizes that the preparations are finally complete. He thanks the workers for their effort in organizing the escort. To Ingyang, the success of that transport is essential because it could secure the support promised by the other sects for rebuilding Godazen. The escort chief approaches and asks the young man not to worry so much about the convoy's safety. He introduces himself as Yongjo, leader of the Umpayong escort agency, and assures him that his men have more than 10 years of experience. Even with that reassurance, Ingyang remains serious, feeling the full weight of the mission on his shoulders. Ingyang explains that he trusts the guards, but since the agreement involves other nations, he would rather inspect the convoy's security personally. Yongjo hides his annoyance with a laugh, reminding himself that he was ordered to be patient with the young leader. Ingyang says he will inspect at the other side of the convoy, and Yongjo politely agrees as he walks away. As soon as he is alone, Yongjo grumbles about the young man's attitude but decides to let it go. But when he turns around, he notices suspicious movement in the corner of the courtyard. A porter is crouched in the darkness, working on the wheels of one of the main wagons. Without making a sound, Yongjo draws his sword and approaches from behind. He places the blade against the young man's neck and demands to know who he is. Frightened, the young man explains that the wheel is sturdy, but it cannot support that much weight without reinforcement. He shows the layers of leather he added to strengthen the structure. Yongjo considers the explanation and realizes that the young man genuinely knows what he is talking about. Even so, he finds it strange that a simple porter would take such initiative without receiving any orders. Still suspicious that he may be a spy, Yongjo decides to test the boy's reflexes. With a quick movement, Yongjo swings his sword directly at his head. The blade stops only a few inches from his face, making the young man scream in pure terror. Seeing him tremble and cry while insisting that he only wanted to help, Yongjo realizes that he may have gone too far. He sheathes his sword and apologizes while the young man complains that he nearly died for no reason. The young man then says that he plans to report the wheel improvement to the National Lord in hopes of earning some merit. He also asks if he can ride on the first wagon if he is rewarded, and Yongjo agrees. As he walks away, Yongjo has no idea that the humble porter is actually Woonseon in disguise. Deep down, Woonseon admits that the situation was risky, but everything went according to plan. He recognizes that someone as experienced as Yongjo has extremely sharp eyes and decides to be even more careful. If his true identity is discovered now, the entire plan could collapse. The scene changes to the inside of the manor, where a plump official is focused on his work. Yongjo enters bows and respectfully announces that Leader Joe has arrived for a meeting. Ma Chiong, the national lord of the escort agency, immediately stops working. A white-haired elder enters the room and Chiong-ok stands up to welcome him. Leader Joe praises the official for personally taking command of the transport. Chiong-ok takes his hands and comments that the elder could have warned him before showing up. He then explains that he followed the instructions and placed all the tribute cargo in the center of the convoy. The prisoners were positioned at the front and rear to serve as shields in case of an attack. Watching the prisoners being forced to work, Leader Joe shows satisfaction with the strategy. He reminds Chiong-ok that the next day will be decisive and recommends that he rest early. From the corner of the room, Youngjo notices the strange and insincere atmosphere between the two men. Chiong-ok says goodbye and agrees to discuss the final details of the operation in the morning. Alone, Youngjo thinks that being stuck between two such calculating old men is terrifying. Later, Leader Joe heads into an isolated part of the forest beneath the moonlight. Without looking back, he orders the person hiding among the trees to come out. A silver-haired young man emerges from the shadows and bows before him. The elder asks about the preparations, and the disciple assures him that he will follow the convoy from a distance and create confusion after the first attack. Leader Joe approves the plan. Then he asks what the young man discovered about the girl he had been investigating. The disciple replies that she truly doesn't know the contents of the sutra, and that the sword immortal has already left. Before continuing, he hesitates when he reaches the most sensitive information. He remembers the young woman's determination as she searched for answers about her companion's whereabouts. According to the disciple, she decided to accompany the caravan the next day. Leader Joe reacts with surprise when he hears that. The young man explains that she is looking for clues that Woonsian may still be alive and promises to restrain her if she interferes with the plan. But in the middle of the explanation, the elder's expression suddenly changes. With a calculating smile, he comments that this may actually be even better and tells the disciple to return. Not understanding his reaction, the young man simply obeys. He disappears among the trees, leaving Leader Joe alone. The elder thinks that if that disciple is placed in danger, her master will certainly appear to save her. The next day, the sun begins setting behind the mountains. The convoy travels along the dirt road with Woonsian sitting at the front of the first wagon. From the top of a cliff, warriors from the Tae-il Divine sect watch the caravan approach. The silver-haired warrior asks whether Woonsian is doing alright, but Jiaku tells him to mind his own business. Shortly afterward, the two jump from the cliff toward the convoy. They descend onto the road, clearly ready to begin the attack. Woonsian senses the approaching presences and realizes that the time has come. The driver looks back and is shocked to see two warriors falling from the sky. Jaek-woo and his silver-haired companion land in front of the caravan, releasing a threatening pressure. The man begins shouting to warn everyone that the attack has started. The guards immediately become alert when they recognize members of the Tae-il Divine sect. The commanders order the standard bearers to advance and contain the invasion. The silver-haired warrior tells Jiaku not to move too far away and says that he will handle that front. Jaek-woo tightens his grip on his enormous weapon and orders the allies to attack. The red-haired man charges into the guards' formation with brutal strikes. Disguised among the drivers, Woonsian watches his companion's exaggerated performance and can barely believe how enthusiastic he is. Terrified by Jiaku's strength, some guards retreat and shift their attention toward another member of the group. The silver-haired warrior notices their movement and his expression changes. He leaps over the troops and sarcastically mocks their courage for attacking someone at a disadvantage. With a single movement, he unleashes a quick slash before the guards can react. Hearing the battle, Go Injeon leaves his wagon and asks what is happening. Yeonjin points toward the road and warns that the Tae-il Divine sect has attacked the convoy. Ingeon freezes when he hears the name of the faction that destroyed his former home. When he looks toward the battle, his eyes widen. He immediately recognizes Jiaku among the attackers. The red-haired man continues destroying the escort formation without showing any difficulty. At the center of the convoy, a commander orders the rear guards to hold their positions. One of them hears a strange sound in the bushes and turns around. A massive warrior carrying a spear silently appears behind him. Before he can react, the guard is struck in the chest. The other men nearby panic at the sudden attack. They quickly realize that the ambush has also begun in the center of the formation. The survivors charge together in an attempt to contain the invader. The giant spins his enormous spear and creates a powerful gust of wind. With a wide swing, he knocks down several guards at once. From the top of the wagon, Woonsian carefully watches everything, calculating how the plan is progressing. At that moment, the wheel of one of the main wagons finally gives out. The structure tips over in the middle of the road and raises a massive cloud of dust. The guards panic when they see the cargo collapse. Woonsian quietly celebrates, knowing that the failure created enough time to begin the next stage. He prepares to give the retreat signal, but senses a dangerous presence approaching. The young man immediately recognizes that energy. It is Go Injeong charging directly toward Jiaku while consumed by rage. The young leader is thinking only about killing the red-haired man and taking revenge for the past. Woonsian immediately sees the problem, because Ingeong is still important to his plans and could die in that confrontation. He reaches for his weapon, willing to intervene even if it compromises his disguise. Before he can move, however, someone appears behind him and grabs his shoulder, calling him a little spy. Woonsian freezes when he realizes who appeared. It is Bang Inbiam, a respected veteran of the Umpyeong escort agency. The presence of someone at that level makes any reckless reckless movement even more dangerous. With a subtle smile, Bang Inbyeom says that he will handle the fight and that revealing Woonseon's identity now would be a waste. Without waiting for a response, the veteran charges onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jeokwoo continues complaining that he can't find anyone capable of truly challenging him. That's when Ingyang shouts his name with all the rage he has accumulated over the years. Descending with his sword wrapped in green aura, he declares that he has never forgotten that face. Consumed by revenge, he promises to take Jeokwoo's life that very day. The red-haired man recognizes the Godaesan survivor and gives him a provocative smile. Their weapons collide, and Jeokwoo mocks Ingyang for returning before the promised 10 years were over. The impact causes an explosion across the ground and fills the area with smoke. In the next instant, Bang Inbyeom appears between them and interrupts the confrontation. Jeokwoo complains about the interference, but the escort chief ignores the provocation. Bang Inbyeom tells Ingyang to clear his head and look at what is happening around him. He asks whether personal revenge is worth more than the lives of his own companions. As a leader, Ingyang's priority should be protecting the disciples who are still fighting to survive. Bang Inbyeom takes the front line against Jeokwoo and orders the young man to return to his group. Ashamed, Ingyang realizes the magnitude of the mistake he almost made. He thanks him and retreats to help his companions. As soon as Ingyang disappears, Bang Inbyeom lets out a quiet laugh. Watching everything from afar, Woonseon remembers the rumors about an infiltrated spy and begins connecting the dots. To his surprise, Bang Inbyeom scolds Jeokwoo like someone extremely close to him, and the red-haired man ends up calling him uncle. Meanwhile, the convoy continues trying to break through the encirclement. Embarrassed by the scolding, Jeokwoo tries to defend himself. Bang Inbyeom looks around to make sure no one is paying attention. Then he smacks his nephew on the head and calls him irresponsible. The veteran reminds him that the order was to keep the Grandmaster alive, not attack everyone he saw because of his thirst for blood. Becoming serious again, he warns that Jingdan has already destroyed the wheels of the central wagons and orders everyone to retreat. Rubbing his sore head, Jeokwoo accepts the order. Bang Inbyeom prepares to return to the allies when someone calls his name. The veteran freezes and feels cold sweat run down his face. A companion appears behind him, clearly confused after seeing him talking so naturally with Jeokwoo. In the center of the road, the battle continues as the guards try to protect the wagons. Some of the attackers begin being pushed back by the unexpected resistance. One of the men panics after realizing the defender's level. Two elite warriors exchange a glance and prepare to end the confrontation. The pair charges at high speed toward the remaining enemies. Realizing that the retreat is working, Woonseon silently celebrates the success of the first part of the plan. Even so, a bad feeling begins bothering him. Seeing Bang Inbyeom talking to Jeokwoo, Captain Yong demands an explanation. Bang Inbyeom immediately realizes how serious it is that he was caught by that particular man. For a moment, he considers silencing him, but remembers that Yong was the one who brought Woonseon into the operation. If the mission built over years collapses and the boy dies, all the infiltration work will have been meaningless. Unable to see a safe way out, Bang Inbyeom makes an extreme decision. Irritated by the silence, Captain Yong advances while demanding answers. Before either of them can do anything, however, an unexpected movement interrupts them. Jeokwoo suddenly charges forward and strikes between them. In the process, Bang Inbyeom ends up gravely injured right in front of his nephew. Bleeding, the veteran shouts at Jeokwoo to hide any connection between them. He declares that only one of them will leave alive and begins executing a secret technique. The scene returns to the past inside an isolated pavilion in the mountains. Back then, Bang Inbyeom drank beside the young Jeokwoo while speaking with extreme seriousness. He told him that he would need to spend years living as a spy in enemy territory. Trying to lighten the mood, Jeokwoo said that when the mission ended, everything would return to normal. Bang Inbyeom agreed but gave him a warning that completely changed the boy's expression. The day might come when Jeokwoo himself would need to eliminate him. The young man refused to accept that possibility. His uncle tried to joke and asked whether he was really that eager to get rid of the old man. Jeokwoo angrily replied that it wasn't something to joke about. Returning to a serious tone, Bang Inbyeom asked him to carefully remember what he was about to hear. The definitive signal would be when he used the technique called Hack Yu Woo. Back in the present, Jeokwoo immediately recognizes his uncle's movements. Understanding their meaning, he silently begs him to stop. Bang Inbyeom charges using Hack Yu Woo while pretending to carry killing intent. Jeokwoo remembers when his uncle taught him the exact blind spot of that technique. At the time, he confirmed that he understood, even though he hated the possibility of ever needing that knowledge. Bang Inbyeom also explained that the meaning of the technique was connected to the idea of living free from worries. In the present, drops of blood fall to the ground when the counterattack finally happens. Jeokwoo's blade pierces through his own uncle, who simply tells the boy not to worry. Crying, Jeokwoo watches Bang Inbyeom smile, finally freed from the life he had to endure as a spy. Even while bleeding, the veteran maintains a peaceful expression. In his final words, he says that he can finally let go of all those burdens. His body falls lifeless, bringing his long infiltration mission to an end. Captain Yong is shocked to see Bang Inbyeom die before him. Looking at Jeokwoo standing over the body, he feels a mixture of fear and hatred. Consumed by rage, he charges forward to try avenging his companion, but the attack is blocked before it can reach the red-haired man. Yong is surprised to realize that Jingdan was the one who stopped his strike. Surrounded by chaos, Jeokwoo remains motionless for a few moments, carrying the weight of his uncle's death. A silver-haired female companion tells him to move, reminding him that they can still escape. Then she looks at the ground and realizes what happened. Bang Inbyeom lies motionless, covered in blood. The sight leaves the warrior speechless. To make matters worse, enemy reinforcements begin arriving in the forest. She grabs Jeokwoo by the arm and begs him to retreat before they are surrounded. Captain Yong burns the red-haired man's face race into his memory as he watches him flee. Consumed by the desire for revenge, he promises that one day he will go after him. As the enemies retreat, the soldiers rush over to help Yang. The captain punches the ground, unable to understand why the invaders decided to flee so quickly. Around Bang Imbium's body, the men discuss whether the enemy achieved its objective or was simply repelled. The dead veteran's peaceful expression only makes everything even harder to understand. Later, at the camp, the commander orders the injured to be taken to the makeshift infirmary. He also orders the wheels to be repaired as quickly as possible. Inside the quarters, Captain Yang collapses in front of a table filled with reports. He fears that the Tae-Yul divine sect will attack again when they cross Jupyeong on the way to Yaohayang. A subordinate tries to calm him and reminds him that the repairs are progressing. Yang agrees but quickly asks what they did with Bang Imbium's body. The captain wants to know where the veteran was buried. The officer explains that they gave him a proper burial in the forest and left his sword as a marker. Even so, Yang admits that there is still one doubt he can't get rid of. He remembers the strange relationship between Bang Imbium and Jeokwoo, but concludes that if the veteran had truly been a traitor, perhaps he wouldn't have left Yang alive. The conversation is interrupted by the arrival of a visitor. The young man introduces himself as Baek Hyang Jin, a disciple from a sect sent to reinforce the expedition. He explains that he came on his master's orders to join the group of swordsmen responsible for protecting the convoy. That same night, a solitary figure visits Bang Imbium's grave. It is Woonseon silently looking at the sword planted beside the grave. A young man approaches and asks what he is doing there. Woonseon calmly replies that he came to pay his final respects to the chief who protected the convoy. The young man lowers his gaze, overwhelmed by guilt. He confesses that he feels responsible for the veteran's death because he allowed revenge to control his actions. He also admits that his recklessness put several people in danger. Woonseon warns him never to act that way again on the battlefield. The young man finds the weight behind that voice strange and feels that he has encountered that presence before. A memory begins surfacing in his mind. He connects that posture to the mysterious tavern attendant who once saved his life. Instinctively, he reaches out and asks Woonseon to wait. Even so, he still doesn't know who that man truly is. Deep down, he only knows that he owes him his life and hopes they never end up facing each other as enemies. The sun rises over the mountains, marking the beginning of another stage of the journey. The convoy returns to the road after all the setbacks. One of the guards comments with relief that the repairs were finished quickly and that they will soon reach Yaohayang. Woonseon thinks of that city as the final destination of his own plan. When they enter a narrow canyon, he decides that this is where he will put the final phase into action. 3 days earlier, during a meeting, the strategist explained that their best chance to free the 300 prisoners from Dio-guk would be inside that passage. One of the warriors asked whether it wouldn't be easier to attack directly in Yeonhang. She replied that the city was too close to Cheonseoguk and would allow enemy reinforcements to arrive constantly. That would prevent the 300 prisoners from being safely evacuated in the wagons. Even under the best calculations, the enemy cavalry would arrive before the evacuation was complete. The presence of the masters from Joyang made everything even more dangerous. One of the veterans mocked the concern and said that with the sword demon beside them, no one would dare oppose them. Woonseon stepped in and explained that their true problem wasn't their ability in battle. Irritated by his boldness, the old man slammed the table and scolded him for being disrespectful. Unfazed, Woonseon pointed at the map and asked them to analyze the routes. There were 3 possible paths between Jupyeong and Yeonhayang, forcing the group to divide its forces. On top of that, they would still need to hold off the enemies until the wagons arrived, making the plan extremely risky. Jekwoo suggested solving everything by killing anyone who appeared, but was immediately scolded. In the middle of the deadlock, someone finally stated that there was only one viable strategy. Back in the present, that strategy begins taking effect when the first wagon reaches the valley. The driver remembers that he was supposed to take the left route. Before he can turn, however, a blade presses against his neck. Woonseon appears behind him and orders him to take the central path, intending to draw attention toward that route. Seeing the first wagon change direction, the other drivers become confused. The change throws the entire formation into disorder in the middle of the canyon. The passengers notice the jolting and try to figure out what is happening. Remembering the previous attacks, one of the young men realizes that the confusion may mean another confrontation is beginning. Outside, the guards shout for the first wagon to stop and demand an explanation. An officer orders Chief Yong to investigate the cause of the disturbance. Before letting him leave, the noble comments that the expedition's protective force is more than sufficient. Besides the elite disciples, several important masters were also sent to reinforce the escort. Before he can finish speaking, a powerful impact makes the entire wagon shake. Chief Yong looks outside while a guard points ahead in fear. Baek Hyang Jin also stares at the scene, unable to understand what happened. The first wagon has overturned in the middle of the road, surrounded by a massive cloud of dust. The guards begin shouting at whoever is responsible. In the middle of the smoke, a man remains standing with a sword in his hands. It is Kang Woonseon, staring at the entire convoy without backing down. One of the opponents smiles when he recognizes him. He laughs loudly when he realizes that Woonseon survived and has finally appeared again. A white, bearded master is also shocked to discover that the young man is still alive. 2 guards immediately charge at him. Woonseon surrounds his sword with a large amount of blue energy. With a single circular slash, he takes down both attackers. A veteran master becomes irritated after seeing his men defeated so easily. A laugh interrupts him, warning that Wuncian didn't come alone. Right behind him appears the elite force of the Yule Divine Sect. The strategist closes his eyes for a moment and gives the order to begin the attack. At the top of the canyon walls, other figures watch everything from a distance. The veterans comment that the confrontation has finally begun. One of them even jokes that he was just as impulsive when he was young. Down below, the escort masters are outraged by the invaders' audacity. One of the elderly men shouts that no one should act without his authorization. The soldiers position themselves around the wagons to protect the cargo. Inside a luxurious vehicle, the official desperately orders them to reinforce his defenses. Baek Hyung-jin recommends that he leave the wagon because staying inside makes him an easy target. He then draws his sword and decides to face Wuncian before anyone else reaches him. The strategist assigns everyone's positions and orders the general advance. Before he can finish, Wuncian charges alone toward the front line. One of the allies is surprised to see him completely ignore the formation they agreed on. In the middle of the canyon, Wuncian and Hyung-jin charge toward each other. Feeling the pressure coming from his opponent, Hyung-jin confirms that the man truly is Wuncian. He shouts his name and unleashes an energy-charged strike. Their swords collide violently, sending sparks across the ravine. During the confrontation, Hyung-jin accuses Wuncian of joining the cult, but he remains silent. Releasing even more energy, Wuncian begins pushing him backward. He replies that after everything those factions have done, he sees no reason to accept their act of pretending to be righteous men. A shockwave sends Hyung-jin flying away. Sliding across the ground, the young man is stunned by the amount of internal energy his opponent possesses. He remembers that only a year earlier, Wuncian could barely stay alive and can't understand how he became so strong. Wuncian leaps in the air and releases a powerful aura over the battlefield. He crashes down with enough force to crack the rocks and raise a cloud of debris. Hyung-jin returns to the attack with his sword covered in blue energy and provokes Wuncian. Activating the 12 Swords of Life, he asks whether Wuncian still misses the young woman he left behind. The provocation makes Wuncian hesitate for a moment. Immediately afterward, the two techniques collide again and cause another massive explosion in the canyon. While they fight, the other wagons continue moving through the ravine. Inside one of them, the official desperately repeats that he needs to protect the secret of the imperial tribute. The convoy accelerates toward a narrow passage between the rocks. The guards begin wondering what is inside that wagon to make the Lord so worried. Watching the massive mobilization around that vehicle, a young man also begins wondering what secret is hidden inside. The old guard captain suddenly flinches when he senses a threatening presence appearing on the road ahead. One of the mounted scouts angrily shouts that the dark, robed Tao is standing in the middle of the road, ordering him to move immediately. Without saying a word, the mysterious veteran grabs the soldier's head in midair and coldly asks if he is really in such a hurry to die. With overwhelming strength, he slams the rider directly into the rocky ground of the ravine. The impact cracks the stones and leaves the soldier unconscious on the ground within seconds. The violence of the attack makes the main wagon stop abruptly in the middle of the dust, startling everyone behind it. The wheels lock against the dirt, bringing the entire convoy to a halt in that section of the canyon. Faced with the scene, the young man orders his companions to remain inside the transport for their safety. Through the haze, the imposing sword ghost appears holding the defeated opponent with terrifying calmness. Recognizing the old master's sinister aura, the young man draws his sword while trembling in fear and demands to know what he intends to do. Revealing his true identity as the legendary sword ghost, the elder stares at the young heir of the ancient mountain sect. The old man mocks the boy for remaining trapped inside his tiny world, making the young man grit his teeth in desperation. Consumed by hatred from the past, the young man leaps into the air and covers his blade in green aura, trying to avenge the destruction of his sect. Without even drawing his sword, the veteran remains calm and dodges the strike with a simple step to the side. Then a single energy-filled palm strike shatters the boy's blade, and the old man declares that he is 100 years too early. The young man panics when he sees his precious weapon break in half as if it were made of glass. The elder says that words won't accomplish anything and decides to show him the cruel reality of that world firsthand. With a quick gesture, he tears open the wagon's cover and reveals the terrible secret hidden inside the transport. The veteran tells the young man to look with his own eyes and face the truth that had been hidden from him. The moment he sees inside the vehicle, the boy's pupils dilate and cold sweat runs down his face. Inside, dozens of prisoners are chained together and packed into miserable conditions. Pleas from mothers asking for water for their children and injured prisoners begging for their suffering to end echo from inside the wagon. The young man is shaken after discovering that he had been protecting a transport filled with defenseless and tortured slaves. Men, women, and children look at him with faces marked by pain, hunger, and despair. Faced with that sight, the sword ghost says that no further explanation is necessary. Back at the main duel, Kang Uncian breathes heavily as his battle against Baek Hyung-jin reaches its limit. Uncian looks at his rival with outrage, questioning who the true villains in this story really are. Drops of blood run down Hyung-jin's blade, making the severity of their confrontation obvious. Furious at being pressured so badly, Hyung-jin curses Uncian through clenched teeth. Slowly standing back up, Uncian tightens his grip on the sword, determined to end this. He warns that it doesn't matter why they mention Juon's name, because nothing will change the outcome of this battle anymore. Surrounded by an overwhelming aura, Uncian coldly declares that provocations connected to the past no longer have any power over him. For a brief moment, Juan's face appears in his mind as a memory of more peaceful times. With a roar, Unseen declares the end of his archenemy's privileges and charges in for the decisive blow. His blade cuts through the air and strikes Baek Hyung-jin head-on, breaking through every attempt to defend. The force of the impact launches Hyung-jin into the air while a crater opens beneath Unseen's feet. Coughing up a large amount of blood, Hyung-jin refuses to accept that he was defeated that way. His body crashes against the rocks of the ravine, devastated by the force of Unseen's attack. Even while lying on the ground and close to death, Hyung-jin grips his sword and desperately tries to stand. Stopping in front of his defenseless rival, Kang Unseen raises his sword with both hands, ready to complete his revenge. About to deliver the final strike, Kang Unseen declares that every crime committed until now will be paid for with death. But before the blade can descend, a hand firmly grabs his arm and stops the execution at the last second. It is the group's strategist, intervening to stop Unseen from killing the enemy in the heat of the moment. Without hesitation, the man stares firmly at Unseen and keeps the situation under control. Confused by the interruption, Unseen looks back, unable to understand why his ally stopped his attack. Meanwhile, inside an isolated room, an old master dressed in noble robes sits before a table. Reading Hyung-jin's message saying that he would join the convoy earlier than expected, the veteran grumbles at his disciple's recklessness. The elder quickly realizes that the boy's premature arrival could trigger a disastrous chain reaction. He knows that this false confidence will make the Lord depart ahead of schedule, compromising the entire mission plan. Without wasting any more time, the master calls a subordinate and demands that he carry out an urgent order. He orders an immediate message requesting support from Chansaguk's reinforcement troops. Alarmed by the seriousness of the request, the messenger rushes away to deliver the order. Riding his horse, the sect leader himself departs at full speed to try containing the damage on the battlefield. Along the way, he hopes to arrive in time and prevent the unexpected developments from ruining plans that took so long to build. Back in the canyon, the bloody clash between the cultists and the convoy guards has already descended into complete chaos. The strategist becomes irritated by the delay and questions why the main wagons still haven't reached the agreed location. He knows that if the battle drags on, Chansaguk's reinforcements will arrive and make the rescue impossible. That's when the experienced master Messi Pung appears, roaring Lee Seoman's name and launching a surprise attack. Recognizing his rival from the Bunung sect, Lee Seoman realizes that fighting him will waste precious time. But the old allied veteran immediately intervenes, tells Seoman to keep moving, and takes over the fight himself. Releasing crushing pressure, the elder stands like a wall between Lee Seoman and the attacker. Messi Pung is surprised to discover that the person who stopped his attack is none other than the legendary Mamunju. Mamunju scolds him with contempt, criticizing the foolishness and greed of his former companion. Messi Pung fires back indignantly, unable to accept that two old acquaintances have reached this point. Mamunju accuses the Hwangseok sect of abandoning its honor long ago and asks how far they intend to go with their corruption. His rival mocks him, asking how the old man can still speak of sin after abandoning the sect to live like a vagabond. With an insane smile, Messi Pung warns that he will show him firsthand what the ultimate sin truly means. Watching from a distance, Lee Seoman shouts when he notices the opponent's treacherous attack too late. The blade pierces Mamunju's body as the attacker declares the permanent revocation of the former master's title. Coughing up blood, the veteran feels his strength disappear after being gravely struck in the chest. His body collapses helplessly onto the rocky ground of the ravine. Laughing loudly, Messi Pung mocks the elder for believing that he could still restore his brother's honor. Fallen and covered in blood, Mamunju can only listen to the man mocking him. The memory of the two brothers smiling together in the past returns to the old man's mind, and he cannot understand how someone so pure ended up like this. He deeply laments what his beloved brother has become. Gathering enough strength to speak, the veteran begs Lee Seoman to retreat immediately. Mamunju reminds him that his true duty is to save the prisoners, not throw away his own life in a losing battle. Swallowing his pain and rage, Lee Seoman bites his lips until they bleed as he accepts the elder's sacrifice. Turning his back, he orders everyone to secure the wagons in that area and catch up with the remaining vehicles. Messi Pung laughs contemptuously at their attempt to escape and prepares to finish all of them. Even while gravely injured, Mamunju gathers his remaining strength and lands a devastating punch on Messi Pung's face. The blow breaks the villain's stance, and the impact echoes across the rocky terrain of the ravine. Thrown backward, Messi Pung crashes heavily onto the ground, gasping in pain and rage. Holding his face deformed by the impact, he trembles with outrage at the strength of an old man on the verge of death. Still standing, Mamunju gasps with a provocative smile and challenges his rival to try killing him. Consumed by hatred, Messi Pung shouts that he is the undisputed ruler of that domain. Realizing that finishing the elder alone won't be so easy, he orders his subordinates to charge and exterminate him. Dozens of soldiers leap from the cliffs and rush like a horde toward the old warrior. The scene returns to Lee Seoman and Unseen, who remain near Baek Hyung-jin's defeated body on the battlefield. Reunited with someone dear to him, Unseen gently holds her hands, overwhelmed by everything he had kept buried for so long. Emotional, she reveals that she spent all that time searching for him and finally needs to say what she has kept in her heart. Gently touching Unseen's face, she tries to calm the young warrior's tormented heart. With tears in her eyes and a sincere smile, she confesses how much she missed him throughout all those years. Unseen swallows hard, struggling against the urge to accept that affection while the weight of his revenge still consumes him. Looking away, he steps back and asks why she didn't simply consider him dead instead of risking herself by coming there. Seeing his suffering, the young woman insists that Unseen doesn't have to carry everything alone and reminds him of the kindness that still exists inside him. Bound to his desire for justice, Unseen says he doesn't want to hear it and warns that he won't allow anyone to interfere with his revenge. Finally, he tells her never to look for him again, leaving the girl frozen by those words. With tears covering her face, she can barely believe what she just heard. The moment is interrupted when a violent tremor shakes the area, and a sinister aura begins emerging from above the canyon. Sensing the approaching pressure, Unseen turns pale when he immediately recognizes his master's unmistakable aura. Back at the encirclement, dozens of soldiers furiously charge Manju, trying to finish him once and for all. The commanders shout for him to be eliminated at any cost, certain that the elder's death could change the course of the battle. Surrounded from every direction, Manju releases a massive explosion of golden energy that makes the entire area tremble. The soldiers freeze in midair, swallowed by the crushing pressure of the veteran's technique. Using the legendary Sanging technique, the master channels the power of deep ice to destroy the enemy formation. The guards look upward in panic, realizing too late that a blast of freezing energy is crashing down upon them. The elder declares that mere soldiers have no chance against him and smashes them into the ground. The QI explosion destroys the front line and sends dozens of injured men flying through the air. Manju lands on the devastated battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of the opponents defeated by his technique. But such an effort comes at a price, and the old man coughs up blood after exhausting his final reserves of energy. Fallen to his knees and clutching his chest, he regrets forcing such a demanding technique while already gravely injured. Manju knows that he urgently needs to meditate and regulate his internal Kai if he wants to avoid dying right there. But must see, Peng takes advantage of his weakness, appears behind him, and drives the blade into his brother's body. Laughing, the villain celebrates the end of his brother and the beginning of a new era for the sect. On the verge of death, Manju remembers the day greed divided the sect and wonders if this ending had already been decided back then. His memory returns to a meeting of leaders in the past when the Huazhen sect refused to involve the martial world in the nation's political wars. The decision to remain neutral caused great outrage among some warriors present at the council. Back then, the young Masi Peng supported an alliance with the army in pursuit of national glory, ignoring the warnings about innocent blood being shed. The master insisted that protecting innocent people was the true path of honor, trying to make his brother come to his senses. After declaring that the Huangxiok sect would not participate in the subjugation of Ryo, the question arose of whether they should inform the royal court directly. Worried about the consequences, one of the members warns about the risk of being marked by the court and losing the honor of carrying the sect's name. Faced with the objection, the old master merely lets out a heavy sigh and doesn't immediately respond. Sensing the tension, another elder proposes a compromise. The sect would participate only in operations meant to prevent unnecessary massacres without directly opposing the court. Pressured by his own men, sect leader sighs again as he considers the proposal. Unable to see another option, he eventually gives in and approves the decision, resigned to the fact that conflict would be difficult to avoid. Now, remembering the past amid the destruction, Manju recalls how hard he tried to prevent everything from reaching this point. But when he arrived at the place consumed by flames, he found a horrifying scene. Standing atop a pile of bodies, a dark figure coldly asked whether the sect leader had finally arrived. Seeing his own disciples scattered across the ground, the old man realized that his hope of containing the situation had been useless. Overcome with rage, he shouted that bastard from Bu Nungpa for such cruelty. Blinded by fury, the master charged forward and tightly grabbed the face of the person responsible for the tragedy. Horrified by what he saw, he demanded to know what that man thought he was doing. The man firmly grabbed his wrist and told him to calm down and face reality. According to him, this was war, and in war there were no ideals or virtues, only killing or dying. He also accused the master of knowing from the beginning where all of this could end and told him to stop pretending to be virtuous. Without waiting for an answer, the man simply turned his back and walked away beneath the heavy rain. Broken and crying in the middle of the storm, the old master blamed himself for leading everyone to that outcome and giving them false hope. That's when a weak groan amid the storm catches his attention. Looking down at the muddy ground, he finds someone lying there and begging for help with what little strength he has left. It is a boy in terrible condition, his eyes gouged out and bleeding, begging not to be abandoned there. Horrified that someone had even torn out a child's eyes, the master promises to take him to a doctor immediately. Taking the boy into his arms, he apologizes and promises to help him get revenge in the future, as long as he first fights to survive. Back in the present, Manju gathers what little energy he still has to hold back the enemy and concentrate an overwhelming force. His opponent tells the old man to stop resisting in vain, but is surprised when he feels a massive aura beginning to form. Coughing up blood and already on the verge of death, the master calls out the names Yui Zhang and On Sok. With his final strength, he laments that he couldn't complete the revenge he promised the two of them. Determined to give everything in that final moment, the elder activates his supreme sacrificial technique and lets his energy overflow. The enemy panics when he realizes that the old man is about to release a devastating suicidal attack. Manju invokes the legendary Daiwa, the great dialogue of the heroic name, unleashing the technique's full power. Spiritual energy explodes and spreads across the battlefield, sweeping away everything in its path. As the dust begins to settle, the enemy's bodies are scattered across the cracked ground of the canyon. A massive crater opens in the middle of the valley, showing the power of that final attack. At the center of the destruction, the old master is somehow still standing, gravely injured and barely able to breathe. With no energy left in his body, he finally collapses to his knees at the bottom of the crater. Looking up at the sky, Mamanju understands that the battle is over and that his time has come. From the top of the cliff, Unseen appears in desperation and screams for his master when he sees him in that condition. About to take his final breath, the old man sees the young man and thinks that despite always talking about revenge, the boy still has a good heart. Racing against time, Unseen throws himself down and begs his master not to die. Reaching the elder, he supports him in tears, devastated as he watches the life of the man who raised him fade before his eyes. As his thoughts begin fading, the old master silently regrets that he couldn't fulfill his true dream. Desperate, Unseen cries over his body and begs his master to wake up. As he calls for his master, threatening figures leap from the top of the valley toward the two of them. But someone immediately notices the approaching attackers. In the blink of an eye, a blade cuts through the air and takes down the attackers before they can get close. The alley warns Unseen that the place is dangerous but stops speaking after noticing something unexpected. Surprised, Unseen realizes that his master's internal energy hasn't completely disappeared yet. Clinging to that final hope, he places his master on his back, believing that Elder Seal may still be able to save him. Seeing Unseen race away carrying the elder, his companion decides to follow him. The two use their lightness techniques and cross the terrain at high speed, trying to save Mamanju in time. Meanwhile, in another region, armed cavalry rushes forward while the commanders order everyone into battle formation. But when they reach the road, the soldiers are startled to find several bodies lying near a wagon. One of the riders looks at the dead and recognizes the identity of one of them. It is Lord Mai himself lying lifeless amid the carnage. Alarmed by the scene, the rider announces that they are reinforcements from the kingdom of Qianxiu and demands to know what happened there. Nearby, a dark-eyed young man mutters that they were all evil and that everything had been wrong from the very beginning. The rider believes the young man has lost his mind and tells the sect leader to come to his senses. Frustrated, the soldier explains that he rushed there after receiving an urgent report, only to discover that the imperial tribute had vanished. While they tried to determine where the riches had been taken, a secret caravan of wagons was already moving at high speed. The drivers shout for no one to slow down, determined to shake off their pursuers. Looking behind them, one warns that pursuers are rapidly approaching and believes they are soldiers from Qianxiu. But he quickly realizes the mistake. The ones chasing them are actually guards from the escort agency. The escort leader roars in rage and orders those bastards from the demonic cult to stop the wagons and pay for stealing the tribute. Remaining calm, the strategist concludes that the time has finally come to end that confrontation. Declaring that now it is their turn, the fearsome warrior leaps down from above with his weapon ready to strike the enemies. With an insane smile, Jack Wu charges forward without showing any mercy to his opponents. His blades strike the ground with crushing force and make the earth tremble. The shockwave from the attack sweeps away the surrounding opponents without giving them any chance to defend themselves. But Jack Wu lets out a scream of pure agony, releasing all the pain he has been carrying inside. Consumed by despair, he keeps attacking without stopping, destroying his own body in the process. Terrified, the girl begs him to stop, warning that the strain will tear him apart. Overwhelmed by guilt, Jack Wu screams that he failed to protect his family and no longer deserves to hold a sword after using one to kill someone. Before he can completely destroy himself, a precise strike blocks his sword and stops the frenzy. Cold and serious, the young leader stares at Jack Wu and asks what kind of madness he thinks he is doing. Then he asks if Jack Wu really believes Uncle Bang could rest in peace seeing him in that state. He reminds him of Uncle Bang's final words and the true meaning of living free from responsibilities, emphasizing that none of it matters unless Jack Wu stays alive. Looking directly at him, the young man insists that none of it will mean anything if Jack Wu ends up dead. Grabbing the warrior by the chest to bring him back to his senses, he calls him an idiot for acting so recklessly. Then he asks who will carry the burden and responsibility Uncle Bang upheld until now if Jack Wu simply gives up. Determined, he declares that it is now their responsibility to carry that weight and promises that the Il-Shinjiu sect will honor it. Looking at the emotional warrior, the leader emphasizes that as Uncle Bang's only family, Jack Wu is the one who needs to carry on that legacy. Suddenly, one of the pursuers senses a presence approaching at high speed and looks back in alarm. In an instant, Jack Wu brings down a devastating strike wrapped in red aura while asking the late Uncle Bang for forgiveness. The opponent coughs up blood and screams in pain after taking the attack head-on. With his eyes glowing red and his focus renewed, Jack Wu promises to lighten his master's burden and fulfill his role from that point forward. Releasing all his strength in an explosion of energy, he shouts for Uncle Bang to finally rest in peace. Meanwhile, Unseen continues running desperately through the forest with Master Mo on his back. But the group is intercepted by a powerful elder, who mocks them by saying that all the bastards who deserved to die ended up gathered in one place. The elder scolds the young man's insolence and arrogantly asks whether the sword god never taught his own disciple any manners. With a mocking smile, the old man demands that the boy respectfully call him Elder Go. Unseen knows that he doesn't have enough strength to face someone at the level of the 5 great sect leaders, but he also can't escape easily while carrying his master in that condition. With every second precious for saving Master Ma's life, the young man finds himself trapped. Elder Go demands that they immediately hand over the hay, shim, mill, and the trader, promising them a quick death if they cooperate. Before the old man can attack, Ju1 charges forward forward and tells Unseen to dodge immediately. With a quick movement, she fires a blade of blue energy to stop the Elder's approach. Elder Go laughs at the girl's boldness, irritated that a brat is trying to interfere with his plans. Even so, he recognizes her skill and identifies Juwon as a disciple of the Sword Immortal. Firm in her fighting stance, the girl places herself between the villain and Unseen to protect the group. Without wasting time, Elder Go charges forward, curious to discover what the disciple is capable of. Juwon remains calm as he approaches, adjusts her stance, and focuses all her attention on her opponent. The clash of blades echoes through the air, scattering sparks and spiritual energy around them. While holding back the pressure of the attack, Juwon tells Unseen to leave that enemy to her and escape with his master. Worried, the young man protests, saying that even she would struggle to face someone of that level alone. But Juwon refuses to back down and tells him to stop worrying about her. Launching herself through the air with masterful skill, the girl reminds him that she is the Sword Saint's only disciple. Juwon orders him to run without looking back and activates her technique beneath the moonlight. Using shadowless fallen leaves, she surrounds the Elder in a storm of rapid, nearly invisible slashes. Irritated at being pressured by a girl, the old man curses. He tries to contain the barrage of blades. In the middle of the battle, Juwon glances at Unseen and asks him for only one promise. With a smile, she asks him to promise that he will come find her once the entire tragedy is over. The request hits Unseen deeply, leaving him speechless for a moment. Swallowing hard and holding back his emotions, he has to make a difficult decision amid the chaos. Trusting Juwon, Unseen runs with all his strength and promises himself that he will find her again. Furious at seeing the boy escape with his master, Elder Go shouts for them to hand over the core immediately. But Juwon once again stands in his path and warns that from this point forward, his only opponent will be her. The Elder burns through his energy to defend himself, gritting his teeth in frustration at being held back by the girl. Seeing Unseen finally disappear safely into the forest, Juwon feels enormous relief. Realizing that his main target escaped, the villain grits his teeth in rage. Surrounded by a dark aura, he warns that if she wants to die so badly, he will grant her wish. The old man unleashes crushing energy at Juwon, forcing her to use everything she has just to survive. The young woman realizes that the Elder's internal energy suddenly changed, making the attack far more dangerous. Roaring in rage, Elder Go warns that it is now too late for her to regret anything. He releases the crushing stone gale technique to finish the girl once and for all. Feeling the weight of the strike, Juwon realizes that she won't be able to block it perfectly. Faced with the true level of a master from the 5 great sects, she knows she will die if she doesn't react immediately. Without giving her any room to breathe, the villain uses the stone specter apparition and projects a monstrous aura. Blinded by fury, the old man declares that this will be the young warrior's end. The attack strikes the ground with full force and causes a massive wave of destruction. Juwon closes her eyes with a peaceful smile, feeling that it was all worth it if she managed to fulfill her mission of saving Unseen. But a figure intervenes at the last second, dispels the attack, and complains that her disciple hasn't improved at all. It is none other than the legendary Sword Saint Mayang, complaining that she still has to take action in her old age because of the girl. With a single movement of her blade, she completely nullifies Elder Go's overwhelming energy. Stunned by her speed, the villain turns pale while the Sword Saint scolds him for failing to greet his elders. Calling Elder Go an ill-mannered brat, Mayang makes the enormous difference between them perfectly clear. Juwon can barely believe that her master is there and immediately gets scolded for slacking off in her training. Recognizing the legendary Sword Saint Mayang, Elder Go demands to know why she is interfering. With complete indifference, she replies that she only came to visit her own disciple, making the old man even more irritated. Desperate, the villain mentions the alliance with the imperial family and accuses Mayang of conspiring with the demonic cult. The Sword Saint's gaze immediately turns cold, and she tells the man to choose his next words very carefully. Suffocating killing intent fills the area as Mayang warns that one more vulgar word will cost him his head. Sweating cold under that pressure, Elder Go realizes that he can't move even a single muscle. Despite his terror, his greed for the core makes him believe he might still have a chance because he doesn't know the full extent of her abilities. Moyang declares that his behavior is a crime punishable by immediate execution and begins gathering her spiritual energy. Announcing the beginning of the execution, the Sword Saint assumes her fighting stance. Seeing the ground tremble from her master's presence alone, Juwon tries to warn the opponent to run while he still can. But Mayang coldly declares that it is already too late for any attempt to escape. Desperate, Elder Go tries to counterattack with his strongest move, the Divine Mystic Palm. Miang only lets out a disappointed sigh, glances at her own disciple, and calls her pathetic. In complete silence, the master channels several beams of cutting light through her blade. With a threatening gaze, she complains that she has to dirty her hands with blood because of her disciple. Then she unleashes the 12 forms of the waning moonstar, firing a powerful blast of energy. Elder Go is shocked when he sees his strongest attack simply disappear into the air. Sarcastically praising the technique, the Sword Saint appears behind him, making the villain panic and try to surrender. Mayang warns that surrender no longer matters and that his life will end with the technique's final remaining stance. The old man admits defeat and begs for mercy, but the legendary swordswoman's answer is a short and merciless no. She declares that the only way to pay for the sin of trying to kill her disciple is with his own life and executes the fatal strike. Watching everything from a distance, an influential sect leader finds the situation amusing but soon notices Mayang's presence. The Sword Saint directs her pressure toward him, making it clear that the man's actions will also have consequences. The companion beside him worriedly calls out to Leader Joe when she feels the atmosphere suddenly change. Realizing that he has no chance against that monster, Leader Joe orders everyone to retreat and accept defeat without argument. Furious at seeing Juwon being used as a hostage, Miang demands that Zhou Yang release her disciple immediately. In a provocative tone, the bastard asks if she means that hand and mercilessly crushes it, making Juwon scream in pain. Overcome with fury, the Sword Saint curses Zhou Yang for his disgusting cowardice. He merely mocks Miang's impressive energy while keeping the girl trapped as a human shield. Zhou Yang threatens to kill the disciple right there so the two of them can fight afterward without any interference. Unable to attack without risking Juwon's life, Miang calls him a damned coward. Even while being tortured, Juwon begs her master not to worry about her life. She asks only that Moyang take care of her beloved, leaving the master with no choice but to give in to the blackmail. Seeing no way out, Miang lowers her blade and coldly asks what Zhou Yang wants in exchange for the girl. With a greedy look, he replies that she already knows exactly what he wants. Zhou Yang demands that Miang reveal the secret of the Hei Shimbil, confirmed through the boy from the fallen kingdom of Changyayan. He also demands that she correct the character the boy previously gave him incorrectly. In silence, Miang asks Kang Yul Qian for forgiveness as she makes the difficult decision to protect her disciple's life. Prioritizing the one life she can still protect at that moment, she agrees to reveal the correct character. Miang repeats Unseen's words about the mystery contained in the ancient text connected to the secret. But as she speaks, the Sword Saint herself suddenly realizes something while analyzing those words. She recognizes the brilliance behind what Kang Unseen did and lets out a faint smile. Miang explains that the switched characters for No and Mar must be corrected to BDDHA and OBJCT. Finally understanding the riddle, Zhou Yang celebrates discovering the truth. Keeping his side of the agreement, the villain brutally throws Juwon onto the ground. Before leaving, Zhou Yang warns that she must never interfere in the affairs of the Oda's insect again if she truly values her disciple's life. Crying, Juwon apologizes for becoming a burden, but her master comforts her and says everything is alright. Her master realizes that Unseen's alteration of the characters wasn't only meant to hide the secret. In reality, the boy gave Zhou Yang as little as possible while leaving a coded clue that only she would be able to understand. Impressed by the young man's cunning, she murmurs Kang Yul Qian's name. Holding Juwon in her arms, she concludes with satisfaction that in the end, she at least raised a good disciple. The scene changes to the luxurious Divine Kingdom Inn glowing beneath the night sky. Zhou Yang enters a private area of the establishment while maintaining a humble and bowed posture. He respectfully kneels before a young nobleman enjoying grapes and wine. The man formally introduces himself as the vassal Tebo Zhou Yang before his superior. Despite being a powerful master in the Miram, Zhou Yang shows obvious fear toward that aristocratic figure. He is Li Jum, the arrogant and influential crown prince of Gyeonguk. Casually eating his grapes with complete contempt, the prince doesn't even bother looking directly at him. Li Jum mentions the failure of the imperial tribute transport and demands to know whether Zhou Yang discovered anything useful. Zhou Yang gives a superficial apology while thinking that he will never reveal the secret of the Hei Shim Mill to that nobleman. Knowing how greedy and dangerous the emperor's second prince is, he prefers to keep the information secret. Letting out a mocking sigh, the prince comments that he expected too much from someone so incompetent. He even mocks Zhou Yang for becoming leader of the Miram Alliance and openly insults his humble origins. The nobleman dismisses the failure with contempt, saying that he has plenty of other disposable pawns available. Turning his back, Li Jim orders Zhou Yang to bring him something truly impressive the next time they meet. Before leaving, the prince warns with a sinister look that by their next meeting, Zhou Yang will be addressing him by a different title. Forced to swallow the humiliation, Zhou Yang bows deeply as the prince walks away. Gritting his teeth in rage, he swears that one day he will cut off Li Jim's head and make the prince look up at him from below. Meanwhile, Unseen continues running non-stop through the forest with the weakened Master Mill on his back. Worried about the elder's weakness, the young man begs him to hold on just a little longer until they can get help. With a weak, fading voice, the old master softly whispers Unseen's name. Reflecting on his life, the elder silently admits that perhaps he had known everything from the beginning. He remembers when the Wangxiu sect made important decisions alongside Bu Nungpa and Go Yusang. He also remembers the moment the sect marched toward the battlefield, accepting the inevitable fate of that war. From the moment he decided to enter the conflict, the master already felt that something was terribly wrong. He remembers Bu Nungpa's treacherous smile as he celebrated that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Despite suspecting those two men's behavior, the master recognizes what his greatest mistake was. Bitterly, he regrets choosing to trust them despite every warning sign. Faced with all the destruction caused by that naivety, the old man wonders why he made that choice. In the end, he admits that he preferred to close his eyes and run from the enormous burden of leadership. Consumed by guilt, he eventually isolated himself from the world and chose a life of seclusion. After abandoning the sect and his disciples, he believed that dedicating the rest of his life to atonement was all he had left. During that period of seclusion, he sought out the fearsome sword demon Mace Pung for help. Surprised by the unexpected visit, Mace Pung asked what had brought the old master there. Ma then asked the sword demon to take in the blind boy from Ryaguk who had tragically lost his parents and his sight. Stunned by the sudden request, Mace Pung tried to understand what was happening. Crying in shame, Ma confessed that someone as cowardly as him could never train that child to pursue revenge. Back in the present, the master regrets trying to run even from his own atonement, but Unseen tells him to stay quiet so his injuries don't worsen. Feeling the elder's life fading away, the young man begs him to hold on just a little longer. Amid the pain, the old master gives one final smile, proud that at least he didn't run away in his final moment. As his last piece of advice, he asks Unseen to never spend his life running away like he did. Suddenly, the master's body becomes completely heavy and unresponsive, making Unseen stop running and call out to him in panic. The elder passes away peacefully, leaving only the serene expression of someone who finally found redemption. A desperate scream echoes through the mountains when Unseen realizes that his beloved master has died. 3 years pass after that tragic loss. The scene moves forward to the majestic martial arts tournament hall of the Wangxiok sect. Visitors celebrate the tournament's return after years of absence, eager to watch the grand event. As they discuss the damage caused by the Tail Divine cult, someone asks the crowd to make way. A young warrior walks through the area, and his presence quickly attracts everyone's attention. Recognizing his clothing, the spectators whisper in surprise at the presence of the Godaisen sect at the tournament. 3 years after the incident, the young man understands that simply isolating himself from the world would mean ignoring his mistakes and running away again. Curious about the position the Wangxiok sect will take during the tournament, he is also searching for a path for his own sect. Some men in the crowd mock the Godaisen sect's confidence while others tell them to keep their voices down. One of them keeps provoking them, saying that the Godaisen sect is no longer even considered one of the 5 mountain sects. Unbothered by the comments, the young man continues walking toward the main hall. The spectators comment that after the former leader disappeared, the 3 younger brothers began dominating the martial world without giving anyone else room to breathe. Meanwhile, the Sunwon Sword sect remains strong thanks to the power and authority of its respected leader, Sosojong. The Hwangseok sect also managed to recover from the chaos caused by its former master's death and is now led by Elder Go Yusang. To the people gathered there, these were the true pillars and representatives of the 5 mountain sects. In contrast, many look down on the Godaisen sect, believing it doesn't come close to the others. To them, the biggest problem is that its new leader is far too young to rebuild the sect alone. Disciple Youngjin glares at the crowd in anger after hearing everyone openly mock his young master. Irritated by the comments, he suggests that they leave to get something to eat and ignore those idiots. But the young leader merely laughs and asks him to calm down, saying that dealing with people's opinions is also part of the process. At that moment, the Master of Ceremonies' voice echoes throughout the venue, thanking everyone for attending. At the top of the stairs, Go Yusang begins speaking and reveals that the gathering has a purpose far greater than a simple celebration. He says that he can barely sleep because of the superficial peace in the martial world, fearing that everything could collapse at any moment. Recalling the massacre of the Limpiang escort agency 3 years earlier, he points to the cruelty of the Tail Divine cult. Saying that he needs to take decisive action, Go Yusang announces that he will use this opportunity to act. In front of the crowd, he declares that he will finally reveal the entire truth hidden behind that day. The young leader of the Godaisen sect is stunned to hear that the Hwangseok sect intends to reveal the details of the incident. Suddenly, a mysterious figure climbs the stairs, interrupts Go Yusang, and asks permission to explain everything personally. It is Baek Hyung-jin from the Dudagong sect, who greets the leaders present in a rather mysterious manner. The crowd is surprised and begins questioning why the Dudagong sect appeared there without warning. Sosojong asks what made the sect change its mind after they previously said they wouldn't attend the tournament. Hyungjin explains that his clan master is still undergoing secluded training, preventing any formal participation. But with tears in his eyes, he reveals that there is an urgent and painful reason for his presence. The young man says he couldn't simply pretend that nothing happened on that terrible morning, especially when thinking about the future of the 5 sects. When he mentions the day the Wangseok sect lost its pillars, and the imperial tribute was ambushed by the Tail cult, tension fills the area. Baek Hyunjin accuses the Sword Demon of pretending to negotiate peace with Master Ma only to attack him from behind. The young man from the Godaisen sect is shocked to hear the distorted version where the kind Bu Numpa supposedly died trying to protect his master. So Sojong sets the other details aside and gets straight to the point, asking what was so valuable in that tribute that the cult mobilized so much power. Confirming that this is the real question, Hyungjin prepares to reveal the identity of the boy involved in the incident. He announces that it was none other than Kang Unseen, disciple of the Sword God, whom everyone believed was dead. The crowd erupts in commotion when they hear Kang Unseen's name. Hyungjin finally reveals that the true tribute that was stolen was the legendary sacred scripture, the Hei Shim Miljiangso. Hearing that name, Sosojong lets out a greedy smile, surprised to learn that the scripture still exists. Hyungjin then invents a detailed story, claiming that his master recovered the real scripture from the Black Butterfly twins with enormous difficulty. Faced with that shameless lie, the young leader of the Godaisen sect begins trembling with rage. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that leaders this corrupt don't even deserve to be called the 5 mountain sects. As the farce continues in front of everyone, his outrage finally reaches its limit. The young leader stands and announces that he will tell the real story, while also declaring that the Godaisen sect is giving up its place among the 5 sects. Youngjin tries to stop him in panic, shocked by such an extreme and dangerous decision. Looking directly at Baek Hyung-jin, the young man accuses him of knowing very well what that tribute truly was. Without backing down, he asks whether Hyung-jin has the courage to deny that he followed Master Mei's wagon that day. Hyung-jin looks at the young man with a mocking smile and asks how he is still alive when the area was devastated by the sword demon Seongan. The boy is left speechless while the man insists that his survival only proves that a secret agreement existed with the enemies. The accusation makes the young man's blood boil, especially when suspicions arise that Mount Godi may be connected to the Tail Divine sect. Unable to hold back any longer, the young man shouts for everyone in the courtyard to listen, because he will reveal the truth behind that tribute. Hearing this, the elder immediately looks back with a serious expression and discreetly signals his subordinate. Understanding the order, the man responds with a slight nod, ready to silence the witness. The young man continues speaking before everyone and reveals that the tribute came from Ryaguk. But before he can explain the prisoners, an assassin leaps down from above with the clear intention of killing him. Just as the blade is about to strike the boy, a figure dressed in red appears in the blink of an eye and blocks the attack. The attacker is shocked to see his wind sword technique stop so easily. His desperation grows when he realizes that the strike was blocked with only one hand while the newcomer stares at him with contempt. Taking down the attacker without any difficulty, Unseon comments that the courtyard still reeks of corruption. Then he turns around with a provocative smile and greets everyone present without showing fear toward anyone. With a threatening gaze, Unseon mocks the gathered masters and calls the members of the 5 Mountain Swords fools. The story then goes back 3 years to Golden Stone Mountain, showing how he reached that level. A massive crash echoes across the cliffs, making the forest tremble from the force of the training. Running anxiously through the woods, a young disciple calls out for senior brother Unseen to find out what happened. When he arrives, he finds Unseen kneeling amid the destroyed terrain and asks if he is alright. But one look at the veteran's condition is enough to make the boy's eyes widen. Unseen's hands are covered in blood and trembling uncontrollably after pushing his body far beyond its limits. The younger disciple warns that using so much internal energy could kill him, but Unseen stands and says that he is fine. Frustrated, Unseen thinks that tricks mean nothing in a world where strength decides everything and regrets being weak enough to lose his master twice. He also blames himself for the past, considering himself trash for watching his benefactor walk toward death to save him. Determined to prevent that from happening again, Unseen focuses on regaining his power and tries to remember his late master's teachings. Clenching his injured fists, he decides that he must master the secret Radiant Spirit Fist technique no matter what. Consumed by rage, he throws another punch with all his strength, convinced that martial power is his only path toward revenge. The impact is so powerful that the boy beside him has to crouch down to avoid being thrown away by the shockwave. Before Unseen can continue destroying his own body, a firm voice calls him a pathetic fool and makes him stop. An elder grabs his arm and scolds him, saying that exhausting his internal energy like that would only make that bastard Moyang happy. Recognizing his martial uncle, Unseen listens as the elder explains that abusing his own body isn't the path to becoming stronger. The young man tries to argue, but the veteran interrupts and asks whether he truly wants to reach that level of power. Releasing a dark and crushing aura, the martial uncle asks if Unseen is willing to gain strength even if he has to sacrifice everything. The girl beside them is horrified by her grandfather's suggestion, but the old man only sighs, acknowledging that there is no other choice. The elder compares martial growth to a cocoon, explaining that true power requires time and a solid foundation so it doesn't collapse. He admits that Unseen isn't ready to bloom naturally yet, but there is another way to accelerate the process. Willing to pay the necessary price, the master promises to turn him into an unrivaled warrior within 3 years. Back in the present, Kang Unseen's overwhelming presence causes the entire courtyard to fall silent. With no one reacting, he mockingly asks if the cat got everyone's tongue and tells them to continue the story. Stammering in surprise, the silver-haired master realizes that Unseen has become much stronger than before. As tension dominates the courtyard, important figures watch every movement of the invasion from above. One of the masters can barely believe that the boy who fled years ago is now releasing such tremendous internal energy. Unseen's aura already seems worthy of an unparalleled master, and he uses everyone's shock to take control of the conversation. Mockingly, he comments that he overheard a very interesting conversation and asks if they weren't talking about the very thing he is holding. Unseen pulls a scripture from inside his robes and shows it to everyone, asking whether this is what they were searching for. Seeing the scroll, the masters and elders present are completely shocked. No one can hide their astonishment or greed after realizing that the legendary scripture is truly right in front of them. One of the masters murmurs in fascination after recognizing the secret art of the sea heart in the text. The courtyard descends into chaos, with several warriors rushing forward and shouting that the true Hazemal scripture belongs to them. The young man beside him panics at the provocation and warns Unseen about the danger, but he simply tells the boy to relax. Then Unseen turns toward one of the elders and sarcastically praises the spectacle he just witnessed. As the crowd loses control, one of the elders tries to restore order by shouting and demanding the scripture for himself. Irritated by everyone else's lack of composure, Elder Go seethes inside, knowing that he must obtain that scroll at any cost. but in the next instant he notices something unexpected and freezes. Unseen simply maintains a mysterious smile as he watches the elder's reaction. His expression makes it clear that none of this surprised him. Unable to understand how he ended up in this situation, Elder Go lets out an exclamation of confusion. Saying that matters there have come to an end, Unseen decides to finish the spectacle while the young man beside him offers to help him escape. But Unseen refuses the help and orders him to find a way out immediately. Beginning to release a monstrous amount of energy, he warns that anyone who stays nearby may end up dead. Feeling the pressure of that aura, the young man swallows hard, agrees to retreat, and says he hopes they can talk again later. Several warriors blinded by greed leap toward Unseen at the same time, demanding the Hazemal scripture. Looking at the attackers with contempt, he calls them fools and mutters that those bastards never change. His energy explodes throughout the courtyard as Unseen shouts that they are still the same miserable scum they have always been. He unleashes the legendary Great Frost of the Radiant Spirit, and overwhelming golden light engulfs the courtyard. Miang is struck head-on and screams in pain after recognizing the secret technique from 3 years earlier. Terrified by how much the boy has improved, Miang feels his body giving out and realizes that he is about to lose consciousness. Amid the smoke and chaos, one of the men tries to tell Elder Go to deliver the finishing blow, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. Furious that everything is going wrong at such an important moment, he curses Unseen's strength. When the dust begins settling, the man searches the courtyard and realizes that the protagonist has disappeared. The scene changes to the inside of the temple, where calm footsteps echo through the silent corridors. The door to a private room slowly opens, revealing a veteran inside. Looking toward the altar, Elder Go becomes confused by what he finds. At the center of the room, there is only a carefully positioned vase, leaving the old man unable to understand its meaning. Intrigued, he approaches the white porcelain piece to examine it more closely. Suddenly, a voice appears right beside his ear, praising the vase's beauty and making the elder freeze. Unseen emerges from the shadows with an icy gaze, catching the old man completely off guard. Trying to remain calm, Elder Go asks why he was lured there, and whether Unseen intends to make some kind of deal. With a greedy smile, he says that he will accept any agreement as long as he receives the Hazemal scripture. With his face hidden in shadow and his eyes glowing red, Unseen smiles and agrees to begin the negotiation. Meanwhile, in the lower courtyard, fallen warriors groan in pain, still unable to react after the attack they suffered. A disciple approaches young leader Go and draws his attention to the chaotic condition of the place. He asks what his master intends to do and which path the sect should follow from that point forward. The young man thinks about the difficult decision he needs to make to secure everyone's future. He recognizes that he can no longer live in hesitation and that the time has come to choose. As the leader responsible for guiding those people, he finally makes a decision about the sect's future. Meanwhile, a female master runs alongside her followers while cursing that old fox Go Yu, saying convinced that he's making some secret deal. She knows that if they don't capture Kang Unseen quickly, they will lose all their advantage in the dispute. At that moment, the young leader of the Goda Mountain sect raises his voice in the courtyard to make his final announcement. Emotional, he remembers the sacrifices of their predecessors, who always treated everyone there like brothers and even begged them on their knees. He speaks about how they desperately asked everyone not to abandon the sect, leaving some people confused. The young man accuses all of them of ignoring that plea, deeply angering the female master. Outraged at seeing his sect tied to the Taya sect and accused of heresy, he questions where the honor of the 5 mountain swords has gone. Before his disciples, he declares that if this is all the alliance's loyalty represents, then they no longer belong there. To everyone's surprise, he officially announces the withdrawal of the Goda Mountain sect from the alliance of the 5 great swords. Without looking back, the young man says goodbye and leads his group away. One of the older leaders tries to stop him by shouting desperately for young leader Go. Continuing forward, the young man smiles in relief, feeling that he finally fulfilled his duty to the memory of the former masters. Certain of his choice, he says that this will be the first step toward restoring the true honor of the Goda Mountain sect. The scene moves forward to nighttime, showing an isolated pavilion on top of a cliff. Inside a private room, the alliance's great leaders are gathered around a table. Everyone looks toward the entrance when the door opens. Elder Go appears carrying the white porcelain vase in his hands and apologizes for being late. One of the leaders watches him suspiciously, finding both his attitude and the vase strange. Noticing the young leader's absence, the elder asks where the boy is. He is stunned to learn that the sect renounced the alliance and left. The other masters confront him, wanting to know where he was while the entire crisis unfolded. Elder Go tries to justify himself by saying he had to deal with an urgent matter, which only makes the others more irritated. Then he reveals that he just personally met with Kang Unseen. The female master jumps to her feet in fury after confirming that the old man secretly met with the intruder. Trying to control herself, she suspects that such an easy confession may only be another scheme from the elder. Slamming the table, the bearded leader asks if Go killed the boy, but the elder falsely blames the appearance of the Tei sect. Another master interrupts the argument and asks what the porcelain vase on the table means. Elder Go explains that it contains leader Ma's remains brought there by Kang Unseen. The female master realizes that he used the tragedy to divert the conversation, but also knows that she can't simply ignore it. Outraged, another leader demands to know why the elder spoke with Unseen instead of attacking him. Remaining calm, Go says that he has absolutely no intention of hiding anything from them. He then pulls a handwritten copy of the secret art of the sea heart from his robes, given to him by Kang Unseen. The bearded leader jumps to his feet when he sees the legendary manual before his own eyes. this. The female master breaks into an ecstatic smile, barely able to hide her joy at seeing the relic so close. Realizing that she showed too much greed, she quickly controls her expression so she doesn't expose weakness to the others. Elder Go tries to ease their suspicions by saying that he isn't the kind of man who blindly trusts the words of a monster like Kang and Xian. He pauses briefly before bringing up even more important information. The old man asks what everyone present truly thinks about Alliance leader Zhou. In his memory, Xian explains that he will only hand over a handwritten copy and keep the information required to interpret it. The boy makes acceptance of the agreement a condition for receiving the key to interpretation, irritating the elder with his audacity. When Go asks what he wants, Xian reveals that Zhou Yang already has an identical copy and is close to finishing its interpretation. Back in the present, the female master asks why Elder Go suddenly decided to mention Alliance leader Zhou. He assures them that he doesn't intend to provoke internal conflict, but admits that Xian's words make sense. Everyone is shaken by the possibility that Zhou Yang may truly possess the secret manual. In the flashback, Xian explains that his master, sword god Kang Yul-Qian, entrusted the manual to Zhou Yang without suspecting anything. The young man deeply regrets that the secret was handed over, while the elder demands that he quickly say what he wants in return. Xian proposes that Elder Go tell every leader of the 5 great swords about Zhou Yang's betrayal. Go is impressed when he realizes the scale of the plan the boy is preparing against the Alliance leadership. He accuses Xian of trying to spread discord and destroy the unity between the sects. Pretending to be innocent, Xian gestures as though he could never have any malicious intentions toward the 5 great swords. He even claims to have learned martial arts from the late leader Ma, and says that he considers Elder Go a senior brother. Although suspicious of the young man's words, Go can't ignore the doubt that has now been planted in his mind. A chill runs down his spine as he realizes how serious that possibility is. Xian makes it clear that his true target is only that bastard Zhou Yang. Back in the present, the room erupts in commotion as the masters try to determine whether Zhou Yang has already finished translating the sacred text. Silently, Elder Go celebrates the direction things are taking, caring little about Xian's true intentions. Meanwhile, the scene changes to a peaceful pavilion built on the side of a mountain. Looking over the landscape from above, Xian smiles with satisfaction when he realizes that his plan is progressing. Elsewhere in the region, the temple of an allied sect stands atop the rocks. A disciple anxiously enters a room to check on his senior brother, who remains bedridden. The veteran says that he managed to disperse the energy in time and immediately asks where the sect leader is. When he learns that the leader still hasn't left secluded training, he begins finding the delay strange. Being unable to sense any life energy coming from the secluded training area makes the veteran fear that something happened. Suddenly, another follower bursts into the room in desperation, shouting that a tragedy has occurred. One disciple tries to calm him down, but the boy insists that he needs to deliver urgent news. Trembling, the young man looks at his senior brother without knowing how to explain the seriousness of the situation. Then he reveals that all the sects of the 5 great mountain swords invaded Mount Duda at the same time. The bedridden veteran widens his eyes, unable to believe that such a massive siege has formed. The story goes back slightly to when Xian was discussing his plans with the warriors of his faction. The eldest senior brother immediately rejects Xian's plan, saying that he will never allow such madness. Xian insists that there is no other option, but the veteran says it is far too dangerous. He reinforces that Xian's safety comes first and refuses to let him infiltrate the Miram Alliance alone. Calling it suicide, he orders Xian to hide with Seolai while the others take the risk. Frustrated, Xian explodes and asks how long he has to keep living while being protected by others. Determined, he steps forward, ready to take control of his own fate. The senior brother is surprised when Xian begins releasing an overwhelming aura in front of them. Xian says that he is no longer a helpless child and reminds them that he is now one of the central forces of the Teia sect. Before he can continue, a powerful voice interrupts the argument and orders everyone to be quiet. The Teia sect leader approaches and Seo Moon immediately greets him. The Great Master says that no one can restrain Xian's will anymore, and that the time has come for him to follow his own path. According to him, trying to overprotect, the young man ultimately became nothing more than a selfish desire to keep him safe. With no argument against his master, Seo Moon closes his eyes and reluctantly accepts the decision. Back in the present, the army of the 5 great swords marches along the slopes of Mount Duda. From the top of a cliff, Seo Moon watches the enemy forces approaching and prepares for the confrontation. He is surprised that Xian's plan actually worked and made the 5 great swords act without thinking. Even so, he finds it strange that everything was so easy and wonders if those leaders are truly that foolish. If it isn't mere stupidity, he concludes that the secret art of the Sea Heart has a far greater attraction than he imagined. Although he can't predict every detail of what will happen next, Seo Moon is certain of one thing. The future of the Teia sect and the 5 great mountain swords will be decided in this confrontation. The outcome of that battle will determine the course of the martial world. Even injured and covered in bandages, the silver-haired warrior tells his disciple to be quiet and rushes outside. After passing out during the Alliance tournament, he tries to understand how such a massive force arrived without anyone warning him. He quickly realizes that the troops came prepared for a true war of extermination. Baekyu Heng bows respectfully and Elder Go asks whether he has recovered from his injuries. Yu I Heng asks him not to worry about that and gathers the courage to ask why they came to Mount Duda. Go replies that they want to meet with the alliance leader and asks whether there is a problem with that. Frightened, Yi Heng immediately apologizes, but the elder soon asks where the great master is. Hearing that the alliance leader remains in secluded training, Go begins looking at the situation with suspicion. With a sinister smile, he orders them to take him to the secluded training area so he can settle some unfinished business. Nervous, Yu Heng tries to explain that they cannot interrupt the Great Master's meditation, but he begins stammering when he realizes that he won't be able to withstand the pressure from those leaders for much longer. Elder Go lets out a mocking laugh and pretends to accept the explanation before revealing his real trump card. He raises the manual of the secret art of the sea heart and says that this will certainly make the master change his mind. Hearing the scripture's name, Yi Heng is stunned, unable to understand how they managed to obtain it. Then he realizes that this can only be part of Kang Unxian's plan. Yi Heng understands that Unxian discovered the alliance leader's secret and panics at the thought of what may happen. The female master notices the fear in the young man's eyes and takes his reaction as confirmation that the story is true, using the opportunity to mock Mount Duda's decline. Caring little about the alliance's fate, she intends to obtain the manual's translation and use it to bring the Seonan sword sect to the top. According to her calculations, the Yongman sect has already fallen, so now she only needs to figure out how to neutralize the Yellowstone sect and that old fox Go Yu Sang. Suddenly, a massive crash makes the ground beneath everyone's feet tremble. Elder Go becomes alert when he feels the vibration and realizes that a monstrous force is approaching. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming presence lands among them. It is Alliance leader Zhou Yang himself, calmly apologizing for the slight delay. Looking directly at Go, the legendary master suggests they talk and asks why they came looking for him. Feeling how much Zhou Yang's power has changed, Go Yu Seng's entire plan to remove him from leadership disappears from his mind. But Yong Song Haiyan fails to notice the danger and begins shouting angrily at the Alliance leader. Demanding answers, he makes the mistake of placing a hand on Zhou Yang's shoulder. In a fraction of a second, his body is completely pulverized by a wave of black energy. Without even looking at the man he just killed, Zhou Yang turns his attention back to Elder Go and demands an answer. Terror overwhelms Go, who begins stammering without being able to form any explanation. Desperate, the old man kneels and lies that everyone gathered there only to swear eternal loyalty to the leader. A young man beside him groans in pain from the pressure of that power and realizes Zhou Yang's monstrous level. Outraged by the sudden death, one of the disciples tries to charge forward, but is immediately restrained. The elders hold him back and tell him to remain quiet unless he wants to be disintegrated as well. One of the veterans understands that regardless of what is happening, challenging Zhou Yang at that moment would be suicide. He swallows his anger over his companion's death, knowing that any rebellion could lead to the extermination of the Yongman sect. To ensure the group's survival, the Yongman warriors bow and swear loyalty to Zhou Yang. With an icy gaze, the Supreme Master turns toward the final faction that still hasn't submitted. He looks at the members of the Seonan Sword sect and asks what their decision will be. The female master gives a nervous laugh, unable to believe that the seemingly frail old man has transformed into something so terrifying. Convinced that the power comes from the manual's secret, she decides to flatter Zhou Yang and survive until an opportunity appears. The woman begins making her pledge, but Zhou Yang interrupts and says that she still doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. He warns that her games and schemes are over. Without holding back, he asks whether she is really that eager to die there. Fear makes her legs give out, and she collapses to her knees. Stammering, the female master swears complete loyalty and submits the Seonan sword sect to the leader. As though nothing happened, Zhou Yang smiles and says that it was all just a joke. He casually turns around and comments that perhaps he came across as too authoritarian. Watching this, Baekyo Heng can barely believe that such a cruel man is the same respected leader of his sect. To him, not even training could explain such a dramatic change, making him wonder whether Zhou Yang is still human. Before the kneeling leaders, Zhou Yang declares that he will end that rivalry once and for all. Miles away, Seo Moon and the Tae sect warriors feel a colossal wave of energy tear through the sky. Seo Moon opens his eyes in panic after recognizing the destructive nature of that power. The sky above the mountain is swallowed by a storm of black and crimson energy. Stunned, the senior brother trembles, unable to imagine what kind of monstrous power could be causing it. The great leader of the Tae sect comes running and orders the entire plan to be changed immediately. He admits that he already expected the possibility of disaster, but never imagined that the threat would become real so quickly. Creating a barrier to contain the impact, the great master orders a full retreat to save the Tail Divine sect. Seo Moon hesitates when he sees the leader putting himself at risk alone to guarantee the evacuation. He bites his lips, frustrated that he isn't strong enough to fight in that battle. Swallowing his pride, Seo Moon takes command and orders all the disciples to run as far away as possible. Unseen is confused when he sees everyone fleeing and doesn't understand the reason for the sudden retreat. Before he can ask anything, a hand grabs his wrist and pulls him away. It is Seo Ai, dragging Unseen while shouting that they need to get out of there immediately. Accepting the help, Unseen swallows hard when he realizes that the situation has completely escaped his control. A man laughs mockingly and admits that, as expected of the sword demon, his reaction was extremely fast, though what happens next remains to be seen. Seeing his men cowering on the ground in fear, the elderly master is baffled and can't understand such cowardice. Sweating nervously, an elder explains that the Tail Divine cult was ambushed on the nearby slope and orders everyone to pursue them immediately before before they escape. A subordinate tries to argue that they carefully patrolled the route, but the master doesn't want to hear excuses. With an intimidating gaze, the leader makes it clear that he doesn't accept questions and asks whether the young man is doubting his word. Pointing toward the mountain, he orders everyone to advance and finish off the members of the demonic cult once and for all. Warriors from several sects begin leaping across the cliffs, competing over who will reach the enemies first. Watching his own allies shouting and moving in complete disorder, the elder only sighs, lamenting how ridiculous the group is. Just as he is about to leave, the leader is stopped by a disciple who calls out to him with obvious hesitation. Looking at his master, the shaken young man asks whether he is truly the leader he once knew and why he went this far. The young man questions what happened to the honor of the 5 great mountain swords and asks why he killed the Yongman sect leader in pursuit of power. He also mentions the ancient teachings of the Dudagong sect and asks his master to at least show them a new path. The leader calmly turns around and replies that he truly will reveal his new teaching, making the disciple thank him hopefully. But he approaches and orders Hangjin to immediately remove the Dudagong sect uniform and leave the world of Kango forever. The old man says that he only accepted him out of greed, and that after losing to someone much younger like Kang Unseon, it became obvious that Hangjin has no talent. He even says that he will only spare his life, because he found it amusing to watch him follow his master like a little dog before ordering him to disappear. Calling his own disciple a fool, the old man turns his back and leaves without looking behind him. The master disappears with a leap, leaving Hangjin completely abandoned on the battlefield. But instead of crying or falling into despair, the young man's expression changes and a disturbing smile appears on his face. Looking toward the sky as the dust settles, he quietly murmurs the title of his former master to himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the region, 2 figures move at high speed using lightness techniques. The disciple tries to keep up with her master and asks where they are going, receiving the answer that something terrible and decisive is about to happen on Mount Duda. The elder knows that her years-long conflict with Myeonglin that day and worries that the sword demon acted with such haste. Cutting through the sky at high speed, the 2 accelerate even further in an attempt to reach the battlefield in time. Finally, they land heavily on the ground. Feeling the enormous pressure in the air, the girl becomes frightened and asks her master what that monstrous energy is. Her master tells Ju-on to hurry, fearing that Jo Yang has already finished interpreting the hidden arts. Across the battlefield, practitioners from the orthodox sects charge forward shouting as they search for members of the demonic cult. Watching the disorganized movements of the allies, Unseen turns his head, suspicious that something is wrong. He analyzes the surrounding forest and begins to suspect that the reckless advance may be hiding a trap. Seeing him standing still amid the chaos, an ally runs over to Unseen and angrily asks what the hell he is doing. While the other cultivators continue hunting the members of the demonic cult, Unseen mutters that the situation is far too strange. 2 enemies leap at him, but Unseen thinks that retreating at that moment would be the stupidest possible decision for the cultists. In an instant, he grabs one attacker by the face and the other by the neck before either can react. Without giving them any chance to defend themselves, Unseen slams both of them into the ground. The nearby warriors are shocked and step back after witnessing the young man's raw strength. With a strategy in mind, Unseen decides to act and orders someone to immediately call his senior brothers. At that moment, an overwhelming aura explodes across the battlefield as a veteran emerges through the dust. Staring at the legendary sword demon, he mocks the old man and says that he suffers too much because of his useless disciples. Immediately afterward, several masters leap through the air together and launch a combined attack against the sword demon. 3 of them simultaneously unleash the Heavenly Fist Lock, Dragon Blood Lock, and Lesser Phantom Cold. The sword demon reacts immediately, raising his blade wrapped in dark energy to block all 3 techniques. The collision between their powers causes a massive explosion at the top of the mountain and throws the attackers backward. Still standing firmly amid the smoke, the sword demon looks at his rivals with contempt and calls them shameless cowards. On the other side, an elder asks whether those bastards feel no shame for acting in such a low and treacherous manner. His rival fires back that those words shouldn't come from cowards who stand at a distance waiting for the chance to attack from behind, and asks whether old age has destroyed his judgment. The sword demon admits that he lived a shameful life, but makes it clear that he will never kneel before a bastard like Jo Yang, unlike those leashed dogs. Angered by those words, the Young Moon sect members protest, reminding him how much their sect suffered because of the demonic cult. The elder keeps his gaze steady and replies that this is exactly why he insists on telling them the truth to their faces. Pointing at the men, he asks whether they are truly heirs to Jo Sang, one's teachings when they act blindly and can't even recognize true injustice. One of the Young Moon leaders intervenes and tells his companion to be quiet before the argument gets out of control. Adjusting his combat gloves, the man admits that former Master Joe would never act that way but reminds them that he is no longer alive to guide them. He looks at the sword demon and asks whether the tailed divine cult would take responsibility for the survival of the Young Moon sect. Faced with his rival's silence, the leader continues and asks whether the only other option would be to let his sect be purged and destroyed by Jo Yang. Burning his key and taking a fighting stance, he says that he doesn't care about the cult's intentions because he is only doing what is necessary to save his own sect. His allies burst out laughing and support his choice, saying that in the Jiangyu, survival is the only correct answer and everything else is nothing more than talk from the demonic cult. Mocking the elder, they call him arrogant and claim that honor and shame mean nothing to someone who is already dead. The sword demon listens in silence while his eyes glow red with restrained rage. The sect masters leap forward together, attack, and tell the old man to finally accept that times have changed. Before they can reach him, someone descends from above and intercepts the attack, catching everyone by surprise. Kang Unseen precisely blocks his opponent's blade, sending a shower of sparks exploding through the air. The attacker groans as his strike is stopped and recognizes Kang Unseen, surprised by how quickly the boy appeared. Pressing his sword against his opponent's, Unseen tells Elder Go Yu, saying that he doesn't care about any new era, since the man himself is nothing more than an outdated old relic. Irritated by the provocation, the elder spits out a string of curses while being forced to retreat and regain his balance. Seeing Unseen as a threat, Go Yu Sang orders the others to eliminate the brat first before attacking the sword demon. But the other disciples of the demonic cult appear moments later and join the battle to support Unseen, catching the alliance by surprise. Instead of feeling relieved, the sword demon becomes furious and demands to know why the hell they disobeyed his order to retreat. Landing beside his master, Seo Moon apologizes but makes it clear that this time, none of them intends to obey. With a serious look, Seo Moon reveals that they already figured out their master's plan to sacrifice himself and die together with Zhou Yang. He says that plan is wrong, leaving the sword demon stunned by their insubordination. Meanwhile, screams of pain echo across the mountain as the battle between the two factions spreads. The battlefield turns into complete chaos with blades clashing and fighters falling on both sides. In the middle of the fight, Seo Moon warns Unseen that they can't waste time because of the terrifying aura that just appeared, and the young man says he already noticed it. Unseen says that energy belongs to Zhou Yang, meaning the bastard finally managed to decipher the supreme secret of the hidden arts. He explains that their master ordered the retreat because he knows that with the secret deciphered, defeating Zhou Yang in battle would be almost impossible, so he intends to die with him. Seo Moon is outraged when he hears that there is no chance of victory, but Unseen confirms that the situation truly is desperate. According to him, Zhou Yang plans to use the secret to subjugate and strengthen the 5 great mountains, crushing the demonic cult once and for all. Emotional, Unseen reveals that their master chose to sacrifice himself only to ensure that the cult's final hope can escape alive. Unleashing a strike that sends the enemies flying away, he explains that their master wants to save him because Unseen is the last living heir of Ryo's bloodline. Through the smoke of the battlefield, a new figure appears while calling Unseen's name. Unseen acknowledges that his life may be essential to Ryo's rebirth, but says it doesn't matter whether that means restoring a destroyed nation or condemning it forever. If that goal has to be built over the corpses of the people he loves, then to him it is nothing more than a meaningless farce. Seo Moon understands the young man's pain, but reminds him that a decision like that cannot be made based only on personal feelings. At that moment, Elder Go Yu Sang furiously charges at Unseen with his sword in hand. Attacking from above, the old man mocks him and asks if Unseen really thinks he can face him just because his internal energy increased a little. He even throws the past in the boy's face, asking if he forgot the shame of using that woman as bait so he could run away like a coward years ago. Unbothered, Unseen calmly admits that he really did that and says that is exactly why he returned to face Go Yu Sang head on. Their swords collide violently, scattering sparks and energy through the air. Face to face with his rival, Unseen declares that he needs to tear off his head to finally bury the weak version himself that existed in the past. The two enter a fierce exchange of thrusts and blocks, trading blows at high speed. Forced to retreat under the pressure, Go Yu Sang grits his teeth when he realizes how much strength the boy is using. Watching the rhythm of the attacks, the elder realizes that Unseen has become far stronger and recognizes a specific technique in his movements. The old man becomes furious when he realizes that Unseen is deliberately using the Radiant Spirit Fist, a technique from the Wangxiak sect itself, against him. Enraged by the provocation, Go Yu Sang concentrates all his ki into his fist and charges forward to show how the technique is truly meant to be used. But Unseen agilely dodges the blow, leaving the master completely surprised. Gathering an enormous freezing aura around his blade, the young man sarcastically asks whether the proud sect leader is going to dodge an attack from a supposed coward. Feeling the absurd amount of internal energy concentrated in that strike, Go Yu Sang realizes that he won't be able to withstand it. The energy explosion strikes the elder head on, destroys the terrain, and slams his body into the ground. Defeated amid the dust, the sect leader groans in pain and can no longer stand. Looking up, he hears Unseen coldly comment that you don't see something this ridiculous every day. The young man calmly walks toward him and taunts that he didn't even use that much strength, yet the old man collapsed from fear all by himself. With a mocking smile, Unseen concludes that the real coward in this story was always Master Go himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Seo Moon exchanges fierce blows with warriors from the orthodox sects. One opponent watches the demonic cult disciples and admits that their training and energy are impressive. He also notices the excellent coordination between them as they combine their attacks as though they completely trust one another. Despite being an enemy, the veteran ends up admiring their teamwork and remembers when his own Yangman sect had that same unity. For a moment, he wonders when his sect lost its way, but quickly pushes the thought aside and tries to convince convince himself that he did nothing wrong. Accepting that he may die there, the elder prepares for the end until a terrifying voice behind him questions that weakness. The sword demon grabs the man's head and declares that under his leadership, the 5 great mountains will never accept defeat. On another front, a veteran accuses Uncian of luring Master Go away, only so he could steal and learn the sect's supreme technique. The elder demands that Uncian put away his sword, claiming the duel is invalid because he stole techniques, but the young man warns that this is the last time he will listen to that nonsense. Preparing the final strike, Uncian declares the end of Go Yu, saying and tells the old man to sink into the abyss forever. But in the next instant, his expression changes when he feels a monstrous wave of energy in the air. Uncian looks toward the forest and sees a figure calmly walking across the battlefield. Surrounded by crushing spiritual ki, Zhou Yang finally appears. Hatred fills Uncian's face as he tightens his grip on his sword and shouts his enemy's name. Taking advantage of the distraction, another warrior attacks Uncian from behind and manages to hit him. The young man slides across the ground while trying to recover, outraged to see a sect leader resort to a sneak attack. Before he can recover, Uncian's eyes widen when he hears a terrifying voice call his full name. Covered in flames of ki, the veteran explodes with hatred and swears to exterminate everyone there without leaving a single survivor. Uncian stares at the monstrous figure and wonders what kind of grotesque appearance that is, almost like a Jiangshi hiding inside the Huangxia sect. Even the sword demon is surprised by the scene, unable to understand what is happening. Amid the chaos, explosions and attacks send several practitioners flying through the air at once. Warriors from the same sect begin attacking each other, shouting accusations and demanding that the others pay for their sins with death. The sword demon realizes that those men's internal energy has become clouded and is erupting abnormally, allowing him to understand who is behind it. Looking toward the top of the mountain, he furiously demands to know what kind of trick Zhou Yang used on everyone. Zhou Yang mockingly replies that he didn't use any trick at all, only offered a few words of encouragement to the sect leaders. Consumed by rage, the sword demon leaps toward Zhou Yang to attack him directly. Using the supreme technique of the Tail Divine Art, he concentrates all his life force into that strike. Unleashing the radiant palm of Tail, the old man angrily asks whether Zhou Yang truly gave up on being human. The technique's energy grows through the air, cuts across the sky, and covers the mountain in intense light. But Zhou Yang stops the strike with only one hand and calmly replies that the statement is partly right and partly wrong. The sword demon forces the attack forward while listening to Zhou Yang continue speaking. Looking at the elder with a completely inhuman gaze, Zhou Yang explains that he didn't give up on being human. He simply rejected his own humanity. Back on the ground, Uncian continues exchanging blows with the opponent who refuses to give him any breathing room. Irritated by the enemy's sudden increase in energy, the young man realizes that he can't waste any more time now that Zhou Yang has appeared. At that moment, his senior brother descends from above and calls out to Uncian as he enters the battle. He warns that he and the others will take over the fight against the sect leaders because Uncian is needed in the main confrontation. His senior tells the boy to immediately join the cult leader while the opponent promises not to let him escape. Without hesitation, the senior brother blocks the enemy's blade and risks his own life to open a path. He shouts for Kang Uncian to stop hesitating and run without looking back. Biting his lips at the thought of leaving his companions behind, Uncian feels the full weight of that responsibility. He suppresses his emotions, makes his decision, and turns his attention toward the confrontation with Zhou Yang. Shouting that he understands, Uncian races across the battlefield and leaves the rest of the fight in his senior brother's hands. At the top of the mountain, the sword demon continues pressuring Zhou Yang and swears that nothing will go according to the villain's plan. Zhou Yang looks with contempt at Uncian approaching across the ruined terrain. A cruel smile appears on his face when he sees the young heir arriving. Sensing a sudden change in Zhou Yang's energy, the sword demon's eyes widen. Zhou Yang says he wants to test something and end this once and for all, then unleashes a deadly strike against the old man. Uncian arrives at that exact moment, freezes when he sees the scene, and desperately calls out to his master. While tragedy unfolds at the top of the mountain, the sound of blades continues echoing across the entire region. Elsewhere in the battle, a female master dressed in pink exchanges blows with a heavily armored warrior. Laughing loudly, the woman shows satisfaction that her opponent came directly to meet her. The silver-haired warrior blocks her blade and says that she has finally managed to free herself from the chains of the past. But he makes it clear that he isn't the one who needs to free himself from something. Their weapons collide again, scattering sparks, as he says that this is a problem the two of them need to face together. The woman laughs at the word us and mocks his audacity for appearing there to confront her. She asks whether he truly intends to talk about personal feelings in the middle of a war, but the warrior remains silent. The story then returns to the past, to the great temple of the Sonin sword sect on the day they selected their new master. Two young disciples turn in surprise after hearing the official announcement that So Jiang was chosen to take leadership. Furious, the older sister protested that her martial arts were far more refined and demanded to know why she had been passed over. The matriarch firmly replied that it was the will of heaven and the elder's decision because her talent couldn't compare to that of the chosen young woman. Ending the matter, their mother ordered her to leave immediately and ignored her protests. Devastated and resentful, the disciple cried alone, unable to understand how all her years of dedication to the sect could be discarded like that. Time passed, but the frustration and resentment continued eating away at the young woman. Alone in her room, she became lost in dark thoughts about her own future. Wiping away her tears, she realized that eventually she wouldn't be able to hide her secret anymore. That's when a man entered the room and affectionately quietly asked what was troubling his beloved. Recognizing Lord Jin Jian, she heard him ask why she looked so upset. Alarmed, she warned that they would both be in serious trouble if her mother discovered he was there, but Jin Jian only smiled and said he missed her terribly. But when he looked at her more carefully, the young man's playful expression disappeared. Jin Jian realized that she had been crying and insisted on knowing what really happened. Hesitant, the woman took a deep breath and began revealing what she had been hiding. After hearing about the selection of the new leader, Jin Jian admitted that the situation was complicated, but she interrupted him and said there was something even more important. Placing her hands over her stomach, she finally revealed that she believed she was pregnant with his child. The news left Jin Jian completely shocked and unsure how to react. In his surprise, he ended up asking the stupidest question possible and wanted to know who the child's father was. Offended, she shouted at him asking if he really thought she was that kind of woman, making Jin Jian laugh awkwardly and say he was only joking. Regaining her composure, she looked at him and said there was now only one path left for them. Hugging Jin Jian, she suggested that they run away together and abandon the martial world to live far from there. Clutching his clothes, she asked if he would truly accept that, afraid that she might ruin his life. Jin Jian simply smiled to reassure her. He promised that he needed nothing else as long as she was by his side, making the woman cry with relief. Back in the present, she screams in hatred that she abandoned her own sect because she trusted those promises, only to be betrayed by that bastard as soon as their child was born. Attacking furiously, she accuses Jin Jian of taking their newborn baby and disappearing into the world, leaving her completely alone. Using the virtuous cloud returning needle, she tries to pierce him without any mercy. As the two exchange blows, the woman explains that she had to crawl back to the sect and spend years being treated like a traitor because of him. She remembers the day she received news that destroyed what little hope she still had left. The message said that the child she gave birth to had been executed by the Tao religion to eliminate the sword bloodline. Desperate, she held her head, unable to accept that her baby had been killed that way. Because of that, she decided to become stronger at any cost so she could take revenge on that sect. Consumed by hatred, she lands a direct strike on Jin Jian's chest, determined to kill bastards like him. The warrior coughs up blood from the impact but takes the blow without trying to dodge. Seeing him kneeling and bleeding, she comments that she even searched for the sea heart nectar to kill him, but never expected him to fall so easily. Placing the blade against his neck, she demands that Jin Jian say his final words. With deep pain in his eyes, he murmurs that he thought it was the only way to make her happy. The woman explodes with rage and asks how he still has the nerve to talk about happiness after killing his own child. In a calm voice, Jin Jian denies the accusation. He admits that he was wrong to hide the truth in order to protect her and finally reveals that their daughter, hearing that she is alive, the woman freezes, unable to believe what she just heard. In her memory, she was lying down and suffering through labor while Jin Jian promised to find a doctor in the nearest village. The man ran through the forest searching for help with the child's birth. Using all his strength, Jin Jian tried to find help for his beloved and the baby who was about to be born. But along the way, he was surprised by a threatening figure who mocked their attempt to hide. It was Lord Sojum Zhang who had discovered their secret hideout. Jin Jian asked why he was there after taking leadership of the sect, only to hear that Zhang would have been killed anyway so he could claim the position. With a cruel smile, the villain warned that the real problem was still to come. According to him, the birth of that child would create an irreparable conflict for the future of the sects. The baby's existence would threaten his leadership, so he made it clear that he wouldn't allow the child to live. Jin Jian was horrified and refused to accept such cruelty, so Jun Jiang told him to calm down and offered a way to spare their lives without having to dirty his own hands. As soon as the baby was born, Jin Jiang would have to take the child and disappear from the martial world forever. Back in the present, Jin Jiang explains that he accepted everything to save her and the baby's lives, never imagining that Sojum Jiang would later lie and claim the child had died. The woman refuses to believe him and screams that she won't trust a single word from that traitor. Consumed by pain and confusion, she tells Jin Jiang to shut up as her energy begins fluctuating. He silently accepts her fury, knowing how much he made her suffer throughout all those years. Jin Jiang admits that he made irreversible choices in the past and says that he will accept dying there, if that is his fate. The blade cuts through the air and blood sprays across the forest. The woman's hands tremble as she holds the blood-stained sword. Jin Jiang deliberately didn't dodge, leaving her shocked when she realizes that he simply accepted the strike. With tears on her face, she asks why he stopped fighting and allowed that to happen. Watching Jin Jiang fall before her, the woman wonders with a broken heart whether it is already too late to turn back. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, the sword demon takes a direct blow from Zhou Yang to the chest. The impact sends the old man flying through the air, and he crashes bloodied onto the ground. Unseen sees everything from a distance and screams in desperation as he watches his master fall gravely injured. The other cult disciples also freeze after witnessing their great leader's defeat. Taking advantage of the distraction, an enemy appears behind one of the girls. He lands a violent blow on her back before the young woman can react. Coughing up blood, the girl feels her consciousness beginning to fade as she struggles to stay standing. About to pass out, she sees Unxian running toward his master and fears that something irreversible will happen if he watches him die. Unxian kneels on the ground and holds the sword demon's weakened body in his arms. Coughing up blood, the old man tells him to run while Unxian cries and begs his master not to die. The young man promises that he will save him somehow until Zhou Yang's cold voice interrupts him. The villain warns that he destroyed all the old man's internal organs and that any attempt to save him will be useless. Then he taunts Unseen by asking what it feels like to watch his family and master be destroyed by a single person. Unseen tells the bastard to shut up, but Zhou Yang mocks him, saying the boy only acts tough while searching for a chance to escape with the sacred cord. The villain keeps provoking him and asks whether Unseen is simply going to stand there and watch his family's killer walk free. With a sinister smile, Zhou Yang asks whether the sword demon truly never told the boy the truth. Then he proudly reveals that he was also responsible for murdering Unseen's biological parents when he was still a baby. As Zhou Yang laughs, the dying master tells Unseen not to listen, fearing that the young man will completely lose control. Consumed by hatred, Unseen begins falling into Q deviation and tells the villain to repeat what he just said. Zhou Yang coldly asks why the boy insists so much and whether he simply can't accept the truth. The villain keeps provoking him, saying that his parents' death shouldn't even matter to someone who lived his entire life as an orphan. Then he makes sure to describe the end of Chengaiyan, Unseen's father, and king of the destroyed kingdom of Ryo. In the memory, Ryo burns in flames while its leaders still try to save the nation. The king confronts Zhou Yang for breaking the peace treaty proposed only days earlier, but the traitor replies that he doesn't remember any agreement. Protecting the baby in his arms, the father demands that Zhou Yang put away his sword and asks how the master of the Miram Alliance can commit such a massacre in the name of justice. Zhou Yang sarcastically replies that in the Jiangyu, justice means only one thing to the weak. Declaring that strength is the only truth, he proudly tells how he executed Unseen's parents. Zhou Yang recalls murdering the king and says he decided to eliminate everyone who rejected the new era because the world belongs to the strong. The sword demon tells Unseen to ignore the provocations and assures him that his father fought with honor until the very end to protect his nation. Biting his lips until they bleed, Unseen tries to control his rage while his master begs him to keep his head clear. Zhou Yang shouts that all of it is a lie and claims that the only order given by the Emperor of Jiang was to hand over the boy for execution. According to him, Unseen's parents refused the order because they would never abandon their newborn child to die. From the political perspective of preserving the kingdom, that child's existence ended up becoming the direct cause of the tragedy. Zhou Yang cruelly declares that Unseen is someone who should never have been born. The sword demon tries to deny it with the little strength he has left, but Unseen interrupts him by calling out to his master. With tears of blood running down his face, the young man apologizes and murmurs that he has reached his limit. A colossal pillar of profane spiritual energy erupts from Unseen's body and reaches the heavens, making the entire mountain tremble. Zhou Yang finally shows fear at the terrifying amount of power being released as Unseen screams his name. Like a demon incarnate, Unseen launches into the air and swears to kill Zhou Yang that day to finally put an end to this cursed fate. Their energies collide in the sky and produce a shockwave that makes the mountain tremble. Blocking the attack, Zhou Yang realizes that Unseen awakened his supreme power and is surprised that he still hasn't completely lost his mind from Q deviation. As Unseen tries to run him through with his sword, Zhou Yang begins laughing after confirming that the secrets of the Haitian scripture truly existed. The villain boasts that he overcame every obstacle from the past to reach the pinnacle of that power. He remembers when he tried deciphering the scripture alone and almost realized too late that the text contained a fatal error. Zhou Yang nearly died from Q deviation several times before finally understanding the cryptic phrase hidden within the scrolls. He discovered that the technique required mastery of completely contradictory martial arts, along with pure bodies and ki from rival schools. But Zhou Yang found a twisted way around that limitation. He managed to assimilate the power without being destroyed by the conflict between the internal energies. To resolve the contradiction, Zhou Yang made the extreme decision to completely abandon the simic art he had devoted his entire life to. By destroying his old cultivation, he finally achieved the true supreme awakening. Using the tail body destroying spear formula, Zhou Yang reveals that now he only needs to absorb the pure kai of someone who mastered the Sunil sword and the tail art. Unseen charges directly into the key spear and screams that he doesn't care about the old man's madness, telling him to shut up. Executing the tail mind-destroying sword formula, Unseen charges forward, determined to send Zhou Yang straight to hell. In a terrifying display of strength, Zhou Yang catches Unseen's sword with his bare hands. The young man desperately tries to free the blade, while the villain laughs and asks if he still hasn't noticed the trap. Zhou Yang reveals that the source of pure energy he needs is Unseen himself and that he told him the entire truth only to drive him into despair and force him to release his power. Lying on the ground, the sword demon realizes in horror that Zhou Yang manipulated Unseen's hatred to break the seal on his energy. Helpless, he watches the villain begin draining the young man and knows that if Zhou Yang absorbs that power, the entire world will be lost. Zhou Yang activates the Great Absorption Art and tells Unseen to become nourishment for his cultivation. Suddenly, pink energy chains appear and bind the villain's wrists. Surprised, Zhou Yang immediately recognizes the Seonin sword sex-sealing art. Looking upward, he sees So Jiang floating while controlling the technique and comments that he now understands why his energy couldn't affect her. So Jiang charges alongside Jin Jian in a combined attack and promises to end Zhou Yang's ambition right there. Even surrounded by the chains and both warriors, Zhou Yang bursts out laughing at their attempt. Releasing an explosion of ki, he breaks the chains as if they were simple threads and asks whether they truly thought they could stop him. Then he blocks both of their attacks at the same time without showing showing any difficulty. The force of the counterattack repels both masters, making them groan in pain. Zhou Yang continues dodging their thrusts and altering their trajectories with minimal movements. Bored, he says that the pair's attacks are far too predictable. Jin Jian is shocked when he realizes that Zhou Yang deflected his sword merely by changing the flow of air. Moving like a ghost, the villain appears behind Jin Jian and declares that it is already too late for all of them. He releases a shockwave and says that insignificant insects shouldn't interfere in that battle. Zhou Yang lands amid the dust and prepares to turn his attention back to Unseen. He announces that he will finish what he started, but an angry voice asks who he just called an insect. Despite being gravely injured and bleeding, Sejong stands again and insists that she is still perfectly fine. Zhou Yang is surprised that she didn't lose consciousness after taking that attack. Looking more closely at the two of them, the villain realizes that they are burning their own life force for one final increase in power. Amused, Zhou Yang concludes that the two decided to die with him in an attempt to take him down. The villain accepts that final entertainment and decides to use the three of them to test the limits of his new power. The battlefield cracks apart as everyone charges at the same time in a desperate attack against Zhou Yang. Blades and key palms collide in a frantic sequence of strikes. The battle accelerates, with the pair putting everything into each attack without retreating. Zhou Yang admits that people prepared to die can be somewhat troublesome, but realizes that he can't keep wasting time. With a cruel smile, he decides to end the battle once and for all. Choosing the most vulnerable target, Zhou Yang turns his attention directly towards Sejong. A terrifying projection resembling a profane jaw appears in the air, ready to swallow her. On the ground, the sword demon recognizes that black aura as the same energy that corrupted the sect leaders. Sejong feels the energy invade her mind and panics as she tries to sever the technique's flow. Taking advantage of the mental invasion, Zhou Yang orders her to use her sword to assassinate the hair beside her. The villain smiles, convinced that the control will work. But Sejong resists through sheer willpower and attacks Zhou Yang, telling him never to try ordering her around again. Caught off guard by her resistance, Zhou Yang is forced to retreat to avoid being pierced. He admits that he is impressed by the mental strength Sejong showed in breaking the domination. Zhou Yang mocks her and asks if she did all of that just to impress her husband, but Sejong tells the bastard to shut up. Jin Jian calls out to her emotionally, but she immediately warns him that she isn't doing this because of him. Crying, Sejong reveals that the only thing still keeping her standing is the hope of seeing her daughter Ga-un's face at least once before she dies. Zhou Yang laughs, ridiculing maternal love and saying that feelings like that are useless. With a sad smile, Sejong admits that she spent her entire life trapped by her own desires and that it is too late for regrets now. Driven by the desperate desire to see her daughter again, she charges at Zhou Yang, determined to tear off his head. Jin Jian shouts for her to stop, knowing that facing the villain alone is madness. Zhou Yang mocks her attack and reminds her that if even three of them together couldn't stop him, charging alone won't make any difference. Sejong executes the secret cherry blossom sword technique and shouts that she won't die before seeing Ga-un. But Zhou Yang uses the heavenly sword seal and contains the technique without difficulty. Blades of light pierce through Sejong's body, forcing a scream of pain from her. Fallen covered in blood, the woman smiles bitterly when she realizes that this time, she truly has reached the end. In her final moments of consciousness, a vision appears before her eyes. In her mind, Sejong sees her daughter smiling and saying that all the suffering is over and that they can finally go home. Hearing Gaon say that her father is also waiting for them, Sejong smiles peacefully and accepts her fate. Her eyes close and one final tear runs down her face as her life comes to an end. Jin Jin watches the woman he loves die, completely paralyzed. Zhou Yang leaves Sejong's body on the ground with complete contempt and mocks her dreams. With a fake apology, he comments that unfortunately she can no longer respond because she is dead. Hearing that, Jin Jian completely loses control and screams Zhou Yang's name. He blindly charges at the enemy, thinking only about avenging Sejong. Zhou Yang dodges easily and strikes Jin Jian in the chest, asking if he is really in such a hurry to reunite with his wife. The blow makes the warrior cough up blood as he writhes in pain. Tired of the battle, Zhou Yang decides to end the fun and send everyone straight to the underworld. Meanwhile, Unseen writhes on the ground as QI deviation continues consuming his mind. Overcome by hatred, the young man slowly stands and mutters that he no longer cares about anything except killing Zhou Yang. He lets out a roar and shows that he is willing to burn away the rest of his own life to kill his family's murderer. Zhou Yang is thrilled to see Unseen completely surrender to his hatred and declares that this is the perfect moment. Unseen releases a deafening scream as he reaches the final stage of his profane transformation. Elsewhere in the area, Ju-on finally begins regaining consciousness amid the dust. Weak and injured, she raises her head and notices an enemy approaching. The elder stands over her and prepares the final strike to eliminate the survivor of the ruined kingdom. Watching the blade descend, Ju-on regrets having to die that way. But a sword wrapped in light suddenly appears and pierces the elder's chest from behind before he can attack. The attacker falls dead, leaving Ju-on surprised and unsure who saved her. The new warrior explains that her master ordered to come there and desperately asks where Unseen is. Hearing the mention of the woman's master, Ju-on panics, fearing that something happened. Screams and shockwaves from the main battle draw everyone's attention. The elder realizes that the Sword Saint has arrived and blames herself for showing up too late. Zhou Yang laughs as he watches Uncian's fury and encourages the young man to release even more power. The villain says that Uncian has become his greatest entertainment that day while the boy charges forward screaming his name. Uncian activates the spiritual name of the Great Cold and swears to end that monster's life right there. With a calm and arrogant smile, Zhou Yang raises his hand and challenges the young man to try killing him. Using the Teo Force, dispersing palm, the villain calls that confrontation his final entertainment. Zhou Yang's technique and Uncian's profane power collide in a monumental impact that lights up the skies above the mountain. Realizing that Uncian is spending too much energy on such heavy techniques, Zhou Yang concludes that he only needs to endure the attack and let the boy destroy himself. Confident in his victory, the villain prepares to withstand the Great Cold Divine technique and immediately counter with the Tae-El counterattack palm. The two supreme techniques collide violently, mixing currents of divine ice and countering palms in a deadly clash. But the pace of the battle takes its toll, and Uncian groans in pain as his body reaches its limit, with both hands covered in blood. Believing the fight is finally over, Zhou Yang approaches the fallen young man to deliver the finishing blow. But in one final act of resistance, Uncian suddenly lunges forward and bites the villain's hand with all the strength he has left. Zhou Yang is stunned that a boy practically on the verge of death can still find the strength to attack him like that. Humiliated and furious, he violently strikes Uncian to force him to release his hand. The force of the blow sends the young man flying across the battlefield. Uncian crashes into the ground and lies motionless, unconscious, and on the verge of death. Staring at his bloodied hand, Zhou Yang reacts with disgust and rage at that final act of defiance. Before he can celebrate, however, a figure descends from the sky at tremendous speed and catches him by surprise. The alley's arrival causes an explosion against the ground, raising dust and interrupting the villain's advance. Annoyed by yet another intruder, Zhou Yang blocks the sword of the old warrior, who appeared to protect Uncian. When he asks whether the Sword Saint doesn't value his own life, the elder replies that he is already old and close to death, so he doesn't have much to lose. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ju-Un desperately runs toward Uncian, who remains lying in the middle of the battlefield. As she approaches, she finds the boy covered in blood, pale, and completely drained of strength. Holding his face, Ju-Un panics when she recognizes clear signs of Q deviation and fears that it may already be too late to save him. The veteran shouts for her to stay calm, reminding her that Uncian possesses the secret of the ocean heart and won't die that easily. Regaining her determination, Ju-Un agrees that she needs to get the boy out of there immediately and believes they can still find a way to treat him. Realizing that they are trying to escape, Zhou Yang charges furiously to stop them from taking Uncian, but Mayang steps into his path and unleashes the 12th form of the morning star, the waning moon. Zhou Yang grits his teeth, irritated that those old men keep interfering with his plans until the very end. Demanding respect, he fires the 12 Tae-El palms to break through the attack coming toward him. Mayang is surprised to see such a powerful sword technique neutralized by nothing more than the pressure of his opponent's palms. Zhou Yang charges at the elder and mocks him, saying defeated people should live in hiding instead of insisting on pointless resistance. He grabs Mayang by the neck in midair and declares that their legacy and Ryo's resistance will end there. Even while being strangled, Mayang shows no fear and asks if that is really all the determination of someone who wanted to protect another person. Zhou Yang is confused for a moment until Mayang laughs and explains that he wasn't talking to him. Before the villain can understand, he senses a frightening presence rapidly approaching from behind. Another elder appears and strikes Zhou Yang with the star absorption technique, beginning to drain his internal energy. Feeling his power being forcibly sucked away, Zhou Yang screams in shock when he realizes he fell into a trap. Calling the two miserable parasites, he releases an explosion of aura to break free from the old warrior's touch. The impact throws the elder backward, sending him sliding several meters across the ground. His companion praises Mayang for holding out until then, although Mayang awkwardly insists that he didn't come there because of him. The two exchange a brief smile, but the lighthearted moment ends as soon as they feel Zhou Yang's anger again. Furious at being ignored while they talk, the villain asks if he really looks like someone they can underestimate. Releasing a black aura, Zhou Yang promises to personally destroy the last remnants of Ryo and tells the two to prepare to die. Moyang is stunned that the monster is still standing and practically unharmed even after having part of his energy drained. Faced with that threat, his companion asks if Mayang still remembers the form Yulqian once mentioned. Mayang's eyes widen as he finally understands what his friend is proposing. 30 years earlier, at the top of a mountain in the ancient kingdom of Ryo, 3 legendary sword masters were gathered together. Kang Yulqian, known as the Sword God, complained to his 2 companions because they could never cooperate during the war. He insisted that Xiaongan, the Sword Demon, and Moyang, the Sword Immortal, try to get along at least once. As expected, the two started arguing, claiming that the noble Tae-El divine art could never coexist with the vulgar Suol Heart Sword. Annoyed by their childishness, Yulqian tried to stop them from leaving before hearing his proposal. To get their attention, he promised to tell them something interesting about a new way to achieve tremendous power. Yulqian explained that he found information in an ancient book called The Secret Realm of the Ocean Heart, involving both of their arts. According to the book, when the Tae-El divine art and Suol Heart Sword reach perfect harmony, a supreme form is created. Back in the present, Myung smiles as he finally remembers that conversation from so many years ago. Noticing the change in the air, Zhou Yang begins growing suspicious of the two veterans' behavior. Myung provokes Songgun, saying he will put a hole through him if he fails because of his age, while both begin gathering energy. The memory continues, showing that Myung considered the idea completely absurd at the time. Both Myung and Seonggun rejected the proposal, saying they would rather die than resonate their internal energies. Yulchin insisted that if it worked, the technique would create an absolute seal capable of stopping even a supreme master and protecting the kingdom. Miang mocked him and suggested that Yulchin perform the combination with Seonggun himself, since he also mastered the Suol Heart Sword. More seriously, Yulchin revealed that he couldn't do it himself, although he couldn't explain the reason at that time. With no other option, the sword god even dropped to his knees and begged in the name of his honor for the two to accept. When his companions remained silent, Yulchin decided to change tactics. He threatened to report their lack of loyalty to the king during the war awards ceremony, forcing the pair to reluctantly accept the technique. In the present, Mayang sighs as he remembers the blackmail and realizes that old madness is now their only hope. With the decision made, Miang and Seonggun charge together to execute the combined technique. The fusion of the two opposing energies releases a massive wave of power across the battlefield. Meanwhile, on another front, the sex strategist fears the worst without knowing what happened to Unseen and the cult leader. A cultivator runs toward him and warns that the course of the battle has completely changed. The man explains that the situation on the main battlefield deteriorated far too quickly and asks for new orders. The other members gather around, waiting for a decision that can prevent the sect from being destroyed. Considering the possibility that Unseen failed and the leader is incapacitated, the strategist analyzes the worst-case scenario. He takes responsibility and decides to act immediately to protect the future of the Tae-El sect. In a firm voice, he orders Juk, Wu and all their allies to retreat while they can still preserve their lives. Hearing the command, Wu stops his attack and smiles, understanding what he needs to do. The opponent in front of him is surprised by the sudden change in his stance. Wu declares that his job of buying time is over and releases a massive crimson slash. The enemy veteran bursts out laughing, mocks their retreat, and charges forward to pursue them. The strategist watches the man recklessly advance and smiles at his choice. He reveals that their objective was always only to delay the reinforcements and prevent them from joining Zhou Yang. Irritated by the provocation, the elder releases the power he had been hiding to finish the battle. The strategist immediately responds with the Tae-Yo Black Wind Palm. The attack strikes the enemy and sends him crashing unconscious into the ground. With the path clear, the strategist urges Haiyan Jin forward and orders everyone to complete the retreat without looking back. Fallen on the ground, the injured opponent mutters that the fight isn't over and calls the cultists bastards, surprising the strategist. The young man acknowledges that this opponent didn't become a leader of the 5 Great Mountain Swords by accident, since he managed to survive the strike. Although he wants to finish him right there, he understands that he can't waste any more time. Because of that, he leaps away and tells the injured leader to be grateful they're in a hurry before leaving him behind. Humiliated, the man slams his hand into the ground, furious that he was spared by members of the cult. Coughing up blood, he promises never to forget this and swears to destroy all of them once he recovers. On the main battlefield, Miang and Seonggun directly face Zhou Yang's overwhelming power. Zhou Yang mocks their combined attack and says it is nothing more than trash incapable of bringing him down. Miang quickly asks Seonggun if he still remembers the 5 holes of the void formation. With his body already at its limit, Seonggun confirms and tells his companion to do his part properly. Zhou Yang charges forward to crush the two and challenges them to block his next attack. The villain unleashes the Supreme Unity Wind Palm to sweep the veterans away. Miang counters with the faceless single slash, while Seonggun activates the Tae breathing form. Zhou Yang is surprised when he is surrounded by the energy currents of Return to Tae and Infinite Blurred Strike. Trying to break through the restraint by force, he declares that such weak tricks won't work against him. Zhou Yang continues belittling the technique while Miang increases his concentration even further. Convinced that he cannot be killed, the villain charges toward the two. That's when Miang activates the Moonshadow Ring blade surrounding Zhou Yang with claws of energy. Furious, the villain tries to push them away and insists that it is nothing more than a cheap trick. Above him, Seonggun appears using the Tae Thunder Q chains and closes the trap with lightning. Zhou Yang screams in pain as his body becomes trapped between the chains and lunar energy. Only then does he realize that this isn't an ordinary martial art, but a technique capable of manipulating and blocking the flow of his own Ki. Understanding that the two are trying to seal him, Zhou Yang fires the Tae-Yul explosive Chu Palm to break the restraint. Moyang feels the seal's flow become misaligned by the counterattack and is impressed by the villain's strength. Zhou Yang intends to push the two backward and buy time to recover, but something catches his attention. In disbelief, he realizes that Miang and Seonggun are simply ignoring the damage to their own bodies to maintain the technique. Even after being directly struck by the Chu explosion, Seonggun endures the pain and refuses to retreat. The combination of the Tae-Yul Heaven and Earth Palm with the Pure Heart Eye seal finally activates the Supreme Barrier. The heavenly shackles of the Void Moon close around Zhou Yang, who panics when he realizes he has been trapped. Miang looks at the villain and agrees that it is natural for remnants of an old era to disappear with time. Activating the Tae-Yul Heavenly Sealing Lock together with the Water Moon Void Realm, he declares that Zhou Yang also belongs to the past. Wrapped in the glowing bands of the seal, Zhou Yang curses in hatred. The fusion of the two arts forms the Suol Tae-Yul Absolute Sealing Realm, raising an enormous pillar of light. When the glow disappears, a crystallized barrier remains on the battlefield, trapping Zhou Yang inside. As soon as the seal is completed, Seonggun begins coughing up a massive amount of blood after using almost all of his life force. His body can no longer endure the strain, and he collapses face first onto the ground, alarming Moyang. Moyang runs over to support him and asks him to hold on, reminding him that the battle is finally over. But when he touches Seongan, he is startled by how cold his body feels. Struggling to open his eyes, Seongan quietly asks where his disciples and young unseen are. Moyang assures him that everyone managed to escape, making Seongan smile before closing his eyes. Bleeding from his eyes, Seongan murmurs in relief that everyone is safe and asks if Moyang can handle the rest. Moyang tells his companion not to worry and to rest, saying he still needs to survive so he can reunite with his disciples. Looking at his friend, Myung remembers with a faint smile that the selfish man from long ago ended up creating and loving the Tae-il heavenly sect. But when Seongan stops responding, Myung realizes that his old friend has stopped breathing. Tears of blood run down his face as he silently acknowledges all the suffering Seongan endured. With his heart shattered, Myung says goodbye to the warrior who stood by his side for so many years. He reflects that after the fall of Ryo, both he and Seongan made foolish choices driven by despair and revenge. Yeolcheon, however, was different. Even while alone, he kept looking toward the future and protected the main secret until the very end to save Unseon. Myung understands that Yeolcheon never gave up on tomorrow, while in the distance Ju-un desperately calls out for Unseon. He feels some relief when he sees Unseon regain consciousness and understands why the future was entrusted to that young man. Watching the sect members escape safely, Myung also proudly recognizes that Seongan left incredible disciples behind. With a clear conscience, he looks toward the sky, believing that their sacrifices weren't in vain. Myung sits beside Seongan's body in front of the enormous barrier, believing the future is protected. Suddenly, cracks begin spreading across the entire surface of the seal. With a roar, the barrier shatters and Jo-yang breaks free from the restraint. Before Moyang can react, the villain grabs him by the neck with terrifying speed. Furious, Jo-yang asks whether the two really thought they could imprison him like that. Even while being strangled, Moyang laughs and says the seal has already fulfilled its purpose. He points toward Jo-yang's destroyed right arm, showing that the villain had to sacrifice a limb to escape. To Liang, forcing him to pay that price was already enough to delay his plans. Gathering the little energy he still has, he charges forward, determined to tear off Jo-yang's left arm as well. Myung unleashes one final point-blank attack at the villain's face and declares that this will be his final mission. Annoyed by the elder's persistence, Jo-yang realizes that he needs to take drastic action. With no other way to quickly recover his power, he decides to resort to the second best option. Myung is horrified when Jo-yang grabs Seongan's corpse. The villain immediately activates the Great Absorption Art on the lifeless body of the Tae-il sect's founder. Horrified, Myung asks if Jo-yang has gone insane enough to desecrate the dead. He calls the villain something worse than an animal, but Jo-yang only laughs. Jo-yang says it is necessary because he needs the pure energy of the Tae-il heavenly art and the Seoul Heart Sword. His original plan was to absorb Kang Unseen, who fulfills both requirements, but circumstances forced him to change strategies. Consumed by obsession, he declares that he will use the bodies of the two old masters to achieve his goal. Moyang desperately charges with his sword and tells the monster to shut up and die. Jo-yang catches the blade without difficulty and mocks the attempt. Moyang then notices something strange about the right arm that had been destroyed while breaking the seal. Flesh and bone rapidly begin regenerating as Jo-yang absorbs Seongan's energy. The villain then grabs Myung and activates the Great Absorption Art on him as well. Bleeding and almost completely drained, Myung realizes that by trying to save Unseon, the two of them became perfect substitutes for the enemy's plan. Jo-yang says their deaths will fuel his great ambition, while Myung realizes the scale of the danger. In the final moments of consciousness, the elder hopes that some miracle still exists that can stop that monster. The light fades from his eyes as his life comes to an end on the battlefield. In the past, Seongan says that he has tolerated that nonsense long enough and turns around to leave. Moyang also prepares to leave, saying that he has no reason to stay there any longer. Yeolcheon quickly stops Myung and asks for a few minutes to speak privately. Myung complains about his persistence, but Yeolcheon smiles awkwardly and asks him not to shut him down so quickly. The sword god becomes serious and asks him to remain calm before revealing something difficult to believe. He explains that he discovered a disturbing truth while studying the scriptures of the secret core record. Yeolcheon reveals that the Seoul Heart Sword mastered by Myung may not actually be the true version of the technique. Back in the present, Myung smiles faintly before dying, remembering the scolding he gave Yeolcheon that day. In his final moments, he asks Jo-yang whether he knows the old saying that no flower lasts 10 days. Myung explains that everything that reaches its peak inevitably begins to decline. Jo-yang mocks him, dismissing his words as the ramblings of someone about to die. Myung closes his eyes and accepts that the old flower of the kingdom of Ryo has finally withered. But he knows that time keeps moving forward and that someday a new flower will bloom. For that to happen, the new sprouts must be protected and nurtured by the next generation. Feeling the leaves sway around unseen, Jo notices a small sign of hope. Myung concludes that Jo-yang will never be able to conquer everything alone because his own loneliness is his greatest blind spot. And the villain truly remains alone in the dark forest, surrounded by his black aura without a single ally. In the middle of the night, Unseen slowly regains consciousness and calls out for his master. The scene shifts to the imperial capital beneath heavy rain, where high-ranking officials are escorted to the execution grounds. The executioner reads the charges of treason and embezzlement from the national treasury. Sentenced to decapitation, the ministers shout that the entire thing is nothing more than a setup by the crown prince. One of them begs for an audience with the emperor before the sentence is carried out. The executioner carries out the sentence, and blood mixes with the rain across the courtyard. Meanwhile, the Eastern Palace residence of Crown Prince Li Jun remains fully illuminated. Inside, a grand banquet gathers nobles amid music, alcohol, and celebration. The guests praise Li Jun as the future emperor of Gyeongguk. One of the men celebrates choosing Li Jun's side early, but his companion immediately tries to silence him. The more cautious noble tells him to lower his voice to avoid accusations of blasphemy if anyone hears them. Nervously, he looks around to make sure no imperial guard is listening. Elite warriors and armored soldiers guard every corner of the palace. Two martial masters carefully monitor the movements while observing the guests. The noble remembers that masters from the 5 great mountain swords possess extremely sharp hearing and can listen to conversations from a distance. He comments that the atmosphere in the palace feels strange and that rumors of purges and betrayals keep increasing. The two also remember the crisis caused by the Great Unity sect several years earlier during the Imperial Tribute incident. According to the rumors, the Sword Demon and the Sword Saint died while the rebels were exterminated. Far from the palace, however, other rumors begin spreading among the population. The new leader of the Godaisen sect abandoned the 5 great swords and began exposing the organization's crimes. Among the accusations is that the empire enslaved prisoners from Ryo and sold them with the secret support of the major sects. The population also begins questioning Zhou Yang's honor after learning of his connection to Prince Li Jun. The unrest threatens the imperial family while rumors spread that Chancellor Guok intends to seize the throne. The noble gestures nervously and says that even though the coronation is approaching, they still need to remain careful until the very end. Suddenly, he stops speaking when he senses a presence behind him. 2 imperial guards emerge from the shadows, comment on the interesting conversation, and order the men to accompany them. Terrified, the nobles beg for mercy as they are dragged out of the hall. They ask for a chance to speak with the crown prince, who remains seated without showing any interest. Li Jun looks down on the nobles and complains about those greedy old men who keep talking nonsense even after receiving so much gold. The prince then looks to the side and asks for his advisor's opinion. He addresses Zhou Yang, curious to know what the respected master thinks about the minister's behavior. Zhou Yang advises the prince to ignore the criticism, saying that tolerating different opinions is part of an emperor's virtues. Li Jun bursts out laughing, amused to receive a lesson about ruling from a warrior. Changing the subject, he asks why Zhou Yang left the leader of the Godaisen sect alive instead of snapping his neck. Zhou Yang explains that he did so precisely because it is the historic Godaisen sect. He recalls that the recent purges eliminated major factions like Yongmun and Sonan to contain the chaos. Now, only Huangxiuk and Dudagong remain as purely orthodox factions within the empire. Because of that, destroying Godaisen as well could create even more instability. Li Jun disagrees, saying that keeping such an ancient and respected sect alive makes anything it says much more dangerous among the people. Zhou Yang calmly replies that the prince is interpreting the threat incorrectly. With a dark look, he reveals that he personally took care of eliminating any real chance of the Godaisen sect fighting back. To him, the current leader is nothing more than a powerless boy whose words will soon be forgotten. Li Jun laughs and calls Zhou Yang the greatest villain in the world while declaring himself the worst emperor in history. Zhou Yang says he will be remembered as a great emperor, while Li Jun replies that he only cares about making sure the coronation happens without problems. The prince promises to honor their agreement, grant Zhou Yang royal status, and eliminate any member of the imperial family who opposes him. Zhou Yang bows in gratitude, but Li Jun tells him to save the flattery until after the coronation. Suddenly, the prince remembers another issue and looks at Zhou Yang suspiciously. Li Jun asks what happened to the remnants of the Great Unity sect, making Zhou Yang hesitate for a moment. Quickly regaining his composure, the master assures him that their situation is the same as the Godaisen sects. He lies, saying that he eliminated the entire leadership and that there is no possibility of their return. Meanwhile, through the dark palace corridors, the 2 nobles continue begging for their lives as they are dragged away. One of the guards throws one of them onto the stone floor without any compassion. Then the 2 executioners draw their swords to kill the ministers right there. Trying to save himself, one of the nobles places all the blame on his companion and begs for a chance to explain everything to the crown prince. The guard tells him to shut up and reveals that the execution order came directly from Li Jun. Before the blade can descend, a voice from the darkness orders the 2 to stop. A supposed guard appears and says that the prince changed his mind and cancelled the execution. The executioner finds that strange since he received the order personally, but the newcomer only smiles. Revealing his true intention, the infiltrator punches the guard in the face before he can react. The second executioner freezes when he notices a silhouette appear behind him. The infiltrator also eliminates the other guard in an instant, leaving the 2 nobles terrified. The long-haired warrior looks at the ministers and calls them pigs. Then he warns that if they tell anyone what they saw or fail to leave the country by the next day, they will be killed. The 2 remain frozen in fear before the threat. As soon as they can react, they run off into the night to save their own lives. His companion asks whether letting them live was really a good idea, but Unseen explains that corrupt men like those can be useful for creating problems for Li Jun and Zhou Yang. Removing the bloody human skin mask from his face, Unseen says it is time to change disguises. His ally agrees, and the 2 throw the masks they used into the corridor. Unseen declares that the real battle begins now, receiving his companion's support. Looking toward the horizon, the young man remembers everything he endured over the past few years and the goal that kept him moving forward. Consumed by hatred, he swears that he will wait for the day when he tears out Zhou Yang's throat with his own hands. The story goes back 3 years to the residence of the Great Unity Sect on Golden Stone Mountain. At that time, Ju anxiously watched the courtyard while waiting for news from the mission. Suddenly, her eyes widen when she sees her companions returning in a hurry. The young woman panics when she sees Unseen being carried unconscious and gravely injured. Jack Wu explains that he suffered severe Q deviation and desperately asks whether there is any way to save him. Ju-un asks for a moment and places her hand over Unseen's chest to examine his condition. Since Q deviation leaves no clear external signs, she concentrates her energy on the young man's meridians. Feeling a tiny thread of energy still circulating, Ju-un is relieved and orders them to take Unseen inside immediately so treatment can begin. She also asks them to bring Jin Jian, grateful that so many of their companions managed to return alive. The allies carry the injured inside, relieved that Unseen narrowly escaped death. But as soon as they reach the courtyard, Hyunjin loses her strength and collapses onto the grass. The strategist runs over to support her while she murmurs that her time has finally come. Pale and covered in sweat, Hyunjin admits that she pushed her body too far and can no longer continue. The warrior supports her head and begs her not to give up on life like that. Sometime later, Ju-un remains silently seated beside Unseen's bed. A companion enters the room carrying a bowl of soup and asks how long she plans to stay there without leaving. Handing her the food, she warns that if Ju-un keeps refusing to eat, they will soon have another patient to care for. Ju-un accepts the bowl and begins quietly eating the soup. With a faint smile, she thanks her for the concern and says she is already starting to regain her strength. Her friend notices the affection she feels for Unseen and tells her to at least wash the bowl when she finishes. Ju-un takes the opportunity to ask about the other injured people, and her companion explains that Jin Jian and Hyunjin have already been stabilized. Jin Jian should recover soon, but her tone changes when she begins talking about Hyunjin. The young woman reveals that Hyunjin was born with a severe chronic illness and has had reversed meridian flow since birth. Even so, she forced her body throughout her entire life to practice martial arts, and the recent battles damaged her meridians so badly that she may never be able to fight again. Surprised by the revelation, Ju-un stands up and asks why Hyunjin risked her own life like that. Outraged, she begins questioning why the members of the Great Unity Sect fight so desperately without caring about their own survival. She asks whether that fight is truly worth more than staying alive and building a future, leaving her friend without an answer. Suddenly, a sound from Unseen's bed makes both of them immediately look toward him. Meanwhile, outside the residence, a figure wearing a straw hat appears in the courtyard. The stranger cautiously looks around when he senses someone approaching at tremendous speed. In an instant, a female warrior leaps from the roof and slams him into the ground. Ju-un points her sword at his chest and demands that he reveal who he is before she runs him through. Pinned down, the man shouts that he is the leader of the Godaisen sect in Gyeong and came to deliver an urgent message. Jack Wu and the strategist rush into the courtyard after hearing the commotion. Jack Wu stares at the stranger on the ground and demands to know who he is. The strategist also asks how he managed to discover the sect's secret location. The Godaisen leader pulls a scroll from his sleeve and says everything will become clear once they read the letter. The strategist opens the message and is surprised to discover that it was written by Seongun, former leader of the Great Unity Sect. The young man explains that Seongun instructed him to seek out that place if the Godaisen sect truly wished to build a new future. The strategist is shaken when he recognizes the farewell tome within the letter. Remembering the recent battles, he feels an enormous weight in his chest. Jack Wu refuses to accept the meaning behind the message and demands to know what happened. Lowering his head, the Godaisen sect leader confirms their worst fears. He reveals that Seongun, the sword demon, and Moyong, the sword immortal, died during the battle. The scene changes to 2 stone graves beneath a large tree on Golden Stone Mountain. The disciples cry before the graves over the loss of their masters. Jack Wu lets his tears fall while promising to destroy Zhou Yang and get his revenge. Ju-un remains completely silent before the graves, her eyes filled with grief. A senior brother approaches and asks if she is alright, but Ju-un quietly replies that she will be. She remembers that Mayang always pretended not to care about anything, even though deep down she loved the Great Unity Sect more than she ever showed. Ju-un finds some comfort in believing that her master passed away after protecting the people she loved until the very end. With a sad smile, she believes Myung was able to die in peace after seeing that the mission succeeded. Ju-un remembers the rigorous training from the past when Myung constantly demanded that she cut faster and faster. She also remembers being scolded whenever the food wasn't perfect and having to prepare everything again from scratch. Even during meditation, Myung reprimanded her whenever her internal energy began to scatter. After entire days of training, Ju-un would usually collapse exhausted onto her bed. Back then, all the girl wanted was to make her master proud at least once. One night, Myung knocked on the door, and young Ju-un jumped out of bed while trying to hide her exhaustion. Her master told her to get ready because she wanted to take her somewhere special. The two walked through the mountains beneath the light of the full moon. When they arrived, Ju-un's eyes lit up at the surprise her master had prepared. The girl was enchanted by a garden of glowing flowers and admitted that she had never seen anything so beautiful. Moyong smiled at her reaction and handed her a sword with a bluish sheath. Recognizing the legendary Wolsum, Ju-un became emotional when she learned that it was her birthday present. Myung gently stroked her head and apologized for being so strict and not knowing how to express her feelings very well. Looking directly into her disciple's eyes, she confessed that she considered Ju-un her one and only true daughter. Remembering the "I love you" she heard that day, Ju-un cries for the woman woman she always considered her true mother. Before the graves in the heart of the mountain, all the disciples remain gathered in silence. The morning sun illuminates the peaks of Golden Stone Mountain, marking the beginning of a new day. Wiping away her tears, Ju-eun decides that she cannot remain trapped in grief and finds the strength to move forward. Touching the Wolsome sword, she remembers the promise she made to her master on the day she received it. Entering the room, Ju-eun finds Unseen awake, sitting on the bed and still covered in bandages. The girl freezes for a moment when she realizes that he has finally opened his eyes. Surprised, she calls his name and Unseen calmly responds. The scene returns to the courtyard beneath the large tree, where the disciples remain gathered before the graves. Seo-moon apologizes for failing to protect the leaders, but Unseen interrupts him. Standing before Songun and Mayong's graves, he says that he made his own decisions and doesn't regret them. Unseen believes his masters would have done the same and says the only problem was that they weren't strong enough. Seo-moon suggests that he rest a little longer, but Unseen assures him that he is fully recovered. Ju-eun smiles in relief, although she finds it strange that he shows no sadness over the master's deaths. Unable to understand what Unseen is feeling, she hears him murmur that he needs to change from this point forward. From the lodging window, Hyunjin watches the group gathered in the courtyard. In silence, she shows concern about Unseen's condition. Seola enters the room carrying a bowl of porridge and asks whether Hyunjin is feeling better. She comments in surprise that Unseen's internal energy completely recovered even after such severe Q deviation. Hyunjin, however, doesn't believe that what happened can simply be called recovery. She realizes that the very quality of his internal energy has changed, now carrying a different and darker aura. Noticing her worried expression, Seola asks what is bothering Hyunjin. Meanwhile, in a forest beneath the sunny sky, the group prepares for intense training. Jae-woo and Jin Jian adjust their weapons and ask whether Unseen is truly ready for the test. The young man assumes his fighting stance and takes a deep breath. His eyes take on a cold determination as he concentrates the new energy throughout his body. Jae-woo and Jin Jian attack together, combining the primordial spear with the great unity heaven mending sword. Without changing his expression, Unseen raises one hand and covers his arm in a dark hue flame. He then unleashes the great unity radiant spirit divine palm and destroys the combined attack in midair. Jae-woo is left speechless after seeing Unseen execute alone a technique that would normally require two warriors. The shockwave sends Jae-woo and Jin Jian flying away. Seo-moon watches everything, unable to understand where such tremendous power came from. After all, Unseen just survived Q deviation and now possesses a monstrous amount of internal energy. Impressed, Seo-moon asks how he managed to combine the Great Unity Divine Art with the Radiant Spirit Fist. Unseen explains that he unified the two arts and can now incorporate even techniques from the Dudagong sect. During his coma, he unconsciously used the Hazemal scripture to refine his mind and achieve the perfect unification of all sects. Looking at his own hand, Unseen says that this new power is already enough to decapitate Zhou Yang. He then suggests that the others learn this new martial art as well, immediately irritating Jae-woo. Jae-woo asks if he has gone insane for suggesting that everyone learn the techniques of the man responsible for their master's deaths. Unseen replies that using an enemy's strength against them is part of the martial world, but Jae-woo considers it disrespectful to the founder's memory. Remaining cold, Unseen reminds him that the founder is dead and says the piece of his soul can no longer help them. Furious at such insensitivity, Jae-woo charges forward and grabs Unseen by the collar. Enraged, he threatens to tear his mouth apart if he keeps disrespecting their master's memory. Before the argument gets worse, Seo-moon intervenes and grabs Jae-woo's arm. He scolds both of them and orders them to stop fighting each other when they should be thinking about how to solve the situation. Jin Jian grabs Jae-woo from behind and drags him away before he does something stupid. Seo-moon tries to advise Unseen to cool his head as well, but the young man insists that he is fine and has no time to waste. Leaving no room for discussion, Unseen says that he will transcribe the Hazemal scripture and the other martial arts before walking away as his senior watches worriedly. Ju-eun still tries to call out to him, but Seo-moon only looks away, shaken by the change in the young man. He admits that Unseen is probably more confused than all of them, carrying a burden none of the others could endure. Not knowing how to help him, Seo-moon asks Ju-eun for a favor and says she may be the only person capable of calming him down. Meanwhile, alone in his room, Unseen focuses entirely on the transcription and carefully copies each character onto the paper. In the middle of his work, he hears approaching footsteps and realizes someone has entered. Letting out a tired sigh, he doesn't even bother looking back. Without turning around, Unseen says that he has nothing to discuss with Ju-eun and asks to be left alone. But the visitor asks whether she really looks that much like Ju-eun, making him look up and find Hyunjin. She sits across from him and asks why he keeps working, mentioning she heard about his idea of teaching Zhou Yang's martial arts to the others. Unseen explains that it is necessary if they want to capture that bastard, and Hyunjin agrees, saying an idea from someone as intelligent as him probably has some merit. Surprised by her reaction, Unseen doesn't understand until she explains that she only came there to talk. Still confused by the visit, he asks why, and Hyunjin replies that she came to tell him something he needs to hear right now. She remains silent for a few moments, carefully observing Unseen. Then she moves closer and says that being this near to him allows her to clearly sense something. To Unseen's surprise, Hyunjin reveals that she can feel Zhou Yang's presence inside his body. The young man becomes alarmed, unable to understand how she discovered something he had been hiding. Hyunjin explains that she was born with reversed meridians, allowing her to sense internal energy flow better than most people, and Unseen's energy is identical to Zhou Yang's. She understands how horrible it must be to carry the energy of his greatest enemy inside his own body and admits that someone else might not even be able able to keep living like that. That is exactly why she decided to seek him out and tell him a story. Looking at Unseen, Hyunjin reveals that their destinies are connected by the past. Noticing his nervousness, she asks him not to panic and simply listen until the end. She then reveals that she was once a princess of the kingdom of Ryoguk and that their families were very close. Unseen is completely frozen by the revelation. As night covers the area, he tries to process everything he just heard. Hyunjin explains that Ryoguk was a small but prosperous nation where she lived as a princess loved by the people. During those peaceful times, she might even have grown up beside Unseen like an older sister. But all that peace ended on the day the kingdom was destroyed. Using a false accusation of treason as justification, Jaemguk invaded Ryo to plunder and conquer its lands. The young girl's life became a nightmare when the invaders captured the leaders and began demanding the princess's whereabouts. Even while injured, one of her protectors confronted Joyang and assured him that she had already escaped the country. He even provoked the enemy by saying that he would never find her, but Joyang merely looked at him with contempt. Calling that loyalty foolish, Joyang attacked without mercy. The protector was killed right there in front of the others. Hidden only a few meters away, young Hyunjin watched her own parents being murdered by Joyang. Unable to do anything, the princess could only cry silently as she watched her family being massacred. After everything ended and she was about to lose consciousness, someone finally discovered her hiding place. It was the sect leader and Seo Moon, who were shocked to find the frightened and injured princess amid the destruction. Hyunjin was rescued by the two and taken away, leaving behind only the burning ruins of her kingdom. The sect leader took her in and promised that she no longer needed to be afraid. Seeing the determination of that man, who was willing to sacrifice everything to correct the injustice, Hyunjin made a decision. She swore to forever abandon her title as princess and live only as a ghost of the Great Unity sect. The years passed and her story continued on Golden Stone Mountain. Much later, while kneeling before her superior, Hyunjin received news she never expected. The sect leader revealed that Unseen's master was still alive and living peacefully at the gang estate under a false identity. At first, Hyunjin didn't know how to react, and several conflicting emotions began surfacing. After everything she suffered as a child, part of her became angry knowing that man was living such a peaceful life. Believing it was unfair that he could live without carrying the same burden from the past, she decided to go there and see him personally. But when she reached the top of the cliff and watched the estate at night, what she saw completely changed her perspective. Inside, young Unseen was focused on a board game against his master. The boy smiled and celebrated happily after finally managing to defeat him. Seeing that sincere smile, Hyunjin understood that his happiness needed to be protected. Alone at the top of the mountain, she finally understood the weight of the choice his master had made. Inside the room, however, young Unseen noticed something strange and called out to the old man. Seeing him crying, the boy asked what happened, but his master tried to hide his sadness. In silence, the man apologized to the princess for keeping Hyunjin away from that life. Back in the present, Hyunjin laments that tragedy crossed their paths again and apologizes for no longer being able to protect him as she wishes. Clutching her chest, she admits that her body is already far too weak and also apologizes for hiding the truth for so long. After hearing everything, Unseen bows before her, unable to hold back his tears. Crying, he sincerely thanks Sister Hyunjin for everything she has done for him. The young man acknowledges all the suffering she carried in silence and admits that before that conversation, he believed he had nothing left to lose. Moved by his reaction, Hyunjin gives him a warm smile. She replies that she is actually the one who should be most grateful, unaware that Ju-un is listening outside. Behind the door, Ju-un feels guilty for accidentally hearing something so personal. After everything she learned, she begins feeling that she doesn't even deserve to remain by Unseen's side and turns to leave. Before she can take the first step, however, Hyunjin senses her presence and asks where she thinks she is going. Gently, she says that their conversation is already over and invites Ju-un inside. Hearing the door open, Unseen stands from the table and is surprised to find her there. Embarrassed, Ju-un tries to apologize for accidentally overhearing them, but Hyunjin assures her that there is no problem. As she passes by, Hyunjin encourages both of them and says the most important thing now is for Unseen and Ju-un to talk. Ju-un turns completely red at the comment, while Hyunjin says goodbye and explains that she needs to return before Seola starts looking for her. As soon as they are alone, a shy and slightly awkward silence fills the room. Both try to speak at the same time and end up calling each other's names together. Ju-un laughs at the coincidence and asks Unseen to speak first. Seeing her like that, the young man lets out a faint smile and feels some of the weight in his chest fade away. Unseen suggests that they leave the room and talk somewhere else more calmly. Surprised by the invitation, Ju-un smiles and immediately agrees. Meanwhile, Hyunjin struggles down the corridor and needs to lean against the walls to remain standing. Sweating cold and struggling to breathe, she realizes that she pushed her weakened body too far and feels her consciousness beginning to fade. About to pass out, Hyunjin loses her balance, but Seo Moon appears in time and catches her in his arms. Recognizing him, she murmurs his name while Seo Moon gently scolds her for overdoing it again. Worried, he reminds her that it is still far too early for her to be walking around and admits that he doesn't even know what he would do if something happened to her. Hyunjin assures him that she is fine and explains that she was already tired of staying in bed, so she decided to walk around for a while. Looking at Seo Moon with her cheeks slightly flushed, she finishes what she wanted to say. Hyunjin comments that if it happens again, he will always be there to catch her, then gently rests her head against his chest. Caught completely off guard, Seo Moon becomes flustered by the closeness. The gesture awakens summons a memory from the past, when the two were younger and Hyunjin used to tease him the same way beneath the cherry blossom petals. In silence, Seo Moon looks at the young woman in his arms, overcome by a feeling he has kept hidden for a very long time. Carefully embracing Hyunjin in the silent corridor, he promised himself that he will keep protecting her, just as he has since the first day he found her.